Section 1 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 1. Chapter 1. A Jamaica Sugar Estate. A sugar estate, and one of the finest in the land of springs, is that of Mount Welcome. It is situated about 10 miles from Montego Bay, in a broad valley between two rounded ridges. These ridges, after running parallel for more than a mile, and gradually increasing in elevation, at length converge with an inward sweep, at their point of convergence rising abruptly into a stupendous hill that fairly merits the name which it bears upon the estate, the Mountain. Both the ridges are wooded almost down to their bases. The woods, which consist of shining pimento trees, ending on each side in groves and island copses, pleasantly interspersed over a park-like greensward. The great house, or buff, of the estate stands under the foot of the mountain, just at the point of union between the two ridges, where a natural table or platform, elevated several feet above the level of the valley, had offered a tempting sight to the builder. In architectural style, it is not very different from other houses of its kind. The well-known planter's dwelling of the West Indies. One story. The lower one, of course, is of strong stonemason work, the second, and only other, being simply a wooden frame, roofed with shingles. The side and end walls of this second story cannot with propriety be termed walls, since most part of them are occupied by a continuous line of Venetian shutters, the jalousies of Jamaica. These impart a singular cage-like appearance to the house, at the same time contributing to its coolness, a quality of primary importance in a tropical climate. Outside in the front center, a flight of broad stone steps, resting upon arched mason work, and bordered by strong iron balustrades, conducts to the level of the second story, the real dwelling house, since the ground floor is entirely occupied by storerooms and other offices. The entrance door is from the landing of the aforesaid escalier, and conducts at once into the hall, a spacious apartment of crucifix shape, running clear across the building from side to side and end to end. The current of air admitted by the open jalousies, passing constantly through this apartment, renders it at all times delightfully cool, while the lattice work serves to mellow the glare of light, which under the sky of the tropics is almost as disagreeable as the heat. An uncarpeted floor, composed of the hardest sorts of native wood, and subjected to a diurnal polish, contributes to increase the coolness. This great hall is the principal apartment of the dwelling. It is dining and drawing room in one, where sideboards and chiffoniers may be seen in juxtaposition with lounge chairs, fauteuils, and ottomans, a grand chandelier in the center, extending its branches over all. The bedchambers occupy the square spaces to one side of the cross, and these also have their jalousied windows to admit the air, and exclude as much as possible the sultry rays of the sun. In Mount Welcome House, as in other country mansions of Jamaica, a stranger would remark a want of correspondence between the dwelling itself and the furniture which it contains. The former might be regarded as slight and even flimsy, but it is this very character which renders it appropriate to the climate and hence the absence of substantiality or costliness in the style and materials of the building. The furniture, on the other hand, the solid tables of mahogany and other ornamental woods, the shining carved sideboards, the profuse show of silver and cut glass that rests upon them, the elegant couches and chairs, the glittering lamps and candelabras, all combine to prove that the quasi-meanness of the Jamaica planter's establishment extends no farther than to the walls of his house. If the case be a cheap one, the jewels contained in it are of the costliest kind. Outside the great house of Mount Welcome looks grand enough. Its broad facade, in which the deep green of the jalousies contrasts pleasantly with the white of the surrounding walls, the massive stone stairway in front, the wooded mountains sweeping up and forming a background of variegated green, the noble avenue of nearly a mile in length, with its double rows of tamarinds and cocoa palms, leading up in front from the lower end of the valley, all contribute to produce a picture of almost palatial grandeur. Nor does a nearer view detract from the splendor of this picture. The platform on which the house is built affords space for a large garden and shrubbery, extending rearward to the mountain foot, from which they are separated by a high wall of stone. The mountain is a conspicuous feature of the landscape, not so much from its height, for there are others of equal elevation near to it, and further off, though still within sight, many still higher. Even the famed Blue Peak is visible, towering hundreds of feet above the surrounding summits. Nor is it conspicuous from being isolated. On the contrary, it is only a spur of that vast elevated chain of hills that, separated by deep gorge-like valleys and soaring thousands of feet above the level of the Caribbean Sea, is known as the Blue Mountains of Jamaica. Covering almost the entire area of the island, which is thus broken into an endless succession of gigantic corrugations, Jamaica presents a surface rough and irregular as the crumplings under a cabbage leaf, and Land of Mountains would be a title as appropriate as its ancient Indian appellation, the Land of Fountains. The hill which overlooks the estate of Mount Welcome is less than 2,000 feet above sea level, but what renders it remarkable is the geometrical regularity of its outlines, and still more, its singularly shaped summit. Viewed from the valley below, it presents the appearance of an exact and somewhat acute cone, up to within about 50 yards of its top. There this sloping outline ends, the line on each side thence trending vertically and abruptly terminating in a square tabletop, 40 or 50 feet in diameter. In general appearance, this truncated summit is not unlike that of the famed Cofre de Perote of Mexico. The sloping sides of the mountain are densely wooded, especially that fronting the valley of Mount Welcome, towards which is presented a broad frowning facade, thickly clothed with a forest that appears primeval. Alone at its top is it treeless, bare and bald as the crown of a Franciscan friar. There stands the square coffer-like summit, a mass of solid rock, which repels the approach of the vegetable giants that crowd closely around its base, some of them stretching out their huge arms as if to strangle or embrace it. One tree alone has succeeded in scaling its steep rampart-like wall. A noble palm, the areca, has accomplished this feat, and stands conspicuously upon the tabletop, its plumed leaves waving haughtily aloft, like a triumphal banner planted upon the parapet of some conquered castle. The summit rock presents a singular appearance. Its seamed and scarred surface is mottled with a dark glaze which, during the sunlight, and even under the mellower beams of the moon, gives forth a coruscation as if the light were reflected from scale armor. To the denizens of the valley below, it is known as the Jambe Rock, a name characteristic of the superstitious ideas attached to it. Though constantly before their eyes, and accessible by an hour's climbing up the forest path, there is not a negro on the estate of Mount Welcome, nor on any other for miles around, that would venture alone to visit the Jambe Rock. And to most, if not all of them, the top of this mountain is as much of a terra incognita as the summit of Chimborazo. I am speaking of a period more than half a century ago. At that time the terror that was attached to the Jambe Rock did not altogether owe its origin to a mere superstition. It had been partly inspired by the remembrance of a horrid history. The rock had been the scene of an execution, which for cruel and cold-blooded barbarity rather deserves to be called a crime. That table summit, like the blood-stained temples of the Moctezumas, had been used as an altar upon which a human sacrifice had been offered up. Not in times long past, neither by the sanguinary priesthood of Azteca, but by men of white skin and European race, their victim a black and an African. This incident, illustrating Jamaica justice during the dark days of slavery, deserves to be given in detail. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 1, Chapter 2. The Myal Man. In the West Indies, a few years previous to the emancipation, there was much agitation on the subject of obeaism. The practice of this horrid art had become appallingly common, so common that upon almost every extensive estate in the island there was a professor of it. In other words, an obea man. Professor, though often used in speaking of these charlatans, is not a correct title. To have professed it, at least in the hearing of the whites, would have been attended with peril, since it was punishable by the death penalty. Practitioner is a more appropriate appellation. These mysterious doctors were almost always men, very rarely women, and usually natives of Africa. Universally were they persons of advanced age and hideous aspect, the uglier the more successful in the pursuit of their criminal calling. There was a class of them distinguished as Myal men, whose chief distinction consisted in their being able to restore life to a dead body. Such was the belief of their ignorant fellow slaves, who little suspected that the defunct subject had been all the while only dormant, his death-like slumber secretly brought about by the Myal man himself, assisted by a prescription of the branched callaloo, a species of caladium. I cannot here enter into an explanation of the mysteries of Obi, which are simple enough when understood. I have met it in every land where it has been my lot to travel, and although it holds a more conspicuous place in the social life of the savage, it is also found in the by-lanes of civilization. The reader, who may have been mystified about its meaning, will perhaps understand what it is when I tell him that the Obeah man of the West Indies is simply the counterpart of the medicine man of the North American Indians, the Paiuchi of the South, the rainmaker of the Cape, the fetish man of the Guinea coast, and known by as many other titles as there are tribes of uncivilized men. It is the first dawning of religion on the soul of the savage, but even when its malignant spirit has become changed to a purer aspiration after eternal life, it lingers amidst the haunts of ignorance, its original form almost unaltered. Witchcraft. To the statement above made, that on every large plantation there was an Obeah man, the estate of Mount Welcome was no exception. It too was blessed, or rather cursed, by a follower of the art, an old Coromantee Negro, Chakra by name, a man whose fell and ferocious aspect could not have failed to make him one of the most popular of its practitioners. Such, to his misfortune, had he become. He had long been suspected of having poisoned his master, the former owner of the estate, who had made an abrupt and mysterious exit from the world. The fate of this man, however, was not much lamented, as he bore the reputation of being a cruel slave master. The present proprietor of Mount Welcome had least reason to regret it, since it gave him possession of an estate he had long coveted. It was greater chagrin to him that since entering upon the enjoyment of the property, several of his most valuable slaves had terminated their existence suddenly, and in a manner which could only be accounted for by the supposition that Obi had accomplished their destruction. Chakra, the Myal man, was suspected of causing their deaths. He was arraigned and brought to trial. His judges were three justices of the neighborhood, for that number was sufficient to pass the death sentence upon a slave. The president of the court was the man's own master, Loftus Vaughan, Esquire, proprietor of Mount Welcome, and custos rotulorum of the precinct. The substance of the crime charged against Chakra was practicing the arts of Obi. The charge had no reference to the death of his former master. The proofs were not very clear, but were deemed sufficiently so by the court to warrant a conviction. Strange to say, that of the three justices, the man's own master, the president of the court, appeared the most anxious to bring the trial to this termination. So anxious, indeed, that he used every effort to overrule the opinions of the other two, his superior position as custos giving him a certain power of controlling the decision. One of them had actually pronounced in favor of an acquittal, but after a whispering consultation with the custos, he retracted his former opinion and gave his vote for the verdict. There was a rumor at this time that Loftus Vaughan, in this trial, was actuated by meaner motives than either a stern love of justice or the desire to put down the practice of Obi. There was a whisper abroad of some secrets, family secrets, with which the Coromantee had become acquainted, some strange transaction of which he was the sole living witness, and of such a character that even the testimony of a Negro would have been an inconvenience, and it was suspected that this, and not Obeahism, was the crime for which Chakra had to answer with his life. Whether this was true or not, the Coromantee was condemned to die. The trial was not more irregular than the mode of execution, which these irresponsible justices thought fit to decree. It was almost as whimsical as it was cruel toward the wretched criminal. He was to be taken to the top of the Jumbie Rock, chained to the palm tree, and there left to perish. It may be asked why this singular mode of execution was selected. Why was he not hanged upon the scaffold or burnt at the stake, a custom not unusual with condemned criminals of his kind? The answer is easy. As already stated, at this particular period, much unpleasant feeling prevailed on the subject of Obeah-ism. In almost every district, mysterious deaths had occurred, and were occurring, not only of the black slaves, but of the white masters, and even mistresses, all attributed to the baneful influence of Obi. The African demon was ubiquitous, but invisible. Everywhere could be witnessed his skeleton hand upon the wall, but nowhere himself. It had become necessary to make a conspicuous example of his worshippers. The voice of all planterdom called for it, and the Myal man, Chakra, was selected for that example, in the belief that his fearful fate would terrify the votaries of the vile superstition to their very heart's core. The Jumbie Rock suggested itself as the most appropriate place for the execution of the Coromantee. The terrors with which the place was already invested, added to those now to be inspired by the fearful form of punishment of which it was to be the scene, would exert a beneficial effect on the superstitious understandings of the slaves, and forever destroy their belief in Obeah and Ogboni. Under this belief was the Myal man escorted up to the summit of the Jumbie Rock, and, like a modern Prometheus, chained there. No guards were placed near him. None were required to stay by the spot. His chains, and the terror inspired by the act, were deemed sufficient to prevent any interference with his fate. In a few days, thirst and hunger, aided by the vultures, would perform the final and fatal ceremony, as surely as the rope of the hangman or the axe of the executioner. It was long before Loftus Vaughan ascended the mountain to ascertain the fate of the unfortunate Negro, his ci-devant slave. When, stimulated by curiosity, and perhaps a motive still stronger, he at length climbed to the top of the Jumbie Rock, his hopes and expectations were alike confirmed. A skeleton, picked clean by the John Crows, hung suspended to the stem of the tree. A rusty chain, warped around the bones, kept the skeleton in place. Loftus Vaughan had no inclination to dwell long upon the spot. To him the sight was fearful. One glance, and he hurried away, but far more fearful, far more terrifying, was that which he saw, or fancied he saw, in passing homeward down the forest path, either the ghost of the Myal man, or the man himself. End of section 2. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice at Mesa, Arizona, on the 10th of May, 2022.
Section 3 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Javier Torres. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 1, Chapter 3. A Jamaica Dejeuner. On a tranquil morning in the fair month of May, fair in Jamaica as elsewhere on the earth, a large bell ringing in the great hall of Mount Welcome announced the hour of breakfast. As yet, there were no guests around the table, nor in the hall, only the black and colored domestics who, to the number of half a dozen, had just come up from the kitchen with trays and dishes containing the viands that were to compose the meal. Though but 2 chairs were placed by the table, and the disposition of the plates, knives, and forks indicated that it had been set for only that number of guests, the profusion of dishes thickly covering the snow-white damask cloth might have led to the belief that a large party was expected. It was emphatically a déjeuner à la fourchette. There were cutlets plain and with sauce piquante, cavished fish, entrees of deviled fowl and duck, broiled salmon, and the like. These hors d'oeuvres were placed around the table, while a cold ham on one dish and a tongue on another occupied the center. Of bread kind there were mealy yams, some mashed with milk and butter, and dished up in shapes, roast plantains, hot rolls, toast, cassata cakes, and sweet potatoes. But that a splendid silver tea service and a large glittering urn were conspicuous, the spread might have been mistaken for a dinner rather than a matutinal meal. The hour, 9 o'clock a.m., also precluded the idea of its being dinner. Whoever were to be the guests at this table, it was intended they should fare sumptuously. So did they every day of their lives, for there was nothing occasional in that morning's meal. Both the style and the profuseness were of diurnal occurrence, the mode of Jamaica. Soon after the tones of the bell had ceased to vibrate through the hall, they for whom the summons was intended made their appearance, entering from opposite sides, not together, but one coming in a little before the other. The first was a gentleman of somewhat over middle age, of a hale complexion and full, portly form. He was dressed in a suit of nankeens, jacket and trousers, both of ample make, the former open in front, and displaying a shirt of finest white linen, the broad plaits of which were uncovered by any vest. A wide, turned-down collar was folded back, exhibiting a full development of throat, which, with the broad jaws of ruddy hue, appeared clean and freshly shaven. From a fob in the waistband of his trousers hung a massive gold chain, with a bunch of seals and watch keys at one end, while at the other was an immense chronometer watch of the old-fashioned guinea gold, with white dial, upon which the black figures were conspicuously painted. The watch itself could be seen, as, on entering, the wearer had drawn it out of its fob, with a view of ascertaining whether his servants were punctual to the minute, for the gentleman in question was very martinet in such matters. Loftus Vaughan, Esquire, proprietor of Mount Welcome, Justice of the Peace, and Custos Rotulorum, was the man thus characterized. After casting a scrutinizing glance at the display of viands, and apparently satisfied with what he saw, the master of Mount Welcome seated himself before the table, his face beaming with a smile of pleasant anticipation. He had scarce taken his seat when a fair apparition appeared entering from the further end of the hall, a young, virgin-like creature, looking as fresh and roseate as the first rays of the aurora. She was habited in a dress, or rather an undress, of purest white, a morning wrapper of fine lawn, that, fitting closely behind, displayed the waving contour of her back In front, the dress fell in loose folds, scarce, however, concealing the full, bold outlines of her bosom, and then draped gracefully downward, so low as to leave nothing visible but the tips of a pair of tiny satin slippers, alternately showing themselves like white mice as the young girl glided over the polished surface of the floor. Her throat, full and finely rounded, was encircled with a string of amber beads, and a crimson blossom, the beautiful belle of the quamoclit, glittered amidst the ample folds of her hair. This, of a rich chestnut color, was parted on her forehead and carried in a curving sweep over the cheeks that rivaled the radiance of the flower. It would have required an experienced eye, one well acquainted with the physiological characteristics of the race, to have told that the young girl was not of the purest Caucasian blood. And yet, the slight undulation of the hair, a rotund rather than oval face, eyes of darkest umber, with the light gleaming perpetually in the pupils, a singular picture-like expression in the coloring of the cheeks, were all characteristics that proclaimed the presence of the sung Malay. Slight indeed was the taint, and it seems like profanation to employ the phrase when speaking of a creature so beautifully fair, for beautifully fair was the daughter of Loftus Vaughan. She was his only daughter, the only member of his family, for the proprietor of Mount Welcome was a widower. On entering the hall, the young girl did not proceed directly to seat herself, but gliding behind the chair occupied by her father, she flung her arms around his neck and imprinted a kiss upon his forehead. It was her usual matutinal salute, and proved that on that morning they had met for the first time. Not that it was the first appearance of either, for both had been much earlier abroad, up with the sun, indeed, as is the universal custom in Jamaica. Mr. Vaughan had entered the hall from the front door, and a broad-brimmed leghorn hat and cane carried in his hand told that he had been out for a walk, perhaps to inspect the labor going on at the works, or ascertain the progress made in the cultivation of his extensive cane fields. His daughter, on the contrary, might have been seen entering the house some half-hour before, in riding costume, hat, habit, and whip, proving that her morning exercise had been taken on horseback. After saluting her father as described, the young girl took her seat in front of the coffee urn and commenced performing the duties of the table. In this she was assisted by a girl apparently of her own age, but of widely different appearance. Her waiting maid it was, who, having entered at the same time, had taken her station behind the chair of her mistress. There was something strikingly peculiar in the aspect of this personage, as well in her figure as in the color of her skin. She was of that slender classic shape which we find in antique sculptures, like the forms of the Hindu women, known in England as ayahs, and differing altogether from the Negro outline. Her complexion, too, was not that of a negress, still less of a mulatta or quadroon. It was an admixture of black and red, resulting in a chestnut or mahogany color, which, with the deep damask tincture upon her cheeks, produced an impression not unpleasing. Nor were the features at all of a Negro type. On the contrary, far removed from it. The lips were thin, the face oval, and the nose of an aquiline shape, such features as may be traced on Egyptian sculptured stones or may be seen in living forms in the lands of the Arab. Her hair was not woolly, though it differed altogether from the hair of a European. It was straight and jet black, yet scarcely reaching to her shoulders. Not that it had been shortened by the scissors, for it appeared to be at its fullest growth, and hanging, as it did, loosely over her ears, It imparted a youthful appearance to the brown-skinned damsel. The girl was far from ill-looking, and to an eye accustomed to her style, she may have appeared even handsome. Her elegant shape, exposed by the extreme scantiness of her costume, a sleeveless robe with a Madras kerchief worn à la toque upon her head, her graceful attitudes, which seemed natural to her, either when in motion or standing poised behind the chair of her mistress, the quick glance of her fine, fiery eyes, and the pearl-like whiteness of her teeth, all contributed to make up a picture that was far from commonplace. This young girl was a slave, the slave Yola. End of section. Section 4 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Javier Torres. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 1, Chapter 4. 2 Letters. Instead of standing in the middle of the floor, the breakfast table had been placed close to the front window, in order that, with the jalousies thrown open, the fresh air might be more freely felt, while at the same time a view could be obtained of the landscape outside. A splendid view it was, comprising the valley with its long, palm-shaded avenue, a reach of the Montego River, the roofs and spires of the town, the shipping in the bay and roadstead, the bay itself, and the blue Caribbean beyond. Striking as was this landscape, Mr. Vaughan just then showed no inclination to look upon it. He was too busily occupied with the rich viands upon the table, and when he at length found time to glance over the window sill, his glance extended no further than to the Negro gang at work among the canes, to see if his drivers were doing their duty. The eyes of Miss Vaughan were oftener directed to the outside view. It was at this hour that one of the servants usually returned from Montego Bay, bringing the letters from the post office. There was nothing in her manner that betrayed any particular anxiety about his arrival, but simply that lively interest which young ladies in all countries feel when expecting the postman, hoping for one of those little letters of 12 sheets, with closely written and crossed lines, most difficult to decipher, and yet to them more interesting than even the pages of the newest novel. Very soon a dark object of rudely centaurian form appeared coming along the avenue, and shortly after, an imp-like Negro lad upon the back of a rough pony galloped up to the front entrance. This was Quashie, the postboy of Mount Welcome. If Miss Vaughan expected a billet, she was doomed to disappointment. There were only 2 letters in the bag, with a newspaper, and all 3 were for the custos himself. All bore the English postmark, and the superscription of one of the letters was by him at once recognized, a pleasant smile stealing over his features as he broke open the seal. A few moments sufficed to make him master of its contents, when the smile increased to a look of vivid gratification, and, rising from his chair, he paced for some time back and forward, snapping his fingers, and ejaculating, "Good! Good! I thought so." His daughter regarded this behavior with surprise. Gravity was her father's habit, at times amounting to austerity. Such an exhibition of gaiety was rare with Loftus Vaughan. "Some pleasing news, Papa?" "Yes, you little rogue, very." "May I not hear it?" "Yes, no, not yet a while." "Papa, It is cruel of you to keep it from me. I promise I shall share your joy. Ah, you will when you hear the news. That is, if you're not a little simpleton, Kate. I, a simpleton, Papa? I shall not be called so. Why, you'll be a simpleton if you don't be joyful when you... Oh, never mind, child. I'll tell you all about it by and by. Good, good, continued he in a state of ecstatic frenzy. I thought so. I knew he would come. Then you expect someone, Papa? I do. Guess who it is? How could I? You know I am unacquainted with your English friends. Not with their names. You have heard their names, and seen letters from some of them. Oh, yes, I often hear you speak of one, Mr. Smythe. A very odd name it is. I wouldn't be called Smythe for the world. Ta-ta, child. Smythe is a very pretty name, especially with Montague before it. Montague is magnificent. Besides, Mr. Smythe is the owner of Montague Castle. Oh, Papa, how can that make his name sound any better? Is it he whom you expect? Yes, dear. He writes to say that he will come by the next ship. The Sea Nymph, she is called. She was to sail a week after the letter was written, so that we may look out for his arrival in a few days. God, I must prepare for him. You know Montague Castle is out of repair. He is to be my guest. And hark you, Catherine, continued the planter, once more seating himself at the table and bending towards his daughter, so that his sotto voce might not be overheard by the domestics. You must do your best to entertain this young stranger. He is said to be an accomplished gentleman, and I know he is a rich one. It is to my interest to be friendly with him, added Mr. Vaughan in a still lower tone of voice, and as if in soliloquy, but loud enough for his daughter to hear what was said. Dear Papa, was the reply, how could I be otherwise than polite to him, if only for your sake? If only for your own, said the father, interrupting her and accompanying the remark with a sly look and laugh. But, dear Catherine, continued he, we shall find time to talk of this again. I must read the other letter. Who on earth could it be from? God, I never saw the writing before. The announcement of the projected visit of Mr. Montague Smythe, with the trumpet-like flourish of his many accomplishments, which Kate Vaughan had not now listened to for the first time, appeared to produce in the heart of the young lady no very vivid emotions of pleasure. She received it with perfect indifference, not seeming to care much one way or the other. If there was a balance, it was rather against him, for it so chanced that much of what she had heard in relation to this gentleman was not at all calculated to prepossess her in his favor. She had heard that he was an exquisite, a fop, in fact, perhaps of all other characters the one most repulsive to a young Creole. For notwithstanding the natural disposition of these to become enamored of fine personal appearance, it must be accompanied by certain qualities of mind, if not of the highest morality, or even intellectuality, yet differing altogether from the frivolous accomplishments of mere dandyism. Nature, that inspires the Creole maiden to give her whole heart away, and without any reserve, has also taught her to bestow it with judgment. Instinct warns her not to lay her precious offering upon an altar unworthy of the sacrifice. There was another circumstance calculated to beget within the heart of Kate Vaughan a certain feeling of repulsion towards the Lord of Montague Castle, and that was the conduct of her own father in regard to this matter. From time to time, when speaking of Mr. Montague Smythe, he had made use of certain expressions and innuendos which, though couched in ambiguous language, his daughter very easily comprehended. The heart of a woman is quick, as it is subtle, in the understanding of all that relates to the disposal of itself, and this even at the earliest age of maidenhood. It is prone to repel any effort to guide it from its natural inclinings, or rob it of its right to choose. Mr. Vaughan, in his ignorance of these rather recondite truths, was erecting a barrier to his own designs, all the while that he fancied he was successfully clearing the track of presumptive obstructions and making the path smooth and easy. At matchmaking, he was likely to prove a bungler, for it was evident that matchmaking was in his mind. "Never saw their handwriting before," said he in repetition, as he broke open the seal of the second epistle. If the contents of the first had filled him with joy, those of the second produced an effect directly opposite. "'Sdeath!" exclaimed he, crushing the letter as he finished reading it, and once more nervously springing to his feet. "Dead or living, that ill brother of mine seems as he created to be a curse to me, while alive, always wanting money, and now that he is dead, sending his son, a never to do well like himself, to trouble and perhaps disgrace me." "Dear father," said the young girl, startled more by his wild demeanor than what he was saying, for the words were muttered in a low voice, and rather in soliloquy. "Has the other letter brought unpleasant news?" "Ah, that it has. You may read it yourself." And once more seating himself, he tossed the unwelcome epistle across the table, and recommenced eating with apparent voracity, as if by that means to tranquilize his perturbed spirit. Kate took up the rejected letter, and, smoothing out the paper, ran her eye over the contents. The perusal did not require much time, for considering the letter had made such a long journey, its contents were of the shortest. London, June 10th, 1885. Dear Uncle, I have to renounce to you the melancholy intelligence that your brother, my dear father, is no more. His last words were that I should go over to you, and, acting in accordance with his wish, I have taken passage for Jamaica. The ship is the Sea Nymph, and is to sail upon the 18th instant. I do not know how long we shall be at sea, but I hope it will prove a short voyage. As poor father's effects were all taken by the sheriff's officer, I am compelled, for want of money, to take passage in the steerage, which I have been told is anything but a luxurious mode of travelling. But I am young and strong, and no doubt shall be able to endure it. Yours affectionately, Herbert Vaughan. Whatever effect the reading of the letter may have had upon Kate Vaughan, it certainly did not produce indignation. On the contrary, an expression of sympathy stole over her face as she mastered the contents or the epistle, and on finishing it, the phrase, "Poor fellow," dropped as involuntarily and just audibly from her lips. Not that she knew anything of Herbert Vaughan more than the name, and that he was her cousin, but the word cousin has an attractive sound, especially in the ears of young people, equaling in interest, at times even surpassing, that of a sister or brother. Though uttered, as we have said, in a tone almost inaudible, the words reached the ears of her father. "Poor fellow," he repeated, turning sharply to his daughter and regarding her with a glance of displeasure. "I'm surprised, Kate, to hear you speak in that strain of one you know nothing about, one who has done nothing to deserve your compassion. an idle, good-for-nothing fellow, just as his father was before him, and only to think of it, coming over here, a steerage passenger, in the very same ship, with Mr. Montague Smythe. 'Sdeath, what a disgrace! Mr. Smythe will be certain to know who he is, though he is not likely to associate with such canaille. He cannot fail to notice the fellow, however, and when he sees him here, will be sure to remember him. I must take some steps to prevent that. Poor fellow, indeed. Yes, poor enough, but not in that sense. Like his father, I suppose, who filled his life away among paintbrushes and palettes, instead of following some profitable employment, and all for the sake of being called an artist. Poor fiddlestick. Bah! Don't let me hear you talk in that strain again. And as Mr. Vaughan ended his ill-natured harangue, he tore the wrapper off the newspaper and endeavored, among its contents, to distract his mind from dwelling longer on the unpleasant theme, either of the episode or him who had written it. The young girl, abashed and disconcerted by the unusual violence of the rebuke, sat with downcast eyes and without making any reply. The red color had deepened upon her cheeks and mounted to her forehead. But notwithstanding the outrage done to her feelings, it was easy to see that the sympathy she had expressed for her poor but unknown cousin was felt as sensibly as ever. So far from having stifled or extinguished it, the behavior of her father was more likely to have given it increase and strength, for the adage of the stolen waters is still true, and the forbidden fruit is as tempting now as upon the morning of creation. As it was in the beginning, so will it ever be. End of section.
Section 5 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joann Seah. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 1, Chapter 5. The Slaver. A hot West Indian sun was rapidly declining towards the Caribbean Sea, as if hastening to cool his fiery orb in the blue water, when a ship that had rounded Pedro Point in the island of Jamaica was seen standing eastward for Montego Bay. She was a three-masted vessel, a bark, as could be told by the lateen rig of her mizzen-mast, and apparently of some 300 or 400 tons burden. As she was running under one of the gentlest of breezes, all her canvas was spread, and the weather-worn appearance of her sails denoted that she was making land at the termination of a long ocean voyage. This was further manifest by the faded paint upon her sides, and the dark, dirt-colored blotches that marked the position of her hawse-holes and scuppers. Besides the private ensign that streamed, pennon-like from her peak, another trailed over her taffrail, which, unfolded by the motion of the vessel, displayed a blue starry field with white and crimson stripes. In this case, the flag was appropriate, that is, in its stripes and their color. Though justly vaunted as the flag of the free, here was it covering a cargo of slaves. The ship was a slaver. After getting fairly inside the bay, but still at a long distance from the town, she was observed suddenly to tack, and, instead of continuing on towards the harbor, head for a point on the southern side, where the shore was uninhabited and solitary. On arriving within a mile of the land, she took in sail until every inch of canvas was furrowed upon her yards. Then the sharp rattling of the chain, as it dragged through the iron ring of the hawse-hole, announced the dropping of an anchor. In a few moments after the ship swung round, and drifting till the chain cable became taut, lay motionless upon the water. The object for which the slaver had thus anchored short of the harbour will be learned by our going aboard of her, though this was a privilege not granted to the idle or curious. Only the initiated were permitted to witness the spectacle of which her decks now became the theatre. Only those who had an interest in the disposal of her cargo. Viewed from a distance, the slaver lay apparently inert, but for all that a scene of active life was passing upon her deck, a scene of rare and painful interest. She carried a cargo of 200 human beings, bales, according to the phraseology of the slave trader. These bales were not exactly alike. It was, as her skipper jocularly styled it, an assorted cargo, that is, one shipped on different points of the African coast, and consequently embracing many distinct varieties of the Ethiopian race. There was the tawny but intelligent Mandingo, and by his side the Jollof of ebon hue. There the fierce and warlike Coromantee, along the docile and submissive Pawpaw, the yellow Igbo, with the visage of a baboon, wretched and desponding, face to face with the cannibal Moko, or chained wrist to wrist with the light-hearted native of Congo and Angola. None, however, appeared of light heart on board the slaver. The horrors of the Middle Passage had equally affected them all, until the dancing Congolese and the Lukumi, prone to suicide, seemed equally to suffer from dejection. The bright picture that now presented itself before their eyes, a landscape gleaming with all the gay colors of tropical vegetation, was viewed by them with very different emotions. Some seemed to regard it with indifference. Others, it reminded of their own African homes, from which they had been dragged by rude and ruffian men, while not a few gazed upon the scene with feelings of keen apprehension, believing it to be the dreaded Kumi, the land of the gigantic cannibals, and that they had been brought thither to be eaten. Reflection might have convinced them that this would scarcely be the intention of the Tobendu, those white tyrants who had carried them across the ocean. The hard unhusked rice and coarse maize corn, their only food during the voyage, were not viands likely to fatten them for the feast of anthropophagy, and their once smooth and shining skins now exhibited a dry, shriveled appearance from the surface coating of dandruff and the scars of the hideous craw-craw. The blacks among them, by the hardships of that fearful voyage, had turned ashy grey and the yellows of a sickly and bilious hue. Males and females, for there were many of the latter, appeared to have been alike the objects of ill usage, the victims of a starved stomach and a stifled atmosphere. Some half-dozen of the latter, seen in the precincts of the cabin, presented a different aspect. These were young girls, picked from the common crowd on account of the superiority of their personal charms, and the flaunting vestments that adorned their bodies, contrasting with the complete nudity of their fellow voyagers, told too plainly why they had been thus distinguished. A horrid contrast, wantonness in the midst of woe. On the quarter-deck stood the slave skipper, a tall, lathy individual of sallow hue, and beside him his mate, a dark-bearded ruffian, while a score of like stamp, but lower grade, acting under their orders, were distributed in different parts of the ship. These last, as they tramped to and fro over the deck, might be heard at intervals giving utterance to profane oaths, as often laying violent hands upon one or other of their unfortunate captives, apparently out of the sheer wantonness of cruelty. Immediately after the anchor had been dropped, and the ropes belayed and coiled in their places, a new scene of this disgusting drama was entered upon. The living bales hitherto restrained below were now ordered, or rather driven, upon deck, not all at once, but in lots of 3 or 4 at a time. Each individual, as he came up the hatchway, was rudely seized by a sailor, who stood by with a soft brush in his hand and a pail at his feet, the latter containing a black composition of gunpowder, lemon juice, and palm oil. Of this mixture the unresisting captive received a coating, which by the hand of another sailor was rubbed into the skin, and then polished with a dandy brush, until the saber epidermis glistened like a newly blackened boot. A strange operation it might have appeared to those who saw it, had they not been initiated into its object and meaning. But to the spectators there presented was no uncommon sight. It was not the first time those unfeeling men had assisted at the spectacle of black bales being made ready for the market. One after another were the dark-skinned victims of human cupidity brought from below, and submitted to this demoniac anointment, to which one and all yielded with an appearance of patient resignation, like sheep under the hands of the shearer. In the looks of many of them could be detected the traces of that apprehension felt in the first hours of their captivity, and which had not yet forsaken them. Might not this process be a prelude to some fearful sacrifice? Even the females were not exempted from this disgusting desecration of God's image, and they too, one after another, were passed through the hands of the rough operators, with an accompaniment of brutal jest and peals of ribald laughter. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Ewen. The Maroon by Mayne Reid, Jowler, and Jessuron. Almost on the same instant that the slave bark had dropped anchor, a small boat shot out of the silent shore, which, as soon as it had got fairly clear of the land, could be seen to be staring in the direction of the newly anchored vessel. There were 3 men in the boat, 2 of whom were plying the oars. These were both black men, naked, with the exception of dirty white trousers covering their limbs and coarse palm leaf hats upon their heads. The third occupant of the skiff, for such was the character of the boat, was a white, or more properly a whitish man. He was seated in the stern sheets with a tiller rope in each hand, and steering the craft as his elbows held akimbo, and the occasional motion of his arms testified. He bore not the slightest resemblance to the oarsman, either in the color of his skin or the costume that covered it. Indeed, it would not have been easy to have found his counterpart anywhere, either on land or at sea. He appeared to be about 60 years old. He might have been more or less, and had once been white, but long exposure to a West Indian sun combined with the numerous dirt-bedaubed creases and furrows in his skin, had darkened his complexion to the hue of leaf tobacco. His features, naturally of an angular shape, had become so narrowed and sharpened by age as to leave scarce anything in front, and to get a view of his face it was necessary to step to one side and scan it en profile. Thus viewed, there was a breadth enough and features of the most prominent character, including a nose like the claw of a lobster, a sharp projecting chin with deep embayment between marking the locality of the lips, the outline of all suggesting a great resemblance to the profile of a parrot, but still greater to that of a Jew, for such, in reality, was its type. When the mouth was open in a smile, a rare occurrence, however, only 2 teeth would be detected within, standing far apart, like 2 sentinels guarding the approach to the dark cavern within. This singular countenance was lighted up by a pair of black watery orbs that glistened like the eyes of an otter, and eternally glistened except when their owner was asleep, a condition in which it was said he was rarely or never caught. The natural blackness of his eyes was rendered deeper by contrast with long white eyebrows running more than halfway around them, and meeting over the narrow ridge of the nose. Hair upon the head there was none, that is, none that was visible. A skull cap of whitish cotton stuff covering the whole crown and coming down over both ears. Over this was a white beaver hat, whose worn nap and broken edges told of long service. A pair of large green goggles resting on the humped bridge of his nose protected his eyes from the sun, though they might perhaps have been worn for another purpose, to conceal the villainous expression of the orbs that sparkled beneath them. A sky-blue cloth coat, whitened by long wear with metal buttons, once bright, now changed to the hue of bronze, small clothes of buff kerseymere glistening with grease, long stockings, and tarnished top boots made up the costume of this unique individual. A large blue cotton umbrella rested upon his knees, as both hands were occupied in steering the skiff. The portrait here given, or perhaps it should be styled profile, is that of Jacob Jessuron, the slave merchant, an Israelite of Germanic breed, but one in whom it would not have been truth to say there was no guile. The 2 oarsmen were simply his slaves. The little craft had put out from the shore from a secluded spot at a distance from town, but still within view of it. It was evidently making for the newly anchored bark, and evidently rowed at its best speed. Indeed, the steersman appeared to be urging his blacks to the exertion of their utmost strength. From time to time he was seen to twist his body half around and look towards the town, as though he expected or dreaded to see a rival boat coming from that quarter, and was desirous to reach the bark ahead of her. If such was his design, it proved successful, although his little skiff was a considerable time in traversing the distance from shore to ship, a distance of at least a mile. He arrived at the point of his destination without any other boat making its appearance. "Sheep ahoy!" shouted he, as the skiff was pulled up under the laboured quarter of the bark. "Aye, aye," responded a voice from above. "Ish that Captain Jowler I hearsh?" "Hilloo! Who's there?" interrogated someone on the quarter deck, and the moment after the sallow face of Captain Amenadab Jowler presented itself at the gangway. "Ah, Mr. Jessuron. That you, eh? Determined to have Fust peep at my blackies? Well, fust, Kim. Fust served. That's my rule. Glad to see you, old fella. How do you? Fust rate. I hopsht you're the same yourself, Captain Jowler. How ish you for cargo? Fine, old boy. Got a prime lot this time. All sizes, colors, and sexes, too. Ha! You can pick and choose to suit yourself. I reckon, come, climb aboard and squint your eye over 'em. The slave merchant, thus invited, caught hold of the rope ladder, let down for his accommodation, and scrambling up the ship's side with the agility of an old ape, stepped upon the deck of the slaver. After some moments spent in handshaking and other forms of gratulation, proving that the trader and merchant were old friends, and as thick as two thieves could possibly be, the latter fixed the goggles more firmly on the ridge of his nose and commenced his inspection of the cargo. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 1, Chapter 7. The Foolah Prince. On the quarterdeck of the slaver, and near the companion, stood a man of unique appearance, differing not only from the whites who composed the crew, but also from the blacks and browns who constituted the cargo. His costume, attitude, and some other trivial circumstances proclaimed him as belonging neither to one nor the other. He had just stepped up from the cabin and was lingering upon the quarterdeck. Having the entree of the first and the privilege of remaining upon the second, he could not be one of the bales of this human merchandise, and yet both costume and complexion forbade the supposition that he was of the slaver's crew. Both denoted an African origin, though his features were not of a marked African type. Rather were they Asiatic, or, more correctly, Arabian, but in some respects differing also from Arab features. In truth, they were almost European, but the complexion again negatived the idea that the individual in question belonged to any of the nationalities of Europe. His hue was that of a light Florentine bronze, with a tinge of chestnut. He appeared to be about 18 or 19 years of age, with a person well proportioned, and possessing the following characteristics: a fine arched eyebrow, spanning an eye full and rotund, a nose slightly aquiline, thin, well-modeled lips, white teeth, whiter from contrast with the dark shading on the upper lip, and over all an ample chevelure of jet-black hair, slightly curling, but not at all woolly. In nothing did he differ more from the dark-skinned helots of the hold than in his costume, while none of these had any clothing upon their bodies, or next to none. He, on the contrary, was splendidly apparelled, his face, throat, arms, and limbs, from the knee to the ankle, being the only parts not covered by a garment. A sort of sleeveless tunic of yellow satin, with a skirt that just reached below his knees, was bound around his waist by a scarf of crimson China crepe, the ends of which, hanging still lower, were adorned with a fringe-work of gold. Over the left shoulder rested loosely another scarf of blue burnous cloth, concealing the arm over which it hung, while half hidden beneath its draping could be perceived a scimitar, in its richly chased scabbard, with a hilt of carved ivory, a turban on the head, and sandals of Kordofan leather upon the feet, completed his costume. Notwithstanding the Asiatic character of the dress, and the resemblance of the wearer to those East Indians known as Lascars, he was a true African, though not of the type which we usually associate with the word, and which suggests a certain Negroism of features. He was one of a people entirely distinct from the Negro, the great nation of the Foolahs, Falatas, that race of shepherd warriors whose country extends from the confines of Darfur to the shores of the Atlantic, the lords of Succatu and Timbuktu, those fanatic followers of the false prophet who conspired the death of Laing and murdered Mungo Park upon the Quora. Of such race was the individual who stood on the quarterdeck of the slaver. He was not alone. 3 or 4 others were around him, who also differed from the wretched creatures in the hold, but their dresses of more common material, as well as other circumstances, told that they were his inferiors in rank, in short, his attendants. The humble mien with which they regarded him, and the watchful attention to his every look and gesture, proclaimed the habitual obedience to which they were accustomed, while the turbans which they wore, and their mode of salutation, the salam, told of an obeisance, oriental and Slavish. To the richness of the young man's attire was added a certain haughtiness of mien that proclaimed him a person of rank, perhaps the chieftain of some African tribe. And such in reality he was, a Foolah prince, from the banks of the Senegal. There neither his presence nor appearance would have attracted more than passing observation, but here, on the western side of the Atlantic, on board a slave ship, both required explanation. It was evident that he was not in the same category with his unfortunate countrymen, between decks, doomed to perpetual captivity. There were no signs that he had been treated as a captive, but the contrary. How, then, was his presence on board the slave bark to be accounted for? Was he a passenger? In what relationship did he stand to the people who surrounded him? Such, though differently worded, were the interrogatories put by the slave merchant as, returning from the foredeck after completing his inspection of the cargo, his eyes for the first time fell upon the young Falata. "Bless me stars, Captain Jowler," he cried, holding up both hands and looking with astonishment at the turbaned individuals on the quarterdeck. "Bless me stars," he repeated. "What is all this? So help me God, these fellows are not slaves, are they?" "No, Mr. Jessuron, no, they ain't slaves. Not all of 'em ain't. That 'ere fine fellow in silk and satin, heir of a owner of slaves himself. He air a prince." "What does you say, Captain Jowler? A prince? Ye ain't 'stonished at that, air ye? 'Tain't the first time I've had an African prince for a passenger. This year's His Royal Highness the Prince Singes, son of the Grand Sultan of Futa Toro. The other fellows you see there, by him are his attendants, courtiers as waits on him. That with the yellow turban's gold stick, him in blue's silver stick, and to other fellows groom the chamber, I suppose." "Sultan of Futa Toro," exclaimed the slave merchant, still holding up the blue umbrella in surprise. "King of the Cannibal Islands. Aha, a good shout, Captain Jowler. But serious, mine friend, what for hash you tricked them out in this way? They won't fetch a joey more in the market for all these fine feathers. See us, Mr. Jessuron, they're not for the market. I swear to you the feller's a real African prince." "African fiddlestick," echoed the slave merchant with an incredulous shrug. Come, worthy cap'n, what's you the masquerade about?" "Not a bit of that, old feller. Sure, ye the nigger's a prince, and my passenger, nothing more or less." "Sha help you got, is it so?" "So help me that," emphatically replied the skipper. "It's just as I've told ye, Mr. Jessuron." "Bless me soul, a passenger, you say?" "Yes, and he's paid his passage too, like a prince as he is." "But what's his business here in Jamaica?" "Ah, that's altogether a curious story, Mr. Jessuron. You'll hardly guess his business, I reckon. Let's hear it, friend Jowler." "Well, then, the story is this. About 12 months ago, an army of Mindigos attacked the town of old Foolah, and, among other plunder, carried off one of his daughters, own sister to the young feller you see there. They sold her to a West India trader, who, in course, brought the girl over here to some of the islands. Which one ain't known. Old Foolah, like the rest of 'em, thinks the slaves are all fetched to one place, and as he's half beside himself 'bout the loss of this girl, she wore his favourite, and a sort of a court belle among 'em. He sent the brother to search her out and get her back from whoever has purchased her on this side. There's the whole story for you." The expression that had been gathering on the countenance of the Jew while this relation was being made to him indicated something more than a common interest in the tale, something beyond mere curiosity. At the same time, he seemed as if trying to conceal any outward sign of emotion by preserving, as much as possible, the rigidity of his features. "Bless my soul!" he exclaimed, as the skipper had concluded. "As I live, a wonderful story. But how is he ever to find his sister? He might as well look for a needle in a haystack." "Why, that's true enough," replied the slave skipper. "As for that," he added, with an air of stoical indifference, "'tain't no business of mine. My affair he's been to carry the young feller across the Atlantic, and I'm willing to take him back on the same terms, and at the same price, if he can pay it." "Did he pay you a good price?" inquired the Jew, with evident interest in the answer. "He paid like a prince, as I've told you. Do you see that batch of yellow bandigos by the windlass yonder? Yes, 40 there all told. When? 20 on him I'm to have for fetching him across. Cheap enough, ain't it? Dirt cheap, friend Jowler. The other 20? They are his'n. He's brought 'em with him to swap for his sister, when he finds her. Ah, yes, if he finds the girl. In course, if he finds her." "Ah," exclaimed the Jew, with a significant shrug of his shoulders, "that will not be an easy business, Captain Jowler." "By Christopher Columbus, old fellow," said the trader, apparently struck with an idea. "Now I think of it, you might gie him some help in the finding of her. I know no man more likely than yourself to be able to pilot him. You know everybody in the island, I reckon. No doubt he will pay you well for your trouble. I'm rather anxious he should succeed. King Foolah is one of my best sources of supply, and if the girl could be found and took back, I know the old nigger would do the handsome to me on my next trip to the coast. Well, worthy captain, I don't know that there's any hope, and won't hold out any to His Royal Highness, to the Prince. I'm not as able to get about as I used to was, but I'll try my best for you. As you say, I might do something towards putting him in the way. Well, we'll talk it over, but let us first settle our other business, or all the world will be aboard. 20, you say, are his? 20 of them mandigos, Has she anything besides? In cash? No, not a red cent. Men and women are the dollars of his country. He has the 4 attendants, you see. They are his slaves like the others. 24 then in all. Bless my soul, what a lucky fellow is this prince. Maybe I can do something for him, but we can talk it over in the cabin, and I'm ready for something to drink, worthy Jowler. Ah, he exclaimed, as on turning round he perceived the group of girls before mentioned. Bless my soul, some likely wenches, just the sort for chambermaids, added he, with a villainously significant look. How many of that kind hast you got, good Jowler? About a dozen, jocularly responded the skipper. Some splendid breeders among 'em, if you want any for that business. I may. Gad, it's a valuable cargo, one thing with another. Well, let us go below, added he, turning towards the companion. What's in your locker? I must have a drink before I can do business. Likely wenches. Gad, a valuable cargo. Smacking his lips and snapping his fingers as he talked, the old reprobate descended the companion stairway, the captain of the slaver following close behind him. We know not, except by implication, the details of the bargaining that took place below. The negotiation was a secret one, as became the nature of any transaction between two such characters as a slave dealer and a slave stealer. It resulted, however, in the purchase of the whole cargo, and in so short a time that just as the sun sank into the sea, the gig, cutter, and longboat of the slaver were lowered into the water, and under the darkness of the night the bales were transported to the shore, and landed in the little cove whence the skiff of the slave merchant had put out. Amongst them were the 20 Mandingoes, the attendants of the prince, and the wenches, designed for improving the breed on Jessuron's plantation, for the slave merchant was also a land proprietor and planter. The skiff was seen returning to the shore, a cable's length in the wake of the other boats. Now, however, a 4th personage appeared in it, seated in the stern, face to face with the owner. The gaily colored costume, even in the darkness, shining over the calm, shadowy surface of the sea, rendered it easy to recognize this individual as the Foolah prince. The wolf and the lamb were sailing in the same boat. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Section 8. A Handsome Offer. Read by tjfria. On the day after the slave ship had landed her cargo, and at an early hour in the morning, Mr. Vaughan, looking from the front window of his house, perceived a solitary horseman approaching by the long avenue. As the stranger drew nearer, the animal he bestrode appeared gradually to transform itself into a mule, and the rider was seen to be an old gentleman in a blue coat, with metal buttons and ample outside pockets, under which were breeches and top boots, both sullied by long wear, a damaged brown beaver hat upon his head, with the edge of a white cotton skull-cap showing beneath it, green goggles upon the nose, and a large blue umbrella instead of a whip, grasped in the right hand, enabled Mr. Vaughan to identify one of his nearest neighbors, the pen-keeper Jacob Jessuron, who, among other livestock, was also known as an extensive speculator in slaves. "The old Jew," muttered Mr. Vaughan, with an accent that betokened a certain degree of discontent. "What can he want at this early hour? Some slave stock for sale, I suppose. That looked like a trader I saw yesterday in the offing, and he's sure to have had a lot or two out of her. Well, he won't find a market here. Fortunately, I'm stocked. Mornin', Mr. Jessuron," continued he, hailing his visitor as the latter dismounted by the bottom of the stairway. "As usual, you are early abroad. Business, eh?" "Ach, yes, Mr. Vaughan. Business must be minded. A poor man like me can't afford to sleep late. These hard times. Ha ha, poor man indeed. That's a capital joke, Mr. Jessuron. Come in. Have you breakfasted?" "Yes, thanks, Mr. Vaughan," replied the Jew as he climbed up the steps. "I always breakfast at 6. "Oh, that is early. A glass of swizzle, then." "Thanks, Mr. Vaughan. You is very kind. A glass of swizzle will be better as anything else. It's warm this morning." The swizzle, a mixture of rum, sugar, water, and lime juice, was found in a large punch bowl that stood upon the sideboard, with a silver ladle resting across the rim, and glasses set around it. This is a standing drink in the dwelling of a Jamaica planter, a fountain that may be said never to go dry or, at all events, renewed as soon as exhausted. Stepping up to the sideboard, where he was attended to by a black butler, the pen-keeper briskly quaffed off a tumbler of the swizzle, and then smacking his lips and adding the observation, "'Tis good," he returned towards the window, where a chair had been placed for him beside the one already occupied by his host. The visitor removed his beaver hat, though the white skull cap, not even clean, was still permitted to keep its place upon his head. Mr. Vaughan was a man possessed of considerable courtesy, or at least an affectation of it. He remained silent, therefore, politely waiting for his guest to initiate the conversation. "Well, Mr. Vaughan," began the Jew, "I has come over to see you on a small business. A very small business it is, scarcely worth troubling you about." Here the speaker hesitated, as if to put some proposition into shape. "Some black stock for sale, eh? I think I've heard that a cargo came in yesterday. You got part, I suppose?" Yes. I bought a small lot, a very small lot. I hadn't the moneys to buy more. So help me God, the slaves is getting so dear as I can't afford to buy. This talk about stopping the trade is like to ruin us all. Don't you think so, Mr. Vaughan? Oh, as for that, you needn't fear. If the British government should pass the bill, the law will be only a dead letter. They could never guard the whole of the African coast. No, nor that of Jamaica neither. I think, Mr. Jessuron, you would still contrive to land a few bales, eh? Ach, no, Mr. Vaughan. Dear, oh dear, no. I shouldn't venture against the laws. If the trade is to be stopped, I must give up the business. Slaves would be too dear for a poor Jewish man like me to deal in. So help me. Yes, they're too dear as it is. Oh, that's all nonsense about their getting dearer. It's very well for you to talk so, Mr. Jessuron. You have some to sell, I presume. Not now, Mr. Vaughan, not now. Possible I may have a small lot to dispose in a day or two, but just now I haven't a single head ready for the market. This morning I want to buy instead of sell. To buy from me, do you mean? Yes, Mr. Vaughan, if you're disposed to sell. Come, that's something new, neighbor Jessuron. I know you're always ready for a trade, but this is the first time I've ever heard of you buying slaves on a plantation. Well, the truth is, Mr. Vaughan, I hash a customer who wants a likely wench for waiting at his table. There's none among my stock he thinks good enough for his purpose. I was thinking you hash got one. If you could spare her, that would suit him nicely. Which do you mean? I mean that young Foolah wench hash sold you last year, just after crop time. Oh, the girl Yola. Yes, I think that was her name. As you had her dirt cheap, I don't mind giving you something on your bargain. Say £10 currency. Pah, 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 replied the planter with a deprecating shrug. That would never do, even if I meant to sell the girl, but I have no wish to part with her. Say 20 then. Nor twice 20, neighbour. I wouldn't under any circumstances take less than £200 for that girl. She has turned out a most valuable servant. £200, interrupted the Jew, starting up in his chair. Ah, Mr. Vaughan, there's not a black wench in the island worth half the money. £200. Bless my soul, that is a price. I wish I could sell some of my stock at that price. I'd be glad to give any two I hash for £200. Why, Mr. Jessuron, I thought you said just now slaves were getting very dear. Dear, yes, but that is doublish dear. So help me God. You don't mean it, Mr. Vaughan. But I do mean it, and even if you were to offer me 200, don't say more about it, said the slave merchant, hurriedly interrupting the hypothetical speech. Don't say more. I agrees to give it. £200. Bless my stars, it'll make a bankrupt of me. No, it will not do that, since I cannot agree to take it. Not take £200? No, nor twice that sum. God help us. Mr. Vaughan, you is surely shoken. Why would you not take 200? I hash the money in my pocket. I am sorry to disappoint you, neighbor, but the fact is I could not sell the girl Yola at any price without the consent of my daughter, to whom I have given her. Miss Vaughan? Yes, she is her maid, and I know that my daughter is very fond of her. It is not likely she would consent to the girl's being sold. But, Mr. Vaughan, you surely don't let your daughter shan't between you and a good bargain. £200 is big monish, cash too's. The wench is not worth half as much, and for myself, I wouldn't give half, but I don't want to disappoint a good customer, who's not so particular as to price. Your customer fancies the girl, eh? Said Mr. Vaughan, glancing significantly at his guest. She is very good-looking, no wonder, but if that be the reason for his wanting to buy her, I may as well tell you, I should myself not be inclined to part with her, and as for my daughter, if she suspected such a purpose, all the money you've got, Mr. Jessuron, wouldn't reach the price of Yola. So help me God, Mr. Vaughan, you're mistaken. The customer I speak of never set his eyes on a wench. The customer I speak of never set his eyes on the wench. It's only a waiting maid he wants for his table, and I thought of her, as she's just what he describes. How do you know that Miss Vaughan might not consent to let her go? I promised to get her another young girl as good or better as Yola. Well, replied the planter after a moment's reflection, and apparently tempted by the handsome offer, since you seem so determined upon buying the wench, I'll consult my daughter about it, but I can hold out very little hope of success. I know that she likes this young Foolah. I have heard that the girl was some king's daughter in her own country, and I am as good as certain Kate won't consent to her being sold." "Not if you wished it, Mr. Vaughan?" "Oh, if I insisted upon it, of course. But I give my daughter a promise not to part with the girl against her wish, and I never break my word, Mr. Jessuron, not to my own child." With this rather affected profession, the planter walked out of the room, leaving the slave merchant to his reflections. "May the diffil strike me dead if that man isn't mad," soliloquized the Jew, when left to himself. "Stark, staring mad. Refuse £200 for a she-wench as brown as a coconut. Bless me stars." "As I told you, Mr. Jessuron," said the planter, re-entering the hall, "my daughter is inexorable. Yola cannot be sold." "Good morning, Mr. Vaughan," said the slave merchant, taking up his hat and umbrella and making for the door. "Good morning, sir. I hash no other business today." Then, putting on his hat and grasping his umbrella, with an air of spitefulness he was unable to conceal, he hurried down the stone steps, scrambled upon the back of his mule, and rode away in sullen silence. "Unusually free with his money this morning," the planter said, looking after him. "Some shabby scheme, I have no doubt. Well, I suppose I have thwarted it. Besides, I am glad of an opportunity of disobliging the old curmudgeon. Many's the time he has done as much for me." End of section 8. Section 9 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 9. Judith Jessuron. In the most unamiable of tempers did the slave speculator ride back down the avenue. So out of sorts was he at the result of his interview that he did not think of unfolding his blue umbrella to protect himself from the hot rays of the sun, now striking vertically downward. On the contrary, he used the parapluie for a very different purpose, every now and then belaboring the ribs of his mule with it, as if to rid himself of his spleen by venting it on the innocent mongrel. Nor did he go in silence, although he was alone. In a kind of involuntary soliloquy he kept muttering, as he rode on, long strings out of phrases denunciatory of the host whose roof he had just quitted. The daughter, too, of that host came in for a share of his muttered denunciations, which at times assumed the form of a menace. Part of what he said was spoken distinctly and with emphasis. "The dust off my shoes, Loftus Vaughan, I flingish back to you. Got for damsh. There was a time when you would be glad for my £200, not for any moneys. Bosh, grand lady, Miss Kate, Miss Quashie. Ha, I knowish a thing. I knows a little thing. Some day, maybe, yourself sell for less ash £200. Ach, I not grudge twice the moneys to see that day. The dust off my shoes to both of yous," he repeated, as he cleared the gate entrance, "is off your grounds now, and if I hash you here, I say you something of my mind. Something ash make you sell your wench for less as £200. I do so. Sometime, please, God. Ach. Uttering this last exclamation with a prolonged aspirate, he raised himself erect in his stirrups, and, half turning his mule, shook his umbrella in a threatening manner towards Mount Welcome, his eye accompanying the action with a glance that expressed some secret but vindictive determination. As he faced back into the road, another personage appeared upon the scene, a female equestrian, who, trotting briskly up, turned her horse and rode along by his side. She was a young girl, or rather a young woman, a bright, beautiful creature, who appeared an angel by the side of that demon-like old man. She had evidently been waiting for him at the turning of the road, and the air of easy familiarity, with the absence of any salutation as they met, told that they had not long been separated. Who was this charming equestrian? A stranger would have asked this question, while his eye rested upon the object of it with mingled feelings of wonder and admiration. Admiration at such rare beauty, wonder at beholding it in such rude companionship. It was a beauty that need not be painted in detail. The forehead of noble arch, the scimitar-shaped eyebrows of ebon blackness, the dark brown flashing pupils, the piquant prominence of the nose, with its spiral curving nostrils, were all characteristics of Hebraic beauty, a shrine before which both Muslim and Christian have ofttimes bent the knee in humblest adoration. 20 cycles have rolled past, 20 centuries of outrage, calumny, and wrong, housed in low haunts, pillaged and persecuted, oft driven to desperation, rendered roofless and homeless. Still, amid all, and in spite of all, lovely are Judah's dark-eyed daughters, fair as when they dance to the music of cymbal and timbrel, or, to the accompaniment of the golden-stringed harp, sang the lays of a happier time. Here in a new world, and canopied under an occidental sky, had sprung up a very type of Jewish beauty, for never was daughter of Judah lovelier than the daughter of Jacob Jessuron, she who was now riding by his side. A singular contrast did they present as they rode together, this fair maid and that harsh-featured, ugly old man, unlike as the rose to its parent thorn. Sad, are we to say, that the contrast was only physical morally. It was like father, like daughter. In external form, Judith Jessuron was an angel. In spirit, and we say it with regret, she was the child of her father, devilish as he. "A failure?" said this fair she, taking the initiative. "Pa, I needn't have asked you. It's clear enough from your looks. Though, certes, that beautiful countenance of yours is not very legible an index to your thoughts. What say Vanity Vaughan? Will he sell the girl?" "No, as I expected. So help me, he won't. How much did you bid for her?" "Ach, ish ashamed to tell you, Judith." "Come, old rabbi, you needn't be backward before me. How much?" £200. £200? Well, that is a high figure. If what you've told me be true, his own daughter isn't worth so much. Ha! Hush, Judith, dear, don't speak of that. For your life don't speak of it. You may spoil some planch I hash about her. "Have no fear, good father. I never spoiled any plan of yours yet, have I?" "No, no, you hash been a good child, my daughter, a good child. So help me God, you hash." "But tell me, Why would the custos not sell? He likes money almost as well as yourself. 200 pounds is a large price for this copper-coloured wench, quite double what she's worth. Ah, Judith, dear, it was not Vaughan himself that refused it. Who then? This very daughter you speak of. She? Exclaimed the young Jewess, with a curl of the lip and a contemptuous twist of her beautiful nostril, that all at once changed her beauty into very ugliness. She, you say? I wonder what next. The conceited must-he? Herself no better than a slave. Stop, Judith, interrupted the Jew with a look of uneasiness. Keep that to yourself, my child. Say no more about it, at least not now, not now. The trees may have ears. The burst of angry passion hindered the fair Judith from making rejoinder, and for some moments father and daughter rode on in silence. The latter was the first to recommence the conversation. "You are foolish, good father," said she, "absurdly foolish." "Why, Judith?" "Why? In offering to buy this girl at all." "Aye, what would you say?" inquired the old Jew, as if the interrogatory had been an echo to his own thoughts. "What would you say?" "I would say that you are silly, old Rabbi Jacob, and that's what I do say." "My soul, what does you mean, Judith?" "Why, dear and worthy papa, you're not always so dull of comprehension. Answer me, what do you want the Foolah for?" "Ah, you know what I wants her for. This prince will give his 20 mandingos for her. There is no doubt but that she's his sister. 20 good strong mandingos, worth 200 pounds. Bless my soul, it's a fortune." "Well, and if it is a fortune, what then?" "If it is, by our fathers, you talk of 200 pounds as if moneys was dirt." "My worthy parent, you misunderstand me." "Misunderstand you, Judith?" "You do. I have more respect for 200 pounds than you give me credit for. So much as that I advise you to get it." "Get it? Why, daughter, that is just what I am trying to do." "Aye, and you've gone about it in such a foolish fashion that you run a great risk of losing it." "And how would you have me go about it, mein Judith?" "By taking it." The slave merchant suddenly jerked upon the bridle and pulled his mule to a stand, as he did so darting towards his daughter a look half puzzled, half penetrating. "Good father Jacob," continued she, halting at the same time, "you are not wont to be so dull-witted. While waiting for you at the gate of this pompous sugar planter, I could not help reflecting, and my reflections led me to ask the question, what on earth had taken you to this house?" "And what answer did you find, Judith?" "Oh, not much. Only that you went upon a very idle errand." "Yes, it has been an idle errand. I did not get what I went for." "And what matters if you didn't?" "Matters it? 20 mandingos matters a great deal. 200 pounds currency. That is what it matters, Judith, mine darling. Not the paring of a mandingo's toenail, my paternal friend." "Ach, what say you, mine wise Judith?" "What say I? Simply that these mandingos might as well have been yours without all this trouble. They may be yet, aye, and their master too, if you desire to have a prince for your slave. I do." "Speak out, Judith. I don't understand you." "You will presently. Didn't you say just now that Captain Jowler has reasons for not coming ashore? Captain Jowler? He would rather land in the Cannibal Islands than in Montego Bay. Well, Judith? Rabbi Jessuron, you weary my patience. For the Foolah prince, as you say he is, you are answerable only to Captain Jowler. Captain Jowler comes not ashore. True. It is true, assented the Jew, with a gesture that signified his comprehension of these preliminary premises. Who, then, is to hinder you from doing as you please in the matter of these mandingos? Wonderful Judith! Exclaimed the father, throwing up his arms and turning upon his daughter a look of enthusiastic admiration. Wonderful Judith! Just the very thing. Bless my soul, and I never thought of it. Well, father, luckily it's not too late. I have been thinking of it. I knew very well that Kate Vaughan would not part with the girl Yola. I told you she wouldn't, but, by the by, I hope you've said nothing of what you wanted her for. If you have, not a word, Judith, not a word. Then no one need be a word to the wiser. As to Captain Jowler, Jowler daren't show his face in the bay. That's why he landed his cargo on the coast. Besides, there was an understanding between him and me. He doesn't care what is done with the prince, not he. Anyhow, he'll be gone away in 24 hours. Then in 24 hours the mandingos may be yours, prince, attendants, and all. But time is precious, Papa. We had better hasten home at once, and strip His Royal Highness of those fine feathers before some of our curious neighbors come in and see them. People will talk scandal, you know. As for our worthy overseer, Ravener, he knows all about it. I was obliged to tell him as we landed. Of course you were, and it will cost you a mandingo or two to keep his tongue tied. That it will. For the rest, there need be no difficulty. It won't matter what these savages may say for themselves. Fortunately, there's no scandal in a black man's tongue. Wonderful, Judith! Again exclaimed the admiring parent. My precious daughter, you are worth your weight in golden goons. You are worth your weight in golden guineas. 24 slaves for nothing, and one of them a born prince. 2,000 currency, bless my soul. It is a splendid profit, worth a whole year's buying and selling. And with this honest reflection, the slave merchant hammered his mule into a trot, and followed his precious Judith, who had already given the whip to her horse, and was riding rapidly homeward. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. The Sea Nymph. On the third day after the slaver had cast anchor in the Bay of Montego, a large square-rigged vessel made her appearance in the offing, and, heading shoreward, with all sail set, stood boldly in for the harbour. The Union Jack of England, spread to the breeze, floated freely above her taffrail, and various boxes, bales, trunks, and portmanteaus that could be seen on her deck, brought up for debarkation, as well as the frank, manly countenance of the sailors who composed her crew, proclaimed the ship to be an honest trader. The lettering upon her stern thought that she was the Sea Nymph of Liverpool. Though freighted with a cargo of merchandise, and in reality a merchantman, the presence of board of several individuals in the costume of landsmen denoted that the sea nymph also accommodated passengers. The majority of these were West India planters, with their families, returning from a visit to the mother country. Their sons, perhaps, after graduating at an English university, and their daughters on having received their final polish at some fashionable metropolitan seminary. Here and there, an attorney, a constituent element of West Indian society, though not necessarily, as the title suggests, a real limb of the law. Of the latter, there might have been one or two, with a like number of unpracticed disciples of Aesculapius, both lawyer and doctor bent on seeking fortune, and with fair prospects of finding it in a land notorious for crime as unwholesome in clime. These, with a sprinkling of nondescripts, made up the list of the sea nymph's cabin passengers. Among these nondescripts was one of peculiarity sufficiently distinctive to attract attention. A single glance at this personage satisfied you that you looked upon a London cockney, at the same time a West End exquisite of the very purest water. He was a young man who had just passed the 21st anniversary of his birth, although the indulgence of youthful dissipation had already brushed the freshness from his features, giving them the stamp of greater age. In complexion he was fair, preeminently so, with hair of a light yellowish hue that presented the appearance of having been artificially curled, and slightly darkened by the application of some perfumed oil. The whiskers and moustache were nearly of the same color, both evidently cultivated with an elaborate assiduity that proclaimed excessive conceit in them of the part of their owner. The eyebrows were also of the lightest shade, but the hue of the eyes was not so easily told, since one of them was kept habitually closed, while a glancing lens, in a frame of tortoise shell, hindered a fair view of the other. Through the glass, however, it appeared of a greenish grey, and decidedly piggish. The features of this individual were regular enough, though without any striking character, and of a cast rather effeminate than vulgar. Their prevailing expression was that of a certain superciliousness, at times extending to an affectation of sardonism. The dress of the young man was in correspondence with the foppery exhibited in the perfumed locks and eyeglass. It consisted of a surtout of broadcloth, of a very light draught, with a cape that scarce covered the shoulders, a white beaver hat, vest and pants of spotless half kerseymere, kid gloves on his hands, and boots, light as lacquer could make them, on his feet. These items of apparel, made in a style of fashion and worn with an air of savoir-faire, loudly proclaimed the London fop of the time. The affected drawl in which the gentleman spoke, whenever he condescended to hold communion with his fellow passengers, confirmed this character. Notwithstanding a certain ill-disguised contempt with which he was regarded by some of his fellow voyagers, not a few treated him with a marked deference, and the obeisance paid him by the steward and cabin boys of the sea nymph gave evidence of his capability to bestow a liberal largesse. And such capability did he possess, for Mr. Montague Smithje, the individual in question, was a youth of good family and fortune, the latter consisting of a magnificent sugar estate in Jamaica, left him by a deceased relative, to visit which was the object of his voyage. The estate he had never seen, as this was his first trip across the Atlantic, but he had no reason to doubt the existence of the property. The handsome income which it had afforded him during several years of his minority, and which had enabled him to live in magnificent style in the most fashionable circles of London society, was a substantial proof that Montagu Castle, such was the name of the estate, was something more than a castle in the air. During his minority, the estate had been managed by a trustee resident in the island, one Mr. Vaughan, himself a sugar planter, whose plantation adjoined that of Montagu Castle. Mr. Smithje had not come over the water with any intention of setting upon his Jamaica estate. Such an idea, to use his own phraseology, never entered my brain. To exchange London and its precious for a residence among these hot-air niggers, no, I could never think of such a voluntary banishment. That would be a bow, a decided bow. A more trip to see something of the tropics, of which I've heard such extraordinary stories. Have a look at my sugar plantation, and the damned niggers. Besides, I have a strong desire to take a squint at these curly creatures, who are said to be so dossier pretty, ha ha! After such fashion did Mr. Montagu Smithje explain the purpose of his voyage to such of his fellow passengers as chanced to take an interest in it. There were but few travellers in the steerage of the Sea Nymph. They who are compelled to adopt that irksome mode of voyaging across the Atlantic have but little errand to the West Indies, or elsewhere to tropical lands, where labour is monopolized by the thews and sinews of the slave. Only 3 or 4 of this class had found accommodation on board the Sea Nymph, and yet among these humble voyagers was one destined to play a conspicuous part in our story. The individual in question was a young man, in appearance of the same age as Mr. Montagu Smithje, though differing from the latter in almost everything else. In stature, he was what is termed middle height, with limbs well set and rounded, denoting activity and strength. His complexion, though not what is termed brunette, was dark for a native of Britain, though such was he. His features were nobly defined, and his whole countenance sufficiently striking to attract the attention of even an indifferent observer. Dark brown eyes and hair of light color curling jauntily over his cheeks were characteristic points of gracefulness, and, take him all in all, he was what might justly be pronounced a handsome young fellow. The garments he wore were his best, put on for the first time during the voyage, and for the grand occasion of landing. A dark blue tunic frock, faced with black braid, skirting down over a pair of close-fitting tights, and Hessian boots, gave him a rather distingué air, notwithstanding a little threadbarishness apparent along the seams. The occupation in which the young man was engaged betrayed a certain degree of refinement. Standing near the windlass, in the blank leaf of a book, which appeared to be his journal, he was sketching the harbour into which the ship was about to enter, and the drawing exhibited no inconsiderable degree of artistic skill. For all that, the sketcher was not a professional artist. Professionally, indeed, and to his misfortune, he was nothing. A poor scholar, without trick or trade by which he might earn a livelihood. He had come out to the West Indies, as young men go to other colonies, with that sort of indefinite hope that fortune, in some way or other, might prove kinder abroad than she had been at home. Whatever hopes of success the young colonist might have entertained, they were evidently neither sanguine nor continuous, though naturally of a cheerful spirit, as his countenance indicated. A close observer might have detected a shadow stealing over it at intervals. As the ship drew near to the shore, he closed the book and stood scanning the gorgeous picture of tropical scenery, now, for the first time, disclosed to his eyes. Despite the pleasant emotions which so fair a scene was calculated to call forth, his countenance betrayed anxiety, perhaps a doubt as to whether a welcome awaited him in that lovely land upon which he was looking. Only a few moments had he been thus occupied, when a strange voice falling upon his ear caused him to turn towards the speaker, in whom he recognized the distinguished cabin passenger, Mr. Montague Smithje. As this gentleman had voyaged all the way from Liverpool to Jamaica without once venturing to set his foot across the line which separates the sacred precincts of the quarter from the more plebeian forward deck, his presence by the windlass might have been a matter of surprise. A circumstance, however, explained it. It was the last hour of the voyage. The Sea Nymph was just heading into the harbor, and the passengers of all degrees had rushed forward in order to obtain a better view of the glorious landscape unfolding itself before their eyes, notwithstanding his often expressed antipathy to the abominable smell of tow. It was but natural that Mr. Smithje should yield to the general curiosity, and go forward among the rest. Having gained an elevated standpoint upon the top of the windlass, he had adjusted the glass to his eye, and commenced ogling the landscape, now near enough for its details to be distinguished. Not for long, however, did Mr. Smithje remain silent. He was not one of a saturnine habit. The fair scene was inspiring him with a poetical fervor, which soon found expression in characteristic speech. "Du ser pretty, pon honor," he exclaimed, "would make a splendid dog scene for a theatre. Don't you think so, my good friend?" The person thus appealed to chanced to be the young steerage passenger, who, during the long voyage, had abstained from going abaft of the mainmast with as much scrupulousness as Mr. Smithje had observed about venturing forward. Hence, it was that the voice of the exquisite was as strange to him, as if he had never set eyes on that illustrious personage. On perceiving that the speech was meant for himself, he was at first a little nettled at its patronizing tone, but the feeling of irritation soon passed away, and he fixed his eyes upon the speaker, with a good-humoured, though somewhat contemptuous expression. "Ah, it is you, my young fellow," continued the exquisite, now for the first time perceiving to whom he had made his appeal. "Oh, indeed, I've often observed you from the quarter-deck. By Jahve, yes, a very strange individual, incomprehensibly strange. May I ask, pardon the liberty, what is bringing you out here to Jamaica, I mean?" "That," replied the steerage passenger, again somewhat nettled at the rather free style of interrogation. "Which is bringing yourself, the good ship Sea Nymph." Ah, indeed, good, very good. But, my dear sir, that is not what I meant." "No?" "No, I assure you, I meant what business brings you here. Perhaps you have some profession?" "No, not any," replied the young man, taking his inclination to retaliate the impertinent style of his interrogator. "A trade, then?" "I am sorry to say I have not even a trade." "No profession? No trade? What does it thou intend doing in Jamaica? Perhaps you expect the situation of bookkeeper on a plantation or nigger driver. Neither, I believe, requires much experience, as I am told the bookkeeper has positively no books to keep. Ha! And surely any fella, however ignorant, might drag a nigger. Is that your expectation, my worthy friend?" "I have no expectation, one way or another," replied the young man, in a tone of careless indifference. "As to the business I may follow out here in Jamaica, that, I suppose, will depend of the will of another." "Another? Ah, who, pray?" "My uncle." "Ah, indeed, you have an uncle in Jamaica, then?" "I have, if he be still alive." You are not sure of that interesting fact? Perhaps you have not heard from him lately? Not for years, replied the young steerage passenger, his poor prospects now having caused him to relinquish the satirical tone which he had assumed. Not for years, repeated he, though I've written him to say that I should come by this ship. Very strange. And pray, may I ask what business your uncle follows? He's a planter, I believe. A sugar planter? Yes, he was so when we last heard from him. Oh, then, perhaps he's with a proprietor? In that case, he may find something for you to do, better than nigger driven. Make you his overseer. May I know your name? Quite welcome to it. Vaughan is my name. Vaughan, repeated the exquisite, in a tone that betrayed some newly awakened interest. Vaughan? Did I understand you to say? Herbert Vaughan, replied the young man, with firmer emphasis. And your uncle's name? He's also called Vaughan. He's my father's brother, or rather was. My father is dead. Not Loftus Vaughan, Esquire, or Mount Welcome? Yes, Loftus Vaughan, my uncle is so called, and Mount Welcome is, I believe, the name of his estate. Very strange, incomprehensibly strange. Do you know, my young fellow, that you and I appear to be making for the same port? Loftus Vaughan of Mount Welcome is the trustee of my own property, the very person to whom I am consigned. Dear me, how does it get strange if you and I should be guests under the same roof? The remark was accompanied by a supercilious glance that did not escape the observation of the young steerage passenger. It was this glance that gave the true signification to the words, which Herbert Vaughan interpreted as an insult. He was on the point of making an angry rejoinder when the exquisite turned abruptly away, as he parted drawling out some words of leave-taking with the presumptive conjecture that they might meet again. Herbert Vaughan stood for a moment looking after him, an expression of high contempt curling upon his lip. Only for a short while, however, did this show itself, and then his countenance resuming its habitual expression of good nature. He descended into the steerage to prepare his somewhat scanty baggage for the debarkation. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Section 11. Loftus Vaughan on the lookout. Every day after that on which he had received the 2 English letters, and almost every hour during daylight, might Loftus Vaughan have been seen, telescope in hand, at one of the front windows of his house, sweeping with his glass the roadstead and offing of Montego Bay. The object of this telescopic observation was that he might descry the sea nymph before she had entered the harbor, in order that his carriage should be at the port to receive the distinguished Smythe on the moment of his landing. At this period there were no steamers trading across the Atlantic, punctual to a day and almost to an hour, though the letter of advice had been written several days before that on which the sea nymph was to sail. There could be no calculation made upon such uncertain data as winds and waves, and the ship which carried Montague Smythe might arrive at any hour. That some distinguished guest was expected was a fact that had become well known to every domestic in the establishment of Mount Welcome. Every day saw some article or articles of costly furniture brought home from the bay, and the chambers of the great house were being freshly decorated to receive them. The house wenches and other indoor servants were furnished with new dresses, some even with liveries, an unusual piece of finery in Jamaica, while shoes and stockings were forced upon feet that perhaps had never felt such impedimenta before, and whose owners would have been only too glad to have escaped the torture of wearing them. It need scarcely be said that the planter was undergoing all this extravagant expenditure for the reception of Mr. Montague Smythe, and him alone. Had it been only his nephew that was expected, no such continuous lookout would have been kept, and no such preparations made to do him honor on his arrival. Neither do Mr. Vaughan's motives require explanation. The reader will ere this have surmised them. He was the father of a daughter ready at any moment for marriage. Mr. Montague Smythe was in his eyes not only an eligible, but highly desirable specimen for a son-in-law. The young man was possessed of a splendid property, as Mr. Vaughan well knew, for the worthy planter was not only Custos Rotalorum, but for many long years had been Custos of Montague Castle, and could tell its value to a shilling currency. It lay contiguous to his own. He had looked with a longing eye upon its broad acres and black retainers, until he had become imbued with a desire, amounting indeed to a passion, to possess it, if not in his own right, at least in that of his daughter. The union of the two estates, Mount Welcome and Montague Castle, would make a magnificent domain, one of the richest in the island. To accomplish this object had long been the wish of Loftus Vaughan. It had grown and grown upon him, till it had become the most cherished purpose of his heart. Let us not conceal a really credible motive that Mr. Vaughan had for desiring this union. He had been too long in Jamaica to be ignorant of the true social position of his daughter. However beautiful and accomplished Kate Vaughan was, however much her father loved her, and to do him justice, his paternal affection was of the strongest, he knew that her mother was a quadroon, and she only a mustee. No matter how little trace there might be of the taint, however imperceptible to the outward eye, he knew that between her and the young gentlemen of his acquaintance, that is, those who would have been eligible, there was still enough to erect a certain social barrier. He knew, moreover, that young Englishmen, especially on their first arrival, make light of this barrier, in fact, altogether disregard it, until corrupted by the society of the island. In his matchmaking designs, the Jamaica planter was not more of a sinner than hundreds of other parents, both at home and abroad, and there is this much in his favor, that perhaps his affection for his daughter, and the desire of ennobling her, for by such an alliance would the taint be extinguished, were the chief motives for the conduct he was pursuing in regard to Montague Smythe. So far Mr. Vaughan's conduct may be excused, but unfortunately the studied courtesy with which he was preparing to receive the Lord of Montague Castle presented a damaging contrast to the discourtesy he had designed for his kinsman. In the latter case both his acts and intentions were paltry beyond parallel. The announcement in the nephew's letter that he had taken a steerage passage had been to his uncle a source of bitter chagrin. Not that he would have cared a whit about the thing had the young fellow voyaged in any other vessel than the Sea Nymph, and had he travelled unrecognized. What troubled Mr. Vaughan was the fear that the relationship might become known to Mr. Montague Smythe, and thus create in the mind of the latter a suspicion of his, the planter's, respectability. The dread of this expose so preyed upon Mr. Vaughan's mind that, had it been possible, he would have denied the relationship altogether. He had conceived a hope that this recognition might not take place during the voyage, building his hope on the character of the aristocratic Cockney, which he knew to be a type of supercilious pride. Confiding in the faith that nothing might transpire on board ship to make Mr. Smythe acquainted with the connection, he was determined there should be no chance on shore. To preclude the possibility of such a thing, he had conceived a design as childish as it was cruel. His nephew was to be kept out of the way. The plan of action he had traced out long before the arrival of the sea nymph. Mr. Montague Smythe was to be met at the landing, and at once hurried off to Mount Welcome. Herbert Vaughan was likewise to be conducted thither, but not direct. A different means of transport was to be provided for him, and on his arrival within the bounds of the plantation, he was to be taken by a private road to the house of the overseer, which stood in a secluded corner of the valley, nearly half a mile distant from the bluff. Here he was to remain as the guest of the latter, until such time as his uncle could find a way of disposing of him, either by procuring some employment for him at Montego Bay, or the situation of bookkeeper on some distant plantation. With this ingenious contrivance did Mr. Vaughan await the arrival of his guests. It was upon the third day after receiving his letters of advice, and near the hour of noon, that the planter, playing as usual with his telescope, perceived in the offing of Montego Bay, and standing in for the port, a large, square-rigged vessel, a ship. It might be the Sea Nymph, and it might not, but taking into consideration some circumstances known to Mr. Vaughan, the probabilities were that it was the expected vessel. Whether or no, the planter was determined that the program he had so ingeniously sketched out should not be spoiled by any mismanagement in the performance, and its execution was ordered upon the instant. Bells were rung for a general muster of the domestics. A horn was sounded to summon the overseer, and in less than half an hour afterwards the family barouche, a handsome equipage, drawn by a pair of splendidly caparisoned horses, was on the road to the bay, with the overseer on horseback, riding as an escort behind it. In rear of this went a wagon, to which 8 large oxen were attached, and behind the wagon appeared an escort, sui generis, a rough negro boy, mounted on the shaggiest of steeds, who was no other than the postboy already mentioned, the identical Quashie. Quashie was not on his usual diurnal duty. His present errand was one of a far more important character, and the duty confided to him of an exceedingly delicate nature. At this hour the great hall of Mount Welcome exhibited a scene that to the eye of a stranger to West Indian customs might have appeared curious enough. Scattered over the floor at certain distances from each other were some 6 or 8 negro girls, or wenches as they are called, most of them being of the younger brood of the plantation blacks. All were down on their knees, each one having by her side, and within reach of her hand, an orange freshly cut in halves, some beeswax, and a portion of the fibrous pericarp of a coconut. The floor itself was without carpet of any kind, but instead of being of plain deal, it presented a mosaic of hardwoods of different colors, among which might be recognized the mahogany and heartwood, the bread-nut and bully tree. To give the tessellated surface a polish was the business of the dark damsels on their knees, and for that purpose were the oranges and cocoa husks provided. To an islander the sight was one of common, indeed daily occurrence. The luster of this hall floor is a matter of pride with the Jamaican planter, as much so as the quality or pattern of his drawing-room carpet to a householder at home. And every day, and at the same hour, the dark-skinned housemaids make their appearance, whose gloss had been tarnished by the revels of the preceding night. The hour set apart for this quaint custom is just before laying the cloth for dinner, about 3 or 4 o'clock, and that she may not sully the polish while carrying in the dishes, the barefooted Abigail adopts a plan that deserves mention on account of its originality. Having provided herself with 2 small pieces of linen or cotton cloth, she spreads them out upon the floor, and then places a foot upon each. As the toes of a West Indian house wench are almost as prehensile as her fingers, she finds no difficulty in cramping the cloth and holding it between the big toe and its nearest neighbor, and with this simple chasseur she is enabled to slide over the floor without in the least degree smouching its gloss, or leaving any sign of her passage over its shining surface. While such a busy scene was transpiring in the great hall of Mount Welcome, one of a different character, but of equal activity, was going on in the kitchen. This office stood a little apart from the main dwelling, communicating with its lower story by a covered gallery. Along this passage, black and yellow wenches could be seen constantly going and returning, each with her load, a haunch of venison, a ham of the wild hog, a turtle, ramier pigeons, and mountain crabs, all on their way to the spit, the stew pan, or the chafing dish. A similar sight might have been witnessed at Mount Welcome any other day in the year, but perhaps with a less abundant variety in the materials, and with not half so much movement among the staff of wenches pertaining to the cuisine, whose excited manner in the performance of their specific duties testified, as much as the variety of luxuries lying around, that on this particular day a repast of the most sumptuous kind was expected from their skill. Their master did not leave these preparations to be made without his own personal surveillance. From the time that the ship had been descried, he was everywhere. In the stable to look after the sable grooms, in the kitchen to instruct the cooks, in the great hall to inspect the polishing of the floor, and at last on the landing outside, standing, telescope to his eye, and looking down the long avenue, where the carriage containing his distinguished visitor might at any moment be expected to make its appearance. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Rodriguez. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Kate and Yola. Occupying one corner of the mansion of Mount Welcome, that which was farthest removed from the din and clangor of the kitchen, was a small chamber, richly and elegantly furnished. The light was admitted into it on 2 sides through lattice windows, that, when open, left a free passage from the floor to a little balcony outside, with which each of the windows was provided. One of these windows looked out to the rearward, commanding a view of the garden and the wooded steep beyond. The other opened to the left side of the house, upon the shrubbery grounds that extended in that direction as far as the foot of the ridge. Even had there been no one within this little chamber, the style and character of its furniture would have told that the person to whom it appertained was of the gentler sex. In one corner stood a bed, with carved posts of yellow lancewood, from which hung what at first sight might have been taken for white muslin curtains, but which, on closer scrutiny, could be seen to be the gauze-like netting of a mosquito bar. The size of the bed told that it was intended for but one individual. Its habitual occupant was therefore unmarried. In the bay of one of the windows stood a dressing table of papier-mâché, inlaid with mother-of-pearl, and upon this was placed a mirror of circular shape on a stand of the finest Spanish mahogany. In front of the mirror was a variety of objects of different forms, among which might be noticed the usual implements of the toilet, which, with many of those eccentric little articles of luxe and virtu, that bespeak the refined presence of woman. Other pieces of furniture in the room were 3 or 4 Chinese chairs, a small marquetry table, a workbox of tortoise-shell veneer on a pedestal of like material, and a little cabinet of ebony wood richly inlaid with buhl. There was neither mantel nor fireplace, the climate of eternal summer precluding all necessity for such fixtures. The window curtains were of a thin, transparent muslin, with a pattern of pink flowering woven into the stuff, and bordered with a fringe of alternate pink and white tassels. A breeze, laden with the perfume of 1,000 flowers, blowing in through the open lattice-work of the jalousies, kept these light hangings almost continually in motion, imparting an aspect of coolness to the chamber. This was further heightened by the glossy smoothness of the hardwood floor, which glistened underfoot like a mirror. No one could have glanced into this little apartment without being struck with its costly yet chaste adornment. Rich and elegant, however, as was the case, it was no more than worthy of the jewel which it was accustomed to contain. It was the bedroom and boudoir of Lily Quashie, the heiress presumptive of Mount Welcome. But few were ever favored with a glance into that luxurious chamber. It was a sacred precinct, into which curious eyes were not permitted to penetrate. Its polished floor was not to be trodden by vulgar feet. With the exception of her father, no man had ever intruded into that virgin shrine, and he, only on rare and extraordinary occasions. Even to the domestics, it was not of free access. Only one, besides its mistress, could enter it unbidden, her brown-skinned handmaid, Yola. On that same day, shortly after the ringing of the bells had announced the arrival of the English ship, and while the dusky domestics were engaged, as described, in their ante-prandial preparations, 2 individuals occupied the chamber in question. One was the young lady to whom the apartment pertained, the other her maid. They were in different attitudes, the mistress seated upon one of the Chinese chairs in front of the window, while the maid was standing behind, occupied in arranging her mistress's hair. The girl was just entering upon her task, if we may so designate that which many might have deemed a pleasure. Already, the complicated machinery of combs and hairpins lay strewed over the table, and the long chestnut-colored tresses hung in luxuriant confusion around those shoulders of snow, in whose velvet-like epidermis there appeared no trace of the taint. Involuntarily the maid ceased from her task, and stood gazing upon her young mistress with a look of instinctive admiration. "Oh, beautiful!" exclaimed she, in a low murmured voice. "You beautiful, missa?" "Tut, Yola, 'tis only flattery of you to say so. You are as beautiful as I. Only your beauty is of a different order. No doubt, in your country, you would be a great belle." "Ah, missa, you belle anywhere. Black man, white man, all think you beautiful, all the same." "Thank you, Yola, but I shouldn't particularly desire to be the object of such universal admiration. For my part, I don't know one male biped in whose eyes I care to appear attractive." "Perhaps missa no so say. When come young bakra from English country?" "Which bakra? There are 2 of them expected from the English country." "Yola no here to come. Massa she here speak of one, only one." "Oh, you've heard speak of one only. Did you hear his name mentioned?" "Yes, he grand man, great lord, Sultan of Mongu. He have other name, Yola hear it, but she no sabi speak it. I don't wonder at that. It's as much as I sabi myself to pronounce that second name, which I presume to be Smidgey? Is that the name you heard? That it, Misa. He very fine gentleman. He beauty man. Masa, he so tell master trusty. Ah, Yola, your master is a man, and men are not always the best judges of one another's looks. Perhaps the Sultan of Mongu, as you call him, might not be such a pattern of perfection as Papa describes him. But no doubt, we shall soon have an opportunity of judging for ourselves. Did you hear your master say nothing about another bakra that is expected? No, Misa Kate. One only he speak of. This same one of Mongu Castle. A low ejaculation, expressive of disappointment, escaped the lips of the young Creole, as she settled down into an attitude of silent reflection, her eyes turned upon the shining floor at her feet. It is not easy to tell why she put the last interrogatory. Perhaps she had some suspicions of her father's plans. At all events, she knew there was some mystery, and was desirous of penetrating it. The maid was still gazing upon her, when all at once the dark Arab-like features of the latter assumed a changed expression, the look of admiration giving place to one of earnest inquiry, as if some strange thought had occurred to her. Allah! Ejaculated she, still keeping her eyes fixed upon the face of her mistress. Well, Yola, said the latter, attracted by the exclamation, and looking up. Why do you call upon Allah? Has anything occurred to you? Oh, beauty Misa, you so like one man. I like a man. I resemble a man. Is that what you mean? Yes, Misa. Never see it before. You very, very like. Well, Yola, you are certainly not flattering me now. Who might this man be? I pray you tell me. He, man of the mountains, Maroon. Oh, worse and worse. I resemble a Maroon? Gracious me, surely you are jesting, Yola. Oh, Misa, he beauty man. Round black eyes that glance like the firefly in the wood. Eyes like yours, very like you eyes, Misa. Come, silly girl, said the young lady, speaking in a tone of reproval, more affected than real. Do you know that it is very naughty of you to compare me to a man, much more to a Maroon? Oh, Misa Kate, he beauty man, very beauty man. That I doubt very much. But even were it so, you should not speak of his resembling me. Me pardon, Misa. I no more so say. No, you had better not, good Yola. If you do, I shall ask Papa to sell you. This was said in a tone of gentle raillery, which told that any intention of carrying out the threat was far from the speaker's thoughts. By the by, Yola, continued the young lady, I could get a good price for you. How much do you suppose I was offered for you the other day? Misa Kate, I know. Allah forbid me you ever leave. If you no more my Misa, I care no more live. Thanks, Yola, said the young Creole, evidently touched by the words of her attendant, the sincerity of which was proved by the tone in which they were spoken. Be not afraid of my parting with you, as proof that I shall not. I refuse the very large sum. How much? Can you guess? Ah, Misa, I worth nothing to no one but you. If you force leave, I be no more happy in this world. Well, there is one who thinks you worth 200 pounds, and has offered that for you. Who, Misa? Why, he who sold you to Papa, Mr. Jessuron. Allah help poor Yola. Oh, Misa Kate, he bad master. He very wicked man. Yola die, Kubina kill her. Yola herself kill rather than she go back to Jew slave dealer. Good Misa, beauty Misa, you no sell you poor slave. The girl fell upon her knees at the feet of her young mistress, with her hands clasped over her head, and for some moments remained in this attitude. "Don't fear my selling you," said the young lady, motioning the suppliant to rise to her feet. "Least of all to him, whom I believe to be what you have styled him, a very wicked man. Have no fear for that. But tell me, what name was that you pronounced just now? Kubina, was it not?" "Yes, Misa, Kubina." "And pray who is Kubina?" The brown maid hesitated before making reply, while the crimson began to show itself on her chestnut-colored cheeks. "Oh, never mind," said her young mistress, noticing her hesitation. "If there's any secret, Yola, I shall not insist upon an answer." "Misa, from you Yola no have secret. Kubina, he mountain man. Maroon." "What? Is he the Maroon I am supposed to resemble?" "True, Misa, he same." "Oh, I see how it is. I suppose that accounts for you thinking me beautiful. This Kubina, no doubt, is a sweetheart of yours?" Yola lowered her eyes without making reply. The crimson appeared in deeper tint through the chestnut. "You need not answer, good Yola," said the young Creole, with a significant smile. "I know what your answer ought to be, if you were to speak your mind. I think I have heard of this Kubina. Have a care, my girl. These Maroons are a very different sort of men from the colored people on the plantations. Like me, he is." And the young beauty glanced quietly at the mirror. "Well, Yola, I'm not angry with you, since it is your sweetheart with whom I am compared. Love, they say, is a wonderful beautifier, and no doubt Master Kubina is, in your eyes, a perfect endymion. Come, girl," added she, coquettishly tossing the chestnut tresses over her shoulders of ivory. "I fear we have been wasting time. If I'm not ready to receive this grand guest, I'll get into trouble with Papa. Go on, and trick me out in a style becoming the mistress of Mount Welcome." With a peal of merry laughter at the air of grandeur she had thus jestingly assumed, the young lady bent down her head, submitting her magnificent chevelure to the manipulation of her maid. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 13. Quashie. In less than half an hour after the brief conversation between Mr. Montague Smythegee and the young steerage passenger, the sea nymph had gotten warped into port and was lying alongside the wharf. A gangway plank was stretched from the shore, and over this men and women of all shades of color, from blonde to ebony black, and of as many different callings, came crowding aboard, while the passengers, sick of the ship and everything belonging to her, hastened to get on shore. Half-naked porters, black, brown, and yellow, commenced wrangling over the luggage, dragging trunks, boxes, and bags in every direction but the right one, and clamoring their gumbo jargon with a volubility that resembled the jabbering of apes. On the wharf appeared a number of wheeled vehicles that had evidently been awaiting the arrival of the ship, not hackneys, as would have been the case in a European port, but private carriages, some of them handsome curricles drawn by a pair and driven by black Jesus in livery, others only gigs with a single horse, or two-wheelers of even an inferior description, according to the wealth or style of the individual for whose transport each had been brought to the port. Wagons, too, with teams of oxen, some having 8 in the yoke, stood near the landing place, waiting for baggage. The naked black drivers lounging silently by the animals, or occasionally calling them by their names, and talking to them, just as if their speeches had been understood. Among the different carriages ranged along the wharf, a handsome barouche appeared conspicuous. It was attached to a pair of cream-colored horses, splendidly caparisoned. A mulatto coachman sat upon the box, shining in a livery of lightest green, with yellow facings, while a footman, in garments of like hue, attended at the carriage step, holding the door for someone to get in. Herbert Vaughan, standing on the foredeck of the Sea Nymph, as yet undecided as to whether he should then go ashore, had noticed this magnificent equipage. He was still gazing upon it when his attention was attracted to two gentlemen, who, having walked direct from the vessel, had just arrived by the side of the carriage. A white servant followed them, and behind were two negro attendants carrying a number of parcels of light luggage. One of the gentlemen and the white servant were easily recognized by Herbert. They were Mr. Montague Smythje and his valet. Herbert now recalled the odd expression made use of, but the moment before by his fellow passenger, that he was co-signed to the proprietor of Mount Welcome. The carriage having received Mr. Montague Smythje, and the footman having mounted the box, leaving the rumble to the English valet, was driven off at full speed. The second gentleman, who appeared to be an overseer, following on horseback as an escort. Herbert watched the receding vehicle until a turn in the road hid it from his view, and then, dropping his eyes towards the deck, he stood for some moments in a reflective attitude, revolving in his mind some thoughts that were far from agreeable. No one there to meet him and bid him welcome. The countenance of the young adventurer became clouded under the influence of this thought, and he stood silently, gazing upon the deck with eyes that saw not. "Sir," said a negro boy, at this moment stepping up and interrupting his reflections. "Ha!" rejoined Herbert, looking up and perceiving with some surprise that the darky was regarding him with a fixed stare. "What might you want, my lad? If it be money, I have none to give you." "Money, sir? Wherefore Quashie want money? He do massa bid. Young buckra ready go now." "Ready to go? Where? What mean you, boy?" "Go for the great house." "Great house? Of what great house are you speaking?" "Mount Welcome, sir. Massa Van. You for Massa Van, sir." "What?" exclaimed Herbert in surprise, at the same time scanning the darky from head to foot. "How do you know that, my boy?" "Quashie know dat well enough. Captain ob da big ship, oversee say so. Overseer point out young Buckra from de wharf. He send Quashie fetch young Buckra to Mount Welcome. Ready to go now, sir." "You are from Mount Welcome, then?" "Ya, sir. Me hoss boy da, and post boy. Fetch pony for young English Buckra. Overseer he bring be roosh for grand English Buckra. Baggage they go in de ox wagon." "Where is your pony?" "Up yonder, sir. On de wharf, sir. Ready go, sir?" "All right," said Herbert, now comprehending the situation of affairs. "Shoulder that portmanteau, and toss it into the wagon. Which road am I to take?" "Can't miss road, sir. Straight up de river, till you come to de crossing. Dar you take de road that don't lead to de left. You soon see Mount Welcome, sir." "How far is it?" "'Bout 7 or 8 mile, sir. Reach dar long 'fore sundown. Pony go like de berry lightning. Sure you no keep to de left by de crossing." Thus instructed, the young steerage passenger took his departure from the ship, after bidding adieu to the friendly tars, who had treated him so handsomely during his irksome voyage. With his gun, a single-barreled fowling piece, on his shoulder, he strode over the platform and up the wooden wharf. Then, detaching the pony from the wheel of the ox-wagon, to which it had been tied, he threw himself into the saddle and trotted off along the road pointed out as the one that would conduct him to Mount Welcome. The excitement produced by the sudden change from ship to shore, the stir of the streets through which he had to pass, the novel sights and sounds that at every step saluted his eyes and ears, hindered Herbert Vaughan from thinking of anything that concerned himself. Only for a short time, however, was his mind thus distracted from dwelling on his own affairs. Before he had ridden far, the road, hitherto bordered by houses, entered under a dark canopy of forest foliage, and the young traveller all at once found himself surrounded by a perfect solitude. Under the sombre shadow of the trees, his spirit soon returned to its former gloomy forebodings, and riding more slowly over a stretch of the road where the ground was wet and boggy, he fell into a train of thoughts that were anything but pleasant. The subject of his reflections may be easily guessed. He had not failed to notice, how could he, the distinction made between himself and his fellow voyager. While a splendid equipage had been waiting for the latter, and his landing had been made a sort of ovation, how different was the means of transport provided for him. "By the memory of my father," muttered he, as he rode on, "it is an insult I shall not overlook, an insult to him more than to myself. But for the fulfillment of his dying wish, I should not go one step farther." And as he said this, he drew his rough roadster to a halt, as if half resolved to put his hypothetic threat into practice. "Perhaps," he continued, again moving forward with a more hopeful air, "perhaps there may be some mistake. But no," he added with a strong emphasis on the negative monosyllable, "there can be none. This shallow fop is a young man of fortune, I a child of misfortune." And he smiled bitterly at the antithesis he had drawn. "That is the reason why such a distinction has been made between us. Be it so." He continued, after a pause, "Poor as I am, this churlish relative will find me as proud as himself. I shall return him scorn for scorn. I shall demand an explanation of his behavior, and the sooner I have it, the better." As if stimulated by a sense of outrage, as also by a half-formed purpose of retaliation, the young adventurer gave the whip to his shaggy steed, and dashed onward at full gallop. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Traveling at the Tail. For nearly an hour did the cob continue its gallop, without pause or slacking. The road was a wide one, much tracked by wheels, and, as it ran in a direct course, the rider took it for granted he was keeping the right path. Now and then he caught a glimpse of water through the trees, no doubt the river mentioned in the directions given him by the darky. The crossing at length came in sight, causing him to desist from his rapid pace, in order that he might ford the stream. There was no appearance of a bridge. The water, however, was only knee-deep, and without hesitation the pony plunged in and waded over. Herbert halted on the opposite bank, for there appeared in front of him a dilemma. The road forked. The Negro boy had warned him of this, telling him at the same time to take the one that didn't lead to the left. But instead of 2 times to the fork, there were 3. Here was a puzzle. It was easy enough to know which of the 3 not to take, the one that did lead to the left, but which of the other 2 was to be chosen was the point that appeared to present a difficulty in the solution. Both were plain, good roads, and each as likely as the other to be the one which would conduct him to Mount Welcome. Had his rider left the pony to its own guidance, perhaps it would have chosen the right road. In all likelihood he would have done so in the end. But before determining on any particular line of action, he thought it better to look for the wheel tracks of the carriage that he knew must have passed in advance of him. While thus cogitating, the silence occasioned by his momentary halt was all at once interrupted by a voice that sounded at his very side, and the tones of which he fancied were not new to him. On suddenly turning in the saddle and looking in the direction whence the voice appeared to proceed, what was his astonishment on beholding the negro boy, the veritable Quashie. "Da, sir, das da crossin' me tell you about. You no take by de left, dat lead to old Jew pen. Nor de right, he go to Mongu Castle. De middle Massa Van road, he go straight na Mount Welcome." The young traveler sat for some moments without speaking, or making reply in any way, surprise, as by a spell, holding him silent. He had left the boy on the forward deck of the ship to look after his luggage, and he had seen him, he could almost swear to it, still on board, as he rowed away from the wharf. Moreover, he had ridden a stretch of many miles, most of the way at full gallop, and all of it at a pace with which no pedestrian could possibly have kept up. How, then, was he to account for the lad's presence upon the spot? This was the first question that occurred to him, and which he put to the darky, as soon as he had sufficiently recovered from his surprise to be able to speak. "Quashie foller young Bukra, at him pony heels." The answer went but a short way towards enlightening the young Bukra, since he still believed it utterly impossible for any human being to have travelled as fast as he had ridden. "The pony's heels? What, my black skin! You mean to say you have run all the way after me from the landing place?" "Yassa, dat hab Quashie do." "But I saw you on board the ship as I started off. How on earth could you have overtaken me?" "Yaw, massa, dat was easy enough. Young Bukra he start off. Quashie he put him pork mantle in de ox wagon, and then he foller. Bukra he go slow at first. Quashie soon catch up, and then easy run, long with de pony. Not much in dat, sir." "Not much? Why, you imp of darkness, I've been riding at a rate of 10 miles an hour, and how you've kept up with me is beyond my comprehension. Well, you're a noble runner, that I will say. I'd back you at a foot race against all comers, whether black ones or white ones. The middle road, you say?" "Yassa, dat de way to Mount Welcome. You soon deed de big gate ob de plantation." Herbert headed his roadster in the direction indicated, and moved onward along the path, his thoughts still dwelling on the odd incident. He had proceeded but a few lengths of his pony when he was tempted to look back, partly to ascertain if Quashie was still following him, and partly with the intention of putting a query to this singular escort. A fresh surprise was in store for him. The darky was nowhere to be seen, neither to the right nor the left, nor yet in the rear. Was he visible? "Where the deuce can the boy have gone?" inquired Herbert involuntarily, at the same time scanning the underwood on both sides of the road. "Hiya, sah," answered a voice that appeared to come out of the ground close behind, while at the same instant the brown mop of Quashie, just visible over the crew of the cob, proclaimed his whereabouts. How the boy had been able to keep up with the pony was at length explained. He had been holding on to its tail. There was something so ludicrous in the sight that the young Englishman forgot for a moment the grave thoughts that had been harassing him, and once more checking his steed into a halt, gave utterance to roars of laughter. The darky joined in his mirth with a grin that extended his mouth from ear to ear, though he was utterly unconscious of what the young Bukra was laughing at. He could not see anything comic in a custom which he was almost daily in the habit of practicing, for it was not the first time Quashie had traveled at the tail of a horse. Journeying about half a mile further along the main road, the entrance gate of Mount Welcome was reached. There was no lodge, only a pair of grand stone piers, with a wing of strong mason work on each flank, and a massive folding gate between them. From the directions Herbert had already received, he might have known this to be the entrance to his uncle's plantation, but Quashie, still clinging to the pony's tail, removed all doubt by crying out, "Das de gate, buckra jammin. Das de way fo Mount Welcome." On passing through the gateway, the mansion itself came in sight, its white walls and green jalousies shining conspicuously at the extreme end of the long avenue, which last, with its bordering rows of palms and tamarinds, gave to the approach an air of aristocratic grandeur. Herbert had been prepared for something of this kind. He had heard at home that his father's brother was a man of great wealth, and this was nearly all his father had himself known respecting him. The equipage which had transported his more favored fellow voyager, and which had passed over the same road about an hour before him, also gave evidence of the grand style in which his uncle lived. The mansion now before his eyes was in correspondence with what he had heard and seen. There could be no doubt that his uncle was one of the grandees of the island. The reflection gave him less pleasure than pain. His pride had been already wounded, and as he looked up the noble avenue, he was oppressed with a presentiment that some even greater humiliation was in store for him. "Tell me, Quashie," said he, after a spell of painful reflection, "was it your master himself who gave you directions about conducting me to Mount Welcome, or did you have your orders from the overseer?" "Master no me speak about you, sah. I no hear him say nuffin." "The overseer, then?" "Yah, sah. The overseer." "What did he tell you to do? Tell me as near as you can, and I may make you a present one of these days." "Gory, Massa Bukra, I tell you all he say, 'zactly as he say 'em. Quashie, say he. Quashie, he say, you go down board the big ship. You see that air young Bukra. That war yourself, sah. You fetch him up to the ox wagon. You fetch him baggage, too. You mount him on Quaco. De's the pony's name. And then you fetch him home to my house.' That's all he say, every word." "To his house? Mount Welcome, you mean?" "No, young buckra gemman. To the overseer own house. And now we just got to the road that lead there. This way, sir, this way." The darky pointed to a by-road that, forking off from the main avenue, ran in the direction of the ridge, where it entered into a tract of thick woods. Herbert checked the pony to a halt, and sat gazing at his guide in mute surprise. "This way, sir," repeated the boy. "Yonna's the overseer's house. See what the smoke rise just over the big trees?" "What do you mean, my good fellow? What have I to do with the overseer's house?" "We's a gwine there, sir." "Who? You?"
Both, sir. And Quaco, too.
Have you taken leave of your senses, you imp of darkness?
No, sir. Quashie only do what him bid. The overseer Quashie bid fetch young Bukra to him house. This year's the way.
I tell you, boy, you must be mistaken. Is it to Mount Welcome I am going? My uncle's house, up yonder?
No, Bukra gentleman, me no mistake. The overseer very particular 'bout that same. He tell me you know for the great house, the buff. He say me fetch you to him own house.
Are you sure of that? Herbert, as he put this interrogatory, leaned forward in the saddle, and listened attentively for the reply.
Lor, Bucker gentleman, I's a sure of it, as the sun am in the heavens dar. I swar it, if you like.
On hearing this positive affirmation, the young Englishman sat for a moment, as if wrapped in a profound and painful reverie. His breast rose and fell as though some terrible truth was breaking upon him, which he was endeavoring to disbelieve. At this moment Quashie caught the rein of the bridle and was about to lead the pony into the by-path. "No!" shouted the rider, in a voice loud and angry. "Let go, boy, let go, or I'll give you the whip. This is my way." And, wrenching the rein from the grasp of his sable guide, he headed the pony back into the main avenue. Then, laying on the lash with all his might, he pressed forward at full gallop in the direction of the great house. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 15. A Slippery Floor. The carriage conveying Mr. Montague Smythegee from Montague Bay to Mount Welcome passed up the avenue and arrived at the great house just 1 hour before Herbert Vaughan, mounted on his rough roadster and guided by Quashie, made his appearance at the entrance gate of the plantation. Mr. Smythegee had arrived at 3:30 p.m. 4 was the regular dining hour at Mount Welcome, so that there was just neat time for the valet to unpack the ample valises and portmanteaus and dress his master for the table. It had been the aim of Mr. Vaughan to make the introduction of Mr. Smythegee to his daughter as effective as possible. He was sage enough to know the power of first appearances. For this reason he had managed to keep them apart until the moment of meeting at the dinner table, when both should appear under the advantage of a full dress. So far as the impression to be made on Mr. Smythegee was concerned, Mr. Vaughan's scheme was perfectly successful. His daughter really appeared superb, radiant as the crimson quamaclet that glistened amidst the plaits of her hair, graceful as nature and elegant as art could make her. The heart of the Cockney felt, perhaps for the first time in his life, that the true sentiment of admiration which beauty, combined with virgin modesty, is almost certain to inspire. For a moment the remembrance of the ballet girl and the lewd recollections of the bagnio were obliterated, and a graver and nobler inspiration took their place. Even vulgar Loftus Vaughan had skill enough to note this effect, but how long it would last, how long the plant of a pure passion would flourish in that uncongenial soil, was a question which required an abler psychologist than Loftus Vaughan to determine. The sugar planter congratulated himself upon his success. Smythegee was smitten, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Had the calculating father been equally anxious to perceive a reciprocity of this fine first impression, he would have been doomed to a disappointment, as certainly as that of Mr. Smythegee was a sentiment of admiration, so certainly was that of Kate Vaughan a feeling of dégoût, or at least of indifference. In truth, the Londoner had made a most unfortunate debut. A contretemps had occurred in the ceremony of introduction, just at the crisis moment when all eyes are sharply set, and all ears acutely bent in mutual reconnaissance. Mr. Vaughan had committed a grand error in causing the presentation to take place in the grand hall. Ice itself was not more slippery than its floor. The consequence was unavoidable, and the Cockney, essaying one of his most graceful attitudes, fell flat on his face at the feet of her he simply intended to have saluted. In that fall he had lost everything, every chance of winning Kate Vaughan's heart. 1,000 acts of gracefulness, 1,000 deeds of heroism, would not have set him up again after that unfortunate fall. It was clear paraphrase of the downfall of Humpty Dumpty, the restoration alike hopeless, alike impossible. Mr. Montague Smythe was too well stocked with self-complacency to suffer much embarrassment from a lapis so trifling a character. His valet had him up upon his feet in a trice, and with a haw-haw and the remark that the floor was "demmed slip away," he crept cautiously to his chair and seated himself. Though the Londoner had been all his life accustomed to dining well, he could not help indulging in some surprise at the plentiful and luxurious repast that was placed before him. Perhaps in no part of the world does the table groan under a greater load of rich viands than in the West Indian Islands. In the prosperous times of sugar planting, a Jamaican dinner was deserving of the name of feast. Turtle was the common soup, and the most sumptuous dishes were arranged thickly over the board. Even the ordinary everyday dessert was a spread worthy of Apicius. And the wines, instead of those dull twin poisons, port and sherry, were Southside Madeira, champagne, claret, and sparkling hock, all quaffed in copious flagons, plenteous as small beer. These were glorious times for the white-skinned oligarchy of the Sugar Islands, the days of revel and rollicky living, before the wedge of Wilberforce split the dark pedestal which propped up their pomp and prosperity. A dinner of this good old-fashioned style had Loftus Vaughan prepared for his English quest. Behind the chairs appeared troops of colored attendants, gliding silently over the smooth floor. A constant stream of domestics poured in and out of the hall, fetching and removing the dishes and plates, or carrying the wine decanters and silver coolers. Young girls of various shades of complexion, some nearly white, stood at intervals around the table, fanning the guests with long peacock plumes, and filling the great hall with an artificial current of delicious coolness. Montague Smythe was delighted. Even in his dear Metropolis, he had never dined so luxuriously. "Splendid, splendid, pon Hawa! A dinner fit for a prince!" he exclaimed in compliment to his entertainer. The savory dishes were partaken of and removed, and the table arranged for dessert exhibited that gorgeous profusion which a tropic clime can alone produce, where almost every odor of the botanical world supplies some fruit or berry of rarest excellence. Alone in the intertropical regions of the New World may such variety be seen. A dessert table upon which Pomona appears to have poured forth her golden cornucopia. The cloth having been removed from the highly polished table, the sparkling decanters were once more passed round. In honor of his guest, the planter had already made free with his own wines, all of which were of most excellent quality. Loftus Vaughan was at that moment at a maximum of enjoyment. Just at that very moment, however, a cloud was making its appearance on the edge of the sky. It was a very little cloud, and still very far off, but for all that, a careful observer could have seen that its shadow became reflected on the brow of the planter. Literally speaking, this cloud was an object on the earth, of shape half human, half equine, that appeared near the extreme end of the long avenue, moving towards the house. When first seen by Loftus Vaughan, it was still distant, though not so far off but that, with the naked eye, he could distinguish a man on horseback. From that moment he might have been observed to turn about in his chair, at short intervals, casting uneasy glances upon the centaurian form that was gradually growing bigger as it advanced. For a time the expression on the face of Mr. Vaughan was far from being a marked one. The looks that conveyed it were furtive, and might have passed unnoticed by the superficial observer. They had, in fact, escaped the notice both of his daughter and his guest, and it was not until after the horseman had made halt at the entrance of the bypath, and was seen coming on for the house, that the attention of either was drawn to the singular behavior of Mr. Vaughan. Then, however, his nervous anxiety had become so undisguisedly patent as to elicit from Miss Vaughan an ejaculation of alarm, while the Cockney involuntarily exclaimed, "Bless my soul!" adding to the interrogatory, "Anything wrong, sir?" "Oh, nothing," stammered the planter. Only a little surprise, that's all." "Surprise, Papa? What has caused it? Oh, see, yonder is someone on horseback, a man, a young man. I declare it is our own pony he is riding, and that is Quashie running behind him. How very amusing! Papa, what is it all about?" "Tut, sit down, child," commanded the father, in a tone of nervous perplexity. "Sit down, I say. Whoever it be, it will be time enough to know when he arrives. Kate, 'tis not well-bred of you to interrupt our dessert. Mr. Smythe, glass of Madeira with you, sir?" "Pleasure," answered the exquisite, turning once more to the table and occupying himself with the decanter. Kate obeyed the command with a look that expressed both reluctance and surprise. She was slightly awed, too, not so much by the words as the severe glance that accompanied them. She made no reply, but sat gazing with a mystified air in the face of her father, who, hobnobbing with his guest, affected not to notice her. The pony and his rider were no longer visible, as they were now too close to the house to be seen over the sill of the window. But the clattering hoofs could be heard, the sound coming nearer and nearer. Mr. Vaughan was endeavoring to appear collected, and to say something, but his sang-froid was assumed and unnatural, and being unable to keep up the conversation, an ominous silence succeeded. The sound of the hoofs ceased to be heard. The pony, having arrived under the windows, had been brought to a halt. Then there were voices, earnest and rather loud. They were succeeded by the noise of footsteps on the stone stairway. Someone was coming up the steps. Mr. Vaughan looked aghast. All his fine plans were about to be frustrated. There was a hitch in the program. Quashie had failed in the performance of his part. "Aha!" ejaculated the planter, with returning delight, as the smooth, trim countenance of his overseer made its appearance above the landing. "Mr. Trusty wishes to speak with me. Your pardon, Mr. Smythe, only for one moment." Mr. Vaughan rose from his seat and hastened as if wishing to meet the overseer before the latter could enter the room. Trusty, however, had already stepped inside the doorway, had bluntly declared his errand, in sotto voce, it is true, but still not low enough to hinder a part of his communication from being heard. Among the words, the phrase, "your nephew," reached the ears of Kate, at that moment keenly bent to catch every sound. The reply was also partially heard, though delivered in a low and apparently tremulous voice. "Show him summer-house, garden. Tell him to wait there presently." Mr. Vaughan turned back to the table with a half-satisfied air. He was fancying that he had escaped from his dilemma, at least for the time. But the expression which he perceived on the countenance of his daughter restored his suspicions that all was not right. Scarce a second was he left in doubt, for almost on the instant Kate cried out in a tone of pleased surprise, "Oh, Papa, what do I hear? Did not Mr. Trusty say something about your nephew? After all, has cousin come? Is it he who—" "Kate, my child," quickly interrupted her father, and appearing not to have understood her interrogatory, "you may retire to your room. Mr. Smythe and I would like to have our cigar, and the smoke of tobacco don't agree with you. Go, child, go." The young girl instantly rose from her chair and hastened to obey the command, notwithstanding the protestations of Mr. Smythe, who looked as if he would have much preferred her company to the cigar. But her father hurriedly repeated the "Go, child, go," accompanying the words with another of those severe glances which had already awed and mystified her. Before she had passed fairly out of the great hall, however, her thoughts reverted to the unanswered interrogatory, and as she crossed the threshold of her chamber, she was heard muttering to herself, "I wonder if cousin be come." End of section 15. Section 16 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 16. The Kiosk. A portion of the level platform on which Mount Welcome was built extended to the rear of the dwelling, and was occupied, as already described, by a garden filled with rare and beautiful plants. Near the midst of this garden, and about a dozen paces from the house, stood a small detached building, a summer house, the materials of which were ornamental woods of various kinds, all natives of the island, famed for such products. The pieces composing this summer house, or kiosk, as it was habitually called, had all been cut and carved with skillful care, and the whole structure had been designed as a representation of a miniature temple, with a cupola upon its top, surmounted by a gilded and glittering vane. Inside there were neither stairs nor partitions, the whole space being taken up by a single apartment. There were no glass windows, but all around the walls were open, or closed only with Venetian blinds, the laths of which were of the finest mahogany. A Chinese mat covered the floor, and a rustic table of bamboo cane pieces, with some half-dozen chairs of like manufacture, constituted the principal part of the furniture. On the aforesaid table stood an inkstand of silver, elaborately chased, with plume pens pertaining to it. Some writing paper lay beside it, and on a silver tray there were wafers, red sealing wax, and a signet seal. An escritoire stood on one side, and 2 or 3 dozen volumes placed upon the top of this, with a like number thrown carelessly on chairs, formed the library of Mount Welcome. Some magazines and journals lay upon the center table, and a box of the best Havanas, open and half-used, showed that the summer house served occasionally for a smoking room. It was sometimes styled the library, though its purposes were many. Mr. Vaughan at times used it for the reception of visitors, such as might have come upon errands of business, such, in short, as were not deemed worthy of being introduced to the company of the Grand Hall. Just at the moment when Kate Vaughan quitted the dinner-table, a young man was shown into the detached apartment, Mr. Trusty, the overseer, acting as his chaperone. It is not necessary to say that this young man was Herbert Vaughan. How he came to be conducted thither is easily explained. On learning from Quashie the destination designed for him, aggrieved and angry at the revelation, he had hurried in hot haste up to the house. To Mr. Trusty, who was keeping guard at the bottom of the stairway, he had announced his relationship with Mr. Vaughan, and demanded an interview, making his requisition in such energetic terms as to disturb the habitual sang-froid of the overseer, and compel him to the instantaneous delivery of his message. Indeed, so indignant did Herbert feel that he would have mounted the steps and entered the house without further parley, had not Mr. Trusty put forth his blandest entreaties to prevent such a terrible catastrophe. "Patience, my good sir," urged the overseer, interposing himself between the newcomer and the stairway. "Mr. Vaughan will see you presently, not just this moment. He is engaged, company with him. The family's at dinner." So far from soothing the chafed spirit of the young man, the announcement was only a new mortification. At dinner and with company. The cabin passenger, of course, the ward, not even a relative, while he, the nephew, no dinner for him. In truth, Herbert recognized in the incident a fresh outrage. With an effort he gave up the idea of ascending the stairs. Poor though he was nevertheless a gentleman, and good breeding stepped in to restrain him from this unbidden intrusion, though more than ever did he feel convinced that an insult was put upon him, and one that almost appeared premeditated. He stood balancing in his mind whether he should turn upon his heel and depart from his uncle's house without entering it. A feather would have brought down the scale. The feather fell on the negative side, and decided him to remain. On being conducted into the summer house and left to himself, he showed no wish to be seated, but paced the little apartment backward and forward in a state of nervous agitation. He took but slight heed of aught that was there. He was in no mood for minutely observing, though he could not help noticing the luxurious elegance that surrounded him, the grandeur of the great house itself, the splendid parterre and garden filled with plants and flowers of exquisite beauty and fragrant perfume. These fine sights, however, instead of soothing his chafed spirit, only made him more bitterly sensible of his own poor fortunes, and the immeasurable distance that separated him from his proud, rich uncle. Through the open sides of the kiosk he merely glanced hastily at the grounds, and then his eyes became bent upon the great house, directed habitually toward an entrance at the back, that by a flight of steps conducted into the garden. By this entrance he expected his uncle would come out, and in angry impatience did he await his coming. Had he seen the beautiful eyes that were at that moment tenderly gazing upon him from behind the lattice-work of the opposite window, perhaps the sight would have gone far toward soothing his irate soul. But he saw them not. The jalousies were closed, and though from the shadowy interior of the chamber the kiosk and its occupant were in full view, the young Englishman had no suspicion that he was at that moment the object of observation, perhaps of admiration, by a pair of the loveliest eyes in the island of Jamaica. After turning, for the 20th time, across the floor, at each turn, scanning the stairs with fresh impatience, he somewhat spitefully laid hold of a book and opened it, in the hope of being able to kill time over its pages. The volume which came into his hands by chance, he had not chosen it, but was little calculated to tranquilize his troubled spirit. It was a digest of the statutes of Jamaica relating to slavery, the famous, or rather infamous, Black Code of the island. There he read that a man might mutilate his own image in the person of a fellow man, torture him, even to death, and escape with the punishment of a paltry fine, that a man with a black skin, or even white, if at all tainted with African blood, could hold no real estate, no office of trust, could give no evidence in a court of law, not even had he been witness of the crime of murder, that such a man must not keep or ride a horse, must not carry a gun or other weapon of defense, must not defend himself when assaulted, must not defend wife, sister, or daughter, even when ruffian hands were tearing them from him for the most unholy of purposes. In short, that a man of color must do nothing to make himself different from a docile and submissive brute. To the young Englishman fresh from a Christian land, at that period ringing with the eloquent denunciations of a Wilberforce and the philanthropic appeals of a Clarkson, the perusal of this execrable statute book, instead of producing tranquillity, only infused fresh bitterness into his soul, and stamping his foot fiercely on the floor, he flung the detestable volume back to its place. At that moment, just as he had reached the maximum of reckless defiance, a noise was heard in the direction of the great house, and the door of the stair landing was seen to turn on its hinges. Of course, he expected to see a surly old uncle, and was resolved to be as surly as he. On the contrary, and to his pleased surprise, he beheld in the doorway a beautiful young girl, bending her eyes upon him with an affectionate look, and as if courting recognition. A sudden revulsion of feeling passed through his whole frame. His countenance changed its angry expression to one of admiration, and, unable to utter a word, he remained silently gazing on this lovely apparition. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 17. A Bold Resolve. Far better would it have been for Mr. Vaughan, at least for the success of his schemes, had he adopted an honorable course with his nephew, and at once introduced him, openly and above board, to his table, his daughter, and his aristocratic guest. Had he known before dinner what he was made aware of in less than 5 minutes after it, he would, in all likelihood, have adopted this course. It would have spared him the chagrin he was made to feel on Mr. Smythje reporting to him the encounter he had had on board ship, which the latter proceeded to do the moment after Kate had been so unceremoniously dismissed from the hall. Smythje had also overheard the communication of the overseer, the word nephew, at least, and this recalled to his mind, not without some unpleasant remembrance of the satire from which he had suffered, the steerage passenger, who had treated him so brusquely on board the Sea Nymph. The miserable bubble was burst, and the onus of a somewhat bungling explanation was put upon the shoulders of the pompous planter, into whose heart a bitter drop of gall was infused by the disclosure. As the deception could be sustained no longer, the relationship was necessarily acknowledged, but the spark of ire thus introduced boded a still more unwelcome reception to the unlucky nephew. The planter partially cleared himself of the scrape by a false representation. In other words, he told a lie, and in saying that his nephew had not been expected. Smythje knew it was a lie, but said nothing, and the subject was allowed to drop. Loftus Vaughan was a common man, and the course he had followed, shallow and self-defeating, was proof of an intellect as low as its morality. By his shabby treatment of his nephew, he was investing that young man with a romantic interest in the eyes of his daughter that perhaps might never have been felt, or, at all events, not so readily. Misfortune, especially that which springs from persecution, is a grand suggester of sympathy. That is, when the appeal is made to noble hearts, and the heart of Kate Vaughan was of this quality. Moreover, this surreptitious dealing with the poor relative, smuggling him into the house like a bale of contraband goods, was sufficient of itself to pique the curiosity of whom it was meant to mystify. So far as Kate Vaughan was concerned, that very effect it produced, for, on leaving the dining-room, from which, to say the truth, she was only too happy to escape, the young girl glided at once to that window that opened out upon the garden, and, parting the lattice with her fingers, looked eagerly through. In the brief undertone that had passed between her father and the overseer, she had heard the command, "Show him to the summer-house." She knew that the summer-house was within view of her chamber window. She was curious to see what in all her life she had never beheld. A cousin. Her curiosity was not balked. On looking through the lattice, her cousin was before her eyes, pacing the little apartment as described. With his braided frock buttoned tightly over his breast, glittering Hessian boots on his well-turned limbs, his neat three-cornered hat set lightly over his brown curls, he was not a sight likely to terrify a young girl, least of all a cousin. Even the bold, somewhat fierce expression upon his countenance, at that moment reflecting the angry emotions that were stirring within him, did not, in the eyes of the young Creole, detract from the beauty of the face she saw before her. What impression did the sight produce? Certainly not terror, certainly not dislike. On the contrary, she appeared gratified by it. Else, why did she continue her gaze, and gaze so earnestly? Why became her eyes filled with fire, and fixed as by some fascination? Why did her young bosom heave and fall, as if some new undefinable emotion was for the first time germinating within it? For some moments she remained in the same attitude, gazing steadfastly and silent. Then, without turning, there escaped from her lips, low murmured, and as if by an involuntary effort, the interrogatory, "Yola, is he not beautiful?" "Beautiful, missa," repeated the maid, who had not yet beheld the object for whom this admiration was met. "Who beautiful?" "Who? My cousin, Yola." "You cousin? What cousin, young missa?" "Look yonder, and see. That's my cousin." "I see a man." "Ah, and saw you ever such a man?" "True, missa. Never see man look so. He surely angry, missa." "Angry? Very angry. He go back, he go forward, like hyena in a cage. He is only impatient at being kept waiting. My word, I think he looks all the better for it. Ah, see how his eye flashes. Oh, Yola, how handsome he is. How different from the young men of the island. Is he not a beautiful fellow? He curled hair like Kubina." "Kubina? Ha, ha! This Kubina must be a very Proteus, as well as an Adonis. Do you see any other resemblance, except in the hair? If so, my cousin may, perhaps, resemble me." "Kubina much darker in the color of him skin, missa." "Ha! That is not unlikely." "Kubina same size, same shape, exactly same shape." "Then I should say that Kubina is a good shape, for, if I know anything of what a man ought to be, that cousin of mine is the correct thing. See those arms. They look as if he could drag down that great tamarind with them. Gracious me, he appears as if he intended doing it. Surely he must be very impatient, and after his coming so far, for Papa to keep him waiting in this fashion. I really think I should go down to him myself. What is your opinion, Yola? Would it be wrong for me to go and speak with him? He is my cousin." "What am cousin, missa?" "Why, cousin is something like a brother, only not exactly. That is, not quite the same thing. Brother, oh, missa, if he Yola brother, she him speak, she care not who be angry. True, Yola, and if he were my brother, alas, I have none. I should do the same without hesitation. But with a cousin, that's different. Besides, Papa don't like this cousin of mine, for some reason or another. I wonder what he can have against him. I can't see, and surely it can be no reason for my not liking him. And surely his being my cousin is just why I should go down and talk to him. Besides, continued the young girl, speaking to herself rather than to the maid, he appears very, very impatient. Papa may keep him waiting, who knows how long, since he is so taken up with this Mr. Montague, what's his name. Well, I may be doing wrong. Perhaps Papa will be angry. Perhaps he won't know anything about it. Right or wrong, I'll go. I shall go. So saying, the young Creole snatched a scarf from the fruiteia, flung it over her shoulders, and, gliding from the chamber, tripped silently along the passage that conducted towards the rear of the dwelling. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Rodriguez. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. The Encounter of the Cousins. Opening the door and passing out, Kate Vaughan paused timidly upon the top of the stairway that led down into the garden. Her steps were stayed by a feeling of bashful reserve that was struggling to restrain her from carrying out a resolve somewhat hastily formed. Her hesitancy was but the matter of a moment, for on the next, her resolution having become fixed, she descended the stairs and advanced blushingly towards the kiosk. Herbert had not quite recovered from surprise at the unexpected apparition, when he was saluted by the endearing interrogatory. "Are you my cousin?" The question, so naively put, remained for a moment unanswered, for the tone of kindness in which it was spoken had caused him a fresh surprise, and he was too much confused to make answer. He soon found speech, however, for the hypothetical reply. "If you are the daughter of Mr. Loftus Vaughan—" "I am." "Then I am proud of calling myself your cousin. I am Herbert Vaughan, from England." Still under the influence of the slight which he believed had been put upon him, Herbert made this announcement with a certain stiffness of manner which the young girl could not fail to notice. It produced a momentary incongeniality that was in danger of degenerating into a positive coolness, and Kate, who had come forth under the promptings of an affectionate instinct, trembled under a repulse, the cause of which she could not comprehend. It did not, however, hinder her from courteously rejoining, "We were expecting you, as father had received your letter, but not today. Papa said not before tomorrow. Permit me, cousin, to welcome you to Jamaica." Herbert bowed profoundly. Again the young Creole felt her warm impulses painfully checked, and, blushing with embarrassment, she stood in an attitude of indecision. Herbert, whose heart had been melting like snow under a tropic sun, now became sensible that he was committing a rudeness, which, so far from being natural to him, was costing him a struggle to counterfeit. Why should the sins of the father be visited on the child, and such a child? With a reflection kindred to this, the young man hastened to change his attitude of cold reserve. "Thanks for your kind welcome," said he, now speaking in a tone of affectionate frankness. "But, fair cousin, you have not told me your name." "Catherine. though I am usually addressed by the shorter synonym Kate. Catherine? That is a family name with us. My father's mother, and your father's too, our grandmamma, was a Catherine. Was it also your mother's name? No, my mother was called Quashie. Quashie? That is a very singular name. Do you think so, cousin? I am sometimes called Quashie myself, only by the old people of the plantation who knew my mother. Lily Quashie they call me. Papa does not like it, and forbids them. Was your mother an Englishwoman? Oh, no, she was born in Jamaica, and died while I was very young, too young to remember her. Indeed, cousin, I may say I never knew what it was to have a mother. Nor I much, Cousin Kate. My mother also died early. But are you my only cousin? No sisters nor brothers? Not one. Ah, I wish I had sisters and brothers. Why do you wish that? Oh, how can you ask such a question? For companions, of course. Fair cousin, I should think you would find companions enough in this beautiful island. Ah, enough, perhaps, but none whom I like, at least not as I think I should like a sister or brother. Indeed, added the young girl in a reflective tone, I sometimes feel lonely enough. Ah, perhaps now that we are to have guests, it will be different. Mr. Smygie is very amusing. Mr. Smygie? Who is he? What? You do not know Mr. Smygie? I thought that you and he came over in the same ship. Papa said so, and that you were not to be here until tomorrow. I think you have taken him by surprise in coming today. But why did you not ride out with Mr. Smygie? He arrived here only 1 hour before you, and has just dined with us. I have left the table this moment for Papa and him to have their cigars. But, bless me, cousin, pardon me for not asking. Perhaps you have not dined yet? No, replied Herbert in a tone that expressed chagrin. Nor am I likely to dine here today. The storm of queries with which, in the simplicity of her heart, the young Creole thus assailed him, once more brought back that train of bitter reflections, from which her fair presence and sweet converse had for the moment rescued him. Hence the character of his reply. And why, Cousin Herbert? asked she, with a marked air of surprise. If you have not dined, it is not too late. Why not here? Because, and the young man drew himself proudly up, I prefer going without dinner to dining where I am not welcome. In Mount Welcome, it seems, I am not welcome. Oh, cousin! The words and the appealing accent were alike interrupted. The door upon the landing turned upon its hinge, and Loftus Vaughan appeared in the doorway. Your father? My father. Kate! cried the planter in a tone that bespoke displeasure. Mr. Smygie would like to hear you play upon the harp. I have been looking for you in your room and all over the house. What are you doing out there? The language was coarse and common, the manner that of a vulgar man flushed with wine. Oh, Papa, Cousin Herbert is here. He is waiting to see you. Come you here, then. Come at once. Mr. Smygie is waiting for you. And with this imperious rejoinder, Mr. Vaughan re-entered the house. Cousin, I must leave you. Yes, I perceive it. One more worthy than I claims your company. Go, Mr. Smygie is impatient. It is Papa. Kate, Kate, are you coming? Haste, girl, haste, I say. Go, Miss Vaughan. Farewell. Miss Vaughan? Farewell? Mystified and distressed by those strange-sounding words, the young girl stood for some seconds undecided. But the voice of her father again came ringing along the corridor, now in tones irate and commanding. Obedience could no longer be delayed, and with a half-puzzled, half-reproachful glance at her cousin, she reluctantly parted from his presence. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 19. A Surly Reception. After the young Creole had disappeared within the entrance, Herbert remained in a state of indecision as to how he should act. He no longer needed an interview with his uncle for the sake of having an explanation. This new slight had crowned his convictions that he was there an unwelcome guest, and no possible apology could now retrieve the ill treatment he had experienced. He would have walked off on the instant without a word, but, stung to the quick by the series of insults he had received, the instinct of retaliation had sprung up within him, and determined him to stay, at all events, until he could meet his relative face to face, and reproach him with his unnatural conduct. He was recklessly indifferent as to the result. With this object he continued in the kiosk, his patience being now baited with the prospect of that slight satisfaction. He knew that his uncle might not care much for what he should say. It was not likely such a nature would be affected by reproach. Nevertheless, the proud young man could not resist the temptation of giving words to his defiance, as the only means of mollifying the mortification he so keenly felt. The tones of a harp, vibrating through the far interior of the dwelling, faintly reached the kiosk, but they fell on his ear without any soothing effect. Rather did they add to his irritation, for he could almost fancy the music was meant to mock him in his misery. But no, on second thoughts, that could not be. Surely that sweet strain was not intended to tantalize him. He caught the air. It was one equally appropriate to the instrument and to his own situation. It was the Exile of Erin. Presently a voice was heard accompanying the music, a woman's voice, easily recognizable as that of Kate Vaughan. He listened attentively. At intervals he could hear the words, now like his own thoughts. "Sad is my fate," said the heartbroken stranger. "The wild deer and wolf to the covert can flee, but I have no refuge from famine and danger. A home and a country remain not to me." Perhaps the singer intended it as a song of sympathy for him. It certainly exerted an influence over his spirits, melting him to a degree of tenderness. Not for long, however, did this feeling continue, as the last notes of the lay died away in the distant corridor. The rough baritones of the planter and his quest were heard joining in loud laughter. Perhaps some joke at the expense of himself, the poor exile? Shortly after, a heavy footstep echoed along the passage. The door opened, and Herbert perceived it was his uncle, who had at length found time to honor him with an interview. Though so joyous but the moment before, all traces of mirth had disappeared from the countenance of Loftus Vaughan, when he presented himself before the eyes of his nephew. His face, habitually red, was fired with the wine he had been drinking to the hue of scarlet. Nevertheless, an ominous mottling of a darker color upon his broad, massive brow foretold the ungracious reception his relative was likely to have at his hands. His first words were uttered in a tone of insolent coolness. "So, you are my brother's son, are you?" There was no extending of the hand, no gesture, not even a smile of welcome. Herbert checked his anger and simply answered, "I believe so." "And pray, sir, What errand has brought you out to Jamaica? If you have received my letter, as I presumed you have, it will have answered that question." "Oh, indeed," exclaimed Mr. Vaughan, with an attempt at cynicism, but evidently taken down by the unexpected style of the reply. "And what, may I ask, do you purpose doing here?" "Have not the slightest idea," answered Herbert, with a provoking air of independence. "Have you any profession?" "Unfortunately, not any." "Any trade?" "I suppose not." "Your suppositions are perfectly correct." "Then, sir, how do you expect to get your bread?" "Earn it the best way I can." "Beg it, more likely, as your father before you, all his life begging it, and from me." "In that respect I shall not resemble him. You would be the last man I should think of begging from." "'Sdeath, sirrah, you are impertinent. This is fine language to me, after the disgrace you have already brought upon me." "Disgrace?" "Yes, sir, disgrace. Coming out here as a pauper, in the steerage of a ship. You must needs boast of your relationship, letting all the world know that you are my nephew." "Boast of the relationship," repeated Herbert, with a smile of contempt. "Ha, ha, ha! I suppose you refer to my having answered a question asked me by this pretty jack-a-box you are playing with. Boast of it indeed. Had I known you then as well as I do now, I should have been ashamed to acknowledge it." "After that, sir," shouted Mr. Vaughan, turning purple with rage, "after that, sir, no more words. You shall leave my house this minute." "I had intended to have left it some minutes sooner. I only stayed to have an opportunity of telling you what I think of you." "What is that, sir? What is that?" The angry youth had summoned to the top of his tongue a few of the strongest epithets he could think of, and was about to hurl them into his uncle's teeth, when, on glancing up, he caught sight of an object that caused him to change his intention. It was the beautiful face of the young Creole that appeared through the half-open lattice of the window opposite. She was gazing down upon him and his uncle, and listening to the dialogue with an anguished expression of countenance. "He is her father," muttered Herbert to himself. "For her sake, I shall not say the words." And without making any reply to the last interrogatory of his uncle, he strode out of the kiosk and was walking away. "Stay, sir," cried the planter, somewhat taken aback by the turn things had taken. "A word before you go, if you are going." Herbert turned upon his heel and listened. "Your letter informs me that you are without funds. It shall not be said that a relative of Loftus Vaughan left his house penniless and unprovided. In this purse there are 20 pounds currency of the island. Take it, but on the condition that you say nothing of what has occurred here. And furthermore, that you keep to yourself that you are the nephew of Loftus Vaughan." Without saying a word, Herbert took the proffered purse, but in the next moment the chink of the gold pieces was heard upon the gravel walk as he dashed the bag at the feet of his uncle. Then, turning to the astonished planter, and measuring him with a look that scorned all patronage, he faced once more to the path, and walked proudly away. The angry "Begone, sir!" vociferated after him was only addressed to his back, and was altogether unheeded. Perhaps it was even unheard, for the expression in the eyes of the young man told that at that moment his attention was occupied elsewhere. As he walked towards the house with the design of going round it to get upon the front avenue, his glance was directed upwards to the window where that beautiful face had been just seen. The lattice was now closed, and he endeavored to pierce the sombre shadows behind it. The face was no longer there. No eyes met his. He glanced back towards the kiosk to see if he might linger a moment. His uncle was in a bent attitude, gathering the scattered pieces of gold. In this position the shrubbery concealed him. Herbert was about to glide nearer to the window and summon his cousin by name, when he heard his own pronounced in a soft whisper, and with the endearing prefix, cousin. Distinctly he heard, "Cousin Herbert," as if spoken round the angle of the building. He hastened thither, for that was his proper path by which to arrive at the front of the house. On turning the wall, he looked up. He saw that another window opened from the same chamber. Thence came the sweet summons, and there appeared the fair face for which he was searching. "Oh, Cousin Herbert, do not go in anger. Papa has done wrong, very wrong, I know. But he has been taking much wine. He is not... Good cousin, you will pardon him?" Herbert was about to make reply, when the young Creole continued, "You said in your letter you had no money. You have refused father's. You will not refuse mine? It is very little. It is all I have. Take it." A bright object glistened before his eyes and fell with a metallic chink at his feet. He looked down. A small silk purse containing coin with a blue ribbon attached was seen lying upon the ground. The young man raised it, and holding it in one hand, hesitated for a moment, as if he had thoughts of accepting it. It was not that, however, but another thought that was passing in his mind. His resolve was soon taken. "Thanks," said he. "Thanks, Cousin Kate," he added with increasing warmth. "You have meant kindly, and though we may never meet again—" "Oh, say not so," interrupted the young girl with an appealing look. "Yes," continued he, "it is probable we never shall. Here there is no home for me. I must go hence. But wherever I may go, I shall not soon forget this kindness. I may never have an opportunity of repaying it. You are beyond the necessity of aught that a humble relative could do for you. But remember, Kate Vaughan, should you ever stand in need of a strong arm and a stout heart, there is one of your name who will not fail you." "Thanks," he repeated, detaching the ribbon from the bag and flinging the latter, with its contents, back through the open window. Then, fastening the ribbon to the breast button of his coat, he added, "I shall feel richer with the possession of this token than with all the wealth of your father's estate. Farewell, and God bless you, my generous cousin." Before the young Creole could repeat her offer, or add another word of counsel or consolation, he had turned the angle of the building and passed out of sight. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox is in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 20. The Jew's Pen. While these scenes were transpiring upon the plantation of Mount Welcome, others of a still more exciting nature were being enacted on that which adjoined it, the property of Jacob Jessuron, a slave merchant and pen keeper. Besides a barracoon in the bay, where his slaves were usually exposed for sale, the Jew was owner of a large plantation in the country, on which he habitually resided. It lay contiguous to the estate of the custos Vaughan, separated from the latter by one of the wooded ridges already mentioned as abounding the valley of Mount Welcome. Like the latter, it had once been a sugar estate, and an extensive one, but that was before Jessuron became its owner. Now it was in the condition termed ruinate. The fields where the golden cane had waved in the tropic breeze were choked up by a tangled second growth, restoring them almost to their primitive wildness. With that quickness characteristic of equatorial vegetation, huge trees had already sprung up and stood thickly over the ground, logwoods, breadnuts, cotton, and calabash trees, which, with their pendant parasites, almost usurped dominion over the soil. Here and there, where the fields still remained open, instead of cultivation, there appeared only the wild nursery of nature, glades mottled with flowering weeds, as the Mexican horn poppy, swallowworts, West Indian vervains, and small passiflora. At intervals, where the underwood permitted them to peep out, might be seen stretches of dry wall or stone fence, without mortar or cement, mostly tumbled down, the ruins thickly trellised with creeping plants, as convolvuli, cereus, and aristolochia, cleome, with the cheerful blossoming lantana, and spreading over all, like the web of a gigantic spider, the yellow leafless stems of the American dodder. In the midst of this domain, almost reconquered by nature, stood the great house, except in size no longer deserving the appellation. It consisted rather of a pile than a single building, the old sugar works having been joined under the same roof with the dwelling, and negro cabins, stables, offices, all enclosed within an immense high wall, that gave to the place the air of a penitentiary or barrack, rather than that of a country mansion. The enclosure was a modern construction, an afterthought, designed for a purpose very different from that of sugar-making. Garden there was none, though evidence that there had been was seen everywhere round the building. In the trees that stood bloomed, some loaded with delicious fruits, others with clustering flowers, shedding their incense on the air. Half wild grew citrons and avocado, pears, sop and custard apples, mangoes, guavas, and pawpaws, while the crown-like tops of cocoa palms soared high above the humble denizens of this wild orchard, their recurvent fronds drooping, as in sorrow, at the desolation that surrounded them. Close to the building stood several huge trees, whose tortuous limbs, now leafless, rendered it easy to identify them. They were the giants of the West Indian forest, the silk cotton tree, Eriodendron anfractuosum. The limbs of these vegetable monsters, each itself as large as an ordinary tree, were loaded with parasites of many species, among which might be distinguished ragged cacti, with various species of wild pines, from the noble varetia to the hoary beard-like Spanish moss, whose long streaming festoons waved like winding sheets in the breeze, an appropriate draping for the eyrie of the black vultures, John Crows, that might at all times be seen seated in solemn silence upon the topmost branches. In the olden time this plantation had borne the name of Happy Valley, but during the ownership of Jessuron, this designation, perhaps deemed inappropriate, had been generally dropped, and the place was never spoken of by any other name than that of the Jew's Pen. Into a pen, grazing farm, Jessuron had changed it, and it served well enough for the purpose. Many of the old sugar fields, now overgrown by the valuable Guinea grass, affording excellent pasturage for horses and cattle. In breeding and rearing the former for the use of the sugar estates, and fattening the latter for the beef markets of the bay, the industrious Israelite had discovered a road to riches as short as that he had been traveling in the capacity of a slave driver. And of late years he had come to regard the latter only as a secondary calling. In his old age, Jessuron had become ambitious of social distinction, and for this reason was desirous of sinking the slave merchant in the more respectable profession of pen keeper. He had even succeeded so far in his views as to have himself appointed a justice of the peace, an office that in Jamaica, as elsewhere, is more distinctive of wealth than respectability. In addition to pen keeper, the Jew was also an extensive spice cultivator, or rather spice gatherer, for the indigenous pimento forests that covered the hills upon his estate required no cultivation, nothing further than to collect the aromatic berries and cure them on the barbacoa. Though changed from a plantation to a pen, the estate of Jacob Jessuron was not less a scene of active industrial life. In the fields adjacent to the house, and through the glades of guinea grass, horses and half-wild cattle might be seen in turns, neighing and bellowing, pursued by mounted herdsmen, black and half-naked. Among the groves of pimento on the hills, gangs of negro wenches could be heard screaming and chattering continually as they picked the allspice berries from the branches, or, with the field baskets poised on their heads, marched in long chanting files towards the barbacoa. Outside the gate entrance upon the broad avenue leading to the main road, negro horse-tamers might every day be seen, giving their first lessons to rough colts fresh caught from the pastures, while inside the grand enclosure fat oxen were being slaughtered to supply the markets of the bay, huge gaunt dogs holding carnival over the offal, while black butchers, naked to the waist, their brown arms reeking with red gore, stalked over the ground, brandishing blood-stained blades and other instruments of their sanguinary calling. Such scenes might be witnessed diurnally on the estate of Jacob Jessuron, but on the day succeeding that on which the slave merchant had made his unsuccessful errand to Mount Welcome, a spectacle of a somewhat rarer kind was about to be exhibited at the Penn. The scene chosen for this exhibition was an inner enclosure, or courtyard, contiguous to the dwelling, the great house itself forming one side of this court, and opening upon it by a broad veranda of a dingy, dilapidated appearance. Vis-a-vis with the dwelling was another large building, which shut in the opposite side of the court, the two being connected by high massive walls that completed the quadrangle. A strong double gate opening near the center of one of these walls was the way out, that is, to the larger enclosure of the cattle pen. From the absence of chimneys and windows, as well as from its plain style of architecture, the building that stood opposite the dwelling house might have been taken for some large granary or barn, but a peep into its interior at once controverted this idea. Inside could be seen groups of human beings of all colors, from ebony black to jaundice yellow, in all attitudes, seated, standing, or lying upon the floor, and not a few of them, in pairs, manacled to one another. Their attitudes were not more various than the expressions upon their faces. Some looked sad and sullen, some glanced fearfully around, as if waking from horrid dreams, and under the belief that they were realities. Others wore the vacant stare of idiocy, while here and there a group, apparently regardless of past, present, or future, chattered in their barbaric language, with an air of gaiety that bespoke the most philosophic insouciance. The building that contained them was the barracoon, the storehouse of the slave merchant. Its occupants were his stores. The stock, had been just replenished by the cargo of the slave ship, though there were also some old bales on hand, and these were in the act of entertaining the newcomers and initiating them into the ways of the place. Their means of showing hospitality had been limited, as testified by the empty calabashes and clean-scraped wooden platters that lay scattered over the floor. Not a grain of rice, not a spoonful of the pepper pot, not a slice of plantain was left. The emptiness of the vessel showed that the rations had been as short as the viands were coarse and common. Outside in the yard were many groups, happier to escape from the stifled atmosphere of their crowded quarters, though that was freedom when compared with the 'tween decks of the middle passage. Each group was gathered round some old hand, some compatriot who had preceded them across the great sea, and who himself, initiated into slavery under a western sky, was giving them some notions of what they had to expect. Eager looks of all from time to time, directed towards the veranda, told that they were awaiting some event of more than ordinary interest. There were white men in the courtyard, 3 of them. 2 were of dark complexion, so swarth that many of the colored slaves were as fair-skinned as they. These 2 men were lounging by the stairway of the veranda, one of them seated upon the steps. Both were sparely clad in check shirts and trousers, having broad-brimmed palmetto hats on their heads, and rough buskins on their feet and ankles. Each carried a long rapier-like blade, a machete, hanging over his hip in its leathern sheath, while a brace of fierce dogs, looped in cotton rope leashes, attached to belts worn round their waists, crouched upon the ground at their feet. The faces of these men were clean-shaven, a pointed chin-tuft or bigote alone being left, and the hair on the heads of both was close cropped. Their sharp angular features were thus fully displayed, denoting a high order of intelligence, which might have produced a pleasing effect, but for the pronounced expression of cruelty which accompanied it. The explanations that from time to time escaped from their lips, with the few words of conversation that passed between them, bespoke them of Spanish race. Their costume, their arms and accoutrements, their comrades, the fierce dogs, plainly proclaimed their calling, as well as the country from whence they came. They were cazadores de negros, negro hunters from the island of Cuba. The third white man who appeared in the courtyard differed essentially from these, not so much in color, for he was also of swarth complexion, but in size, costume, and calling. A pair of horse-skin riding boots reached up to his thighs, on the heels of which appeared heavy spurs, with rowels 3 inches in diameter. A sort of monkey jacket with thick cloth, notwithstanding its unsuitableness to the climate, hung down to his hips, under which appeared a waistcoat of scarlet plush, with tarnished metal buttons, and a wool comforter of the same flaming color. Crowning all was a felt hat, which, like the other articles of his dress, gave evidence of exposure to all weathers, sun and rain, storm and tornado. A thick shock of curling hair, so dark in color as to pass for black, a heavy beard, jet black, and running most of the way round his mouth, amber-colored eyes with a sinister shining light that never seemed to pale, lips of an unnatural redness gleaming through the black beard, and a nose of aquiline oblique, were the points in the personal appearance of this man that most prominently presented themselves. The effect of this combination was to impress you with the conviction that the individual in question belonged to the same nationality as the proprietor of the Penn. Such was in reality the case, for the bearded man was another of the race of Abraham, and one of its least amiable specimens. His name was Ravener. his calling that of overseer. He was the overseer of Jessuron. The symbol of his profession he carried under his arm, a huge cart whip. He had it by him at all hours, by night as by day, for by night as by day was he accustomed to make use of it. And the victims of this long lash were neither oxen nor horses. They were men and women. No sparing use made he of this hideous implement. Crack, crack, was it heard from morn to eve. Crack, crack, from eve to midnight, if need be from midnight to morning again. For some said that the overseer of Jessuron never slept. Crack, crack, did he go through the courtyard, apparently proud of exhibiting his power before the newly arrived negroes, here and there swinging his long bitter lash among the groups, as if to break up and scatter them in sheer wantonness. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 21. A Fiery Baptism. It was about 12 o'clock in the day. Jessuron and his daughter had just stepped forth into the veranda, and taken their stand by the balustrade, looking down into the court. The countenance of both betrayed a certain degree of solicitude, as they had come out to be witnesses to some spectacle of more than common interest. The house wenches and other domestics, trooping behind them with curious looks, showed that some rare scene was to be enacted. A small iron furnace filled with live coals had been placed in the courtyard near the bottom of the steps. 3 or 4 sullen-looking men, blacks and mulattoes, stood around it in lounging attitudes. One of these stooped over the furnace, turning in the fire what appeared to be a soldering iron, or some other instrument of abrasure. It was not that, however, as the spectators well knew. All who beheld it recognized the dreaded branding iron, for every one present, the whites and newly arrived Africans excepted, had ere now felt its hot seething fire in their flesh. These last had already learnt what was preparing for them, and most of them stood regarding the preparations with looks of silent awe. Some Coromantese there were among the number, who looked on with reckless indifference, chatting as gaily, and at intervals laughing as loudly, as if they awaited the beginning of some merry game. Little cared these courageous sons of Ethiopia, whose sable skins bore scars of many a native fray, little cared they for the scorching of that simple brand. It was not long before the inhuman spectacle commenced. The entrance of Jessuron and his daughter was the clue to begin, and the bearded overseer, who was master of the ceremonies, had only been waiting till these should make their appearance. The man, from experience, knew that his master always gave his personal superintendence when such a scene was to be enacted. He knew, moreover, that his master's daughter was equally accustomed to assist at these interesting ceremonies. "Go on, Mr. Ravener," cried the Jew on reaching the front of the veranda. "Dish first," he added, pointing towards a group of Igbos, who stood trembling with apprehension in one corner of the yard. At a sign from the overseer, who was one of the taciturn sort, a number of old negroes, evidently used to the business, laid hands upon the Igbos and led them up to the furnace. As the victims were brought near to the fire and saw the red iron glowing amid the coals, Fear became strongly depicted upon their faces, and their frames shook with a convulsive terror. Some of them, the younger ones, screamed aloud, and would have rushed away from the spot had they not been held in the grasp of the attendants. Their appeals, made by the most pitiful looks and gestures, were answered only by unfeeling jeers and shouts of laughter, in which the old Jew himself joined, in which, incredible to relate, joined his beautiful daughter. Nor was it a mere smile which appeared on the face of the fair Judith. Clear laughter rang from her lips, exhibiting her regular rows of ivory-like teeth, as if some fiend had assumed the form of an angel. The Ebos were led forward, and held firmly by the assistants, while their breasts were presented to receive the brand. The red-hot iron flashed for a moment in the eyes of each, and then fell with a dull clap upon the clammy skin. Smoke ascended with a hiss, till the court became filled with the smell of roasting flesh. A struggle, some wild cries, and the operation was over. The slave was marked with those indelible initials, to be carried with him to his grave. One by one the poor beings received this terrible baptism, and were led away from the ground. A batch of pawpaws, from the Widdaw country, came next. They were brought up one by one like the Ebos, but altogether unlike these was their behavior. They neither gave way to extreme fear, nor yet displayed extraordinary courage. They appeared to submit with a sort of docile resignation, as though they regarded it in the light of a destiny or duty. The operation of branding them was a short work, and afforded no mirth to the bystanders, since there was no ludicrous display of terror to laugh at. This facile disposition rendered the Widdaw the most valuable of slaves. A group of Coromantese were now to undergo the fiery ordeal. These bold and warlike indigenes of Africa evinced, by their attitudes and actions, the possession of a moral nature altogether different from that of Pawpaw or Ebo. Instead of waiting to be led forward, each stepped boldly up, as he did so baring his breast to receive the red brand, at which he glanced with an air of lordly contempt. One young fellow even seized the iron from the grasp of the operator, and, turning it in his hand, struck the stamp firmly against his breast, where he held it until the seething flesh told that a deep imprint had been made. Then, flinging the instrument back into the furnace, he strode away from the spot, with the air of a triumphant gladiator. At this moment there occurred a pause in the proceedings, not as if the drama had ended, but only an act. Another was yet to come. Ravener stepped up to the veranda, in front of the place where Jessuron and his daughter stood. With the former, or indeed with both, he communicated in a voice just audible, not as if with any design of concealing what he said, but because there was no necessity for loud talking. The two manhunters were the only persons there he might have had any care to be cautious about, but these were at that moment busy with their dogs, and not heeding aught that was going on. Branding a batch of negroes was no new sight to them, and they were spectators, merely from having, at the moment, nothing better to do. "Which next?" was the question put by Ravener to the Jew. "The Mandingos?" "Either them or the Prince," replied Jessuron. "It don't matter which ish marked first." "Oh, the Prince first, by all means," suggested the amiable Judith, with a smile of satisfaction. "Bring him out first, Mr. Ravener. I'm curious to see how His Royal Highness will stand fire." The overseer made no reply, but, taking the wish of the young lady as a command, proceeded to obey it. Stepping across the court, he opened a door that led into a room, separate from that in which the slaves had been lodged. The overseer entered the room, and in a few minutes came out again, bringing with him an individual who, by his dress, it might have been difficult to recognize as the young Foolah seen on board the slaver, but whose noble mien still rendered it possible to identify him, for it was he. Changed indeed was his costume. The turban was gone, the rich silken tunic, the sandals and scimitar, all his finery had been stripped off, and in its place appeared a coarse Osnaburg shirt and trousers, the dress of a plantation negro. He looked wretched, but not crestfallen. No doubt he had by this time learnt or suspected the fate that was in store for him, but for all that his features exhibited the proud air of a prince, and the glances which he cast upon the overseer by his side, but oftener upon Jessuron, whose instrument he knew the other to be, were those of concentrated anger and defiance. Not a word escaped his lips, either of protest or reproach. This had all passed before, when the first rude assault had been made upon him, to deprive him of his garments and the adornments of his person. The hour of recrimination was past. He knew he had no alternative but submission, and he was submitting, though in angry and sullen silence. He had no idea of what was now designed for him. He had been shut up in a windowless room, and saw nothing of the spectacle that had just passed. Some new outrage he anticipated, but of what nature he could not guess. He was not allowed to remain long in ignorance. Ravener, roughly grasping him by the wrist, led him up to the furnace. The iron by this time was ready, glowing red-hot among the coals. The operator stood watching for the signal to use it, and on its being given, he seized the instrument in his grasp and poised it aloft. The prince now perceived the intention, but shrank not at the sight. His eyes were not upon the iron, but, gleaming with a fire like that of the furnace itself, were directed upon the face of the old Jew, at intervals upon that of the angel-like demon at his side. The Jew alone shrank from the glance. His daughter returned it with a mocking imperturbability. In another instant the red brand hissed as it burnt into the flesh of the Foolah's bosom. Prince Singais was the slave of Jacob Jessuron. As if the terrible reality had now for the first time burst upon him, the young man sprang forward with a cry, and before anyone could oppose his progress, he had bounded up the steps and entered the veranda. Then, gliding along the gallery to the spot occupied by Jessuron and his daughter, he launched himself forward upon the Jew. As he clutched the latter by the throat, both came together to the ground and rolled over and over in the writhings of a desperate struggle. Fortunate it was for the slave merchant that his victim had been disarmed, else that moment would have been fatal to him. As it was, he came very near being strangled, and had it not been for Ravener and the two Spaniards, who hastened to his rescue, the betrayal of the Foolah prince would have been the last treason of his life. Overpowered by numbers, Singais was at length secured, and the throat of the slave merchant was extricated from his death-like clutch. "Kill him!" cried the Jew, as soon as he found breath to speak. "No, don't kill him yet," added he, correcting himself. "Not juice yet, till I punish him for it. And if I don't punish him, "Flog the savage!" shouted the beautiful Judith. "Make an example of him, Mr. Ravener, else those others will be rising upon us in the same style." "Yesh, flog him. That'll do to begin with. Flog him now, good Ravener. Give him 100 lashes this minute." "Aye, aye," responded the overseer, dragging the victim down the steps. "I'll give him his full dose. Never fear you." Ravener was as good as his word. The spectacle that followed was even more horrible to behold, than that which had been described, for the punishment of the lash is among the most fearful of exhibitions. The young Foolah was tied to a post, one that stood there for the purpose. A strong headman wielded the cruel quirt, and as the last stripe was administered, completing that horrid 100, the poor victim sank, fainting against the blood-stained stake. The occupants of the veranda showed not the slightest signs of having been moved to pity by this horrid spectacle. On the contrary, both father and daughter seemed to draw delight from it, and, instead of retiring when the fearful scene was over, both, seemingly with perfect unconcern, remained to witness the finale of the day's work, the marking of the mandingos. End of section 21. The Maroon. Section 22. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 22. A Couch of Silk Cotton. On parting from the presence of his fair cousin, and at the same time from the house of his inhospitable relative, Herbert Vaughan struck off through the shrubbery that stretched toward the ridge on the right. Notwithstanding the storm that was raging in his breast, a reflection had occurred to him, which hindered him from going by the main avenue. Suffering from a keen sense of humiliation, he had no desire to meet with any of his uncle's people, since the very slaves seemed to be privy to his false position. Still less desirous was he of being observed, while making the long traverse of the avenue, by eyes that might be directed upon him from the windows of the great house. On reaching the limits of the level platform, he leaped a low wall that separated the shrubbery from the outer fields, and then, under cover of the pimento groves, commenced ascending the slope of the ridge. For some time the conflicting emotions that were stirring in his soul hindered him from anything like tranquil reflection. Conflicting, I say, for two very opposite sentiments had been aroused by the two individuals with whom he had just held interview, opposite as darkness from light, as sorrow from joy, perhaps as hate from love. The conflict might have lasted longer, had there been an opportunity to give way to idle emotions, but there was not. The young man felt too forlorn and friendless to indulge in the luxury of passionate thought, and on this account the sooner did the storm subside. On reaching the crest of the ridge, and before plunging into the deep forest that stretched away on the other side, he endeavored, through an opening in the trees, to catch a view of those white walls and green jalousies. In that glance there was more of regretfulness than anger, an expression of despair, such as may have appeared on the face of the fallen angel when gazing back over the golden palings of paradise. As the young man turned away and entered under the somber shadows of the forest, the expression of despair seemed to become deeper and darker. To make Montego Bay, to seek in it such humble home as might offer, to wait there till his poorly stocked portmanteau, now on its way to Mount Welcome, should be returned to him. These were the simple plans that suggested themselves. His mind was still too much on the rack to permit his dwelling upon any ulterior purpose. He walked on through the woods without taking much heed as to the direction in which he was going. Anyone who could have seen him just then might be supposed that he had lost his way and was wandering. It was not so, however. He knew or believed that by keeping to the left of his former course, he would get out upon the main road by which he had reached the entrance gate of Mount Welcome. In any case, he could not fail to find the river he had already crossed, and by following it downward, he would in time arrive at the town. With this confidence, false as it may have been, he was not wandering, only absorbed in thought, in common parlance, absent-minded. But this absence of mind lasted so long that it led to the result it resembled. He lost his way, in reality. The trees hindered him from seeing the sun, now low down. But even if a view of the golden orb had been afforded him, it would have served no purpose, since, on riding out to Mount Welcome, he had taken no note of the relative directions between it and the bay. He was not much disconcerted by the discovery that he had lost himself. The reflection that in Montego Bay he would be no better off hindered him from greatly regretting the circumstance. He had not the means to command the shelter of a roof, even in the midst of a whole city full, and the chances were he might find none better than that which was above him at the moment, the spreading fronds of a gigantic cotton tree. At the time that this reflection crossed his mind, the sun had gone quite down, for the cotton tree stood upon the edge of an opening where he could see the sky above him, and he perceived that it was already tinged with the purple of twilight. To find his way in the darkness would be no longer possible, and he resolved for that night to accept the hospitality of the ceiba. It had even spread a couch for him, for the seed capsules had burst upon its branches, and the pale brown staple thickly covered the ground beneath, offering a couch that, under the canopy of a West Indian summer sky, was sufficiently luxuriant. Was there a supper as well? Herbert looked around. He was hungry. Not a morsel had he eaten since breakfast, only a piece of mess pork and a brown wormy biscuit on parting from the ship. Hunger had already made itself felt. During his wanderings, having his gun with him, he had looked out for game. Had any appeared, he was too good a sportsman to have let it escape. But none had shown itself, neither beast nor bird. The woods seemed deserted as himself. He could hear the voices of birds, all strange to his ear. He could see bright-winged creatures fluttering amongst the leaves, but none near enough for the range of his fowling piece. Now that he had come to a halt, and having nothing better to do, he took his stand, watching the open glade. Perhaps some bird might yet show itself passing from tree to tree, or flying about in pursuit of prey. It was the hour for owls. He felt hungry enough to eat one. Neither owl nor nightjar came in sight, but his attention was attracted to an object edible as either, and which promised to relieve him from the pangs he was suffering. Close by the cotton tree stood another giant of the forest, rivaling the former in height, but differing from it as an arrow from its bow. Straight as a lance, it rose to the height of 100 feet. It was branchless as a column of polished malachite or marble, up to its high summit, where its long green fronds, radiating outward, drooped gracefully over like a circlet of reflexed ostrich plumes. A child could have told it to be a palm, but Herbert knew more. He had heard of the noble mountain cabbage of Jamaica, the kingly Areca orthodoxia. He knew that in the center of that circlet of far-stretching fronds, in that crown, there was a jewel that had often proved more precious than gems or gold, for often it had been the means of saving human life. How was this jewel to be obtained? Like all crowns, it was placed high, far above the reach of ordinary mortals. Young and active though he was, and a climber at school, he could never swarm up that tall, smooth shaft. Without a ladder 100 feet in length, it would not be possible to reach its summit. But see, the palm tree stands not alone. A great black liana stretches tortuously from the earth up to the crown, where its head is buried among the tufted leaves, as if it were some huge dragon in the act of devouring its victim. Herbert stood for a moment reconnoitering the grand stay cable that, trailing from the summit of the palm, offered, as it were, a natural ladder for ascending it. Hunger stimulated him to the attempt, and, resting his gun against the trunk of the ceiba, he commenced climbing upward. Without much difficulty he succeeded in reaching the top, and making his way among the huge pinnae of the leaves, each in itself a leaf of many feet in length. He arrived at the youngest of them all, that still enfolded in the envelope of the bud, and which was the object for which he had climbed. With his knife he separated this summit leaf from the stem, flung it to the earth, and then, descending to the bottom of the tree, made his supper upon the raw but sweet and succulent shoots of the mountain cabbage. Supper over, he collected a quantity of the strewn fleece of the silk cotton, and, placing it between two of the great buttress-like root spurs of the tree, constructed for himself a couch, on which, but for some hard thoughts within, he might have slept as softly and soundly as upon a bed of eider. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 23. The Tree Fountain. That he did not sleep soundly may be attributed solely to his anxieties about the morrow, for the night was mild throughout, and the composition of his improvised couch kept him sufficiently warm. His cares, however, had rendered his spirit restless. They were vivid enough to act even upon his dreams, which several times during the night awoke him, and again, finally, just after the break of day. This time, on opening his eyes, he perceived that the glade was filled with soft blue light, and the quivering fronds of the cabbage palm, just visible from where he lay, had caught the first trembling rays of the sun. Only there, and among the summit branches of the ceiba, far overtopping the spray of the surrounding forest, was the sun yet visible. Everything else was tinted with the blue-gray of the morning twilight. He could sleep no longer, and rose from his forest lair, intending to make an immediate departure from the spot. He had no toilet to trouble him, nothing to do, further than brush off the silken floss of the tree cotton, shoulder his gun, and go. He felt hunger, even more than on the preceding night, and although the raw mountain cabbage offered no very tempting dejeuner, he determined before starting to make another meal upon it, remembering and very wisely acting upon the adage of a bird in the hand. There was plenty left from the supper to serve him for breakfast, and, once more making a vigorous onslaught on the chou de palmiste, he succeeded in appeasing his hunger. But another appetite far more unpleasant to bear now assailed him. In truth, it had assailed him long before, but had been gradually growing stronger, until it was now almost unendurable. It was the kindred appetite, thirst, which the cabbage palm, instead of relieving, had, from a certain acridity in its juice, only sharpened, till the pain amounted almost to torture. The sufferer would have struck off into the woods in search of water. He had seen none in his wanderings, still he had hopes of being able to find the river. He would have started at once, but for an idea he had conceived that there was water near the spot where he had slept. Where? He had observed neither stream nor spring, pond nor river, and yet he fancied he had seen water. In fact, he felt sure of it. In a very singular situation he had seen it. So thought he at the time, since it was over his head in the cotton tree. On the previous evening, while upon the crown of the cabbage palm, he had glanced slantingly across among the branches of the ceiba. This, as with all great trees in the tropical forests, was loaded with parasites, vryceas, long ragged-looking cacti, bromelias, epiphytical orchids, and the like. Tillandsias, too, of the kind known as wild pines, grew in the forks, or on the upper surface of the great limbs, flourishing as luxuriantly as if their roots rested in the richest soil. Among them was conspicuous the most magnificent of the genus, the noble Tillandsia lingulata, with its spike of gorgeous crimson flowers projecting from the midst of its broad sheathing leaves. It was in the concavities of these huge leaves that Herbert had observed something which did not belong to the plant, something he believed to be water. It would cost but a few seconds' time to confirm or refute this belief. A climb among the branches of the ceiba. Another huge parasite, from the same root as the former, trended tortuously up to the limbs of the silk cotton tree, here and there touching and twisting around them. Its diagonal direction rendered ease of ascent, and Herbert, impelled by his desire to drink, commenced climbing it. Ere long he had succeeded in reaching a main fork of the ceiba, where nestled one of the largest of the wild pines. He had not been deceived. In a hollow formed by one of its huge ventricose leaves was the natural reservoir he had noticed, the gathering of dew and rain, which the rays of the sun could never reach. At his approach the green hyla sprang out from this aerial pool, and leaping frog-like from leaf to leaf, guarded against falling by the clammy sponge discs of its feet, soon disappeared amid the foliage. It was this singular creature whose voice Herbert had been hearing throughout the livelong night, and which, in constant chorus with others of its kind, had recalled to his memory the groaning and working of the sea-nymph in a storm. The presence of the tree-toad in this its natural haunt did not deter the young man from drinking. Raging thirst has no scruples, and, bending over one of the leaves of the tillandsia, he placed his lips to the cool water and freely quaffed it. The labor of scrambling up the liana had taken away his breath, to some extent fatigued him. Instead, therefore, of descending at once, which he knew would cost him an effort equal to that of the ascent, he determined to rest for a few minutes upon the large limb of the ceiba on which he had seated himself. "Well," muttered he in satisfied soliloquy, "if the people of this island have proved inhospitable, I can't say the same of its trees. Here are two of them, almost the first I have encountered. They have yielded me the three necessities of life: meat, drink, and lodging. Lodging, too, with an excellent bed, a thing not so common in many a human hostelry. What more is wanted? Under such a sky as this, who need care to have walls around or a roof over him? Verily, to sleep here, sub Jove, is rather a luxury than an inconvenience. And verily," continued he, "were it not that I should feel rather lonely, and that man is designed to be a social animal, I might pass my whole life in these glorious woods, without work or care of any kind. No doubt there is game, and I was told at home there are no game laws, so I might poach at pleasure. Ha! Game? What do I see? A deer? No, A hog? Yes, hog it is, but such a singular fellow. Prick ears, red bristles, long legs and tusks. A boar, and why not a wild boar? There was no reason why it should not be, since it was one. A wild boar of the Jamaica forest, a true descendant of the Canarian hog, transported thither by the Spaniards. The young Englishman, never having seen a wild boar in its native haunts, put the question conjecturally. But a moment's observation of the animal convinced him that his conjecture was correct. The short upright ears, the long head, hams and legs, the shaggy neck and frontlet, the foxy red color, the thick short step as it moved onward, all these points, combined with a certain savage air which Herbert noticed at a glance, satisfied him that the animal under his eyes was not one of the domestic breed, but a genuine wild hog of the woods. The grunt, too, which the creature uttered as it moved across the glade, short, sharp, and fierce, had but slight resemblance to the squeaking sounds of the farmyard. A wild boar beyond a doubt. On perceiving this noble head of game, and so near him, Herbert's first reflection was one of extreme regret. How unlucky that he should be up in the tree, with his gun upon the ground. It was very tantalizing, but the young man saw it would be impossible to get possession of his gun without giving the alarm. To attempt descending from the tree, or even make a movement upon the branch, would be sufficient to send the boar scampering from the spot. Of course, never to be seen more. Conscious of this, Herbert preferred remaining upon his perch, the silent spectre of a scene of wild nature, to which chance had so oddly introduced him. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 24. The Hog-Hunter. The boar had stopped over the debris of Herbert's breakfast, some fragments of the mountain cabbage which had been left upon the ground. Switching his feathered tail, and uttering a short grunt, expressive of satisfaction, the animal proceeded to snap up the scattered pieces, crunching them between his formidable grinders. All of a sudden, the tranquil tableau became transformed into a scene of a more exciting nature. As Herbert continued to gaze, he saw the boar suddenly make a start, jerk his muzzle high in the air, at the same instant uttering a peculiar cry. It was a cry of alarm, mingled with angry menace, as testified by the bristles upon his back, which had suddenly shot up into an erect spinous mane. Herbert looked for the enemy. None was in sight, at least to his eyes. The boar, however, had either seen or heard something, for he was evidently upon the strain to spring off. Just then a loud report reverberated through the glade, a bullet hissed through the air, and the animal, with a shrill scream, turned over upon its back, the blood spouting from a wound in its thigh. In an instant it was on its feet again, but rage appeared to hinder it from attempting flight. It retreated only a few paces, taking its stand between two of the buttresses of the Seah, on the very spot where the young Englishman had passed the night. There, protected on both flanks and in the rear, and uttering fierce grunts of defiance, it stood, as if awaiting an enemy. Soon after, a man emerged from the underwood, armed with what appeared to be a straight sword or cutlass. In a dozen quick strides he crossed the glade, and, having reached the roots of the cotton tree, became engaged in a deadly struggle with the wounded boar. Notwithstanding the damage done to it, the creature was still a formidable antagonist, and it required all the address of the hunter, habile though he appeared to be, to avoid contact with his terrible tusks. Each alternatively charged upon the other, the hunter endeavoring to thrust the quadruped with his long blade, while the boar, in its turn, would repeatedly rush towards its antagonist, suddenly rear itself upon its hind legs, and strike upwards with its armed and grinning muzzle. It was one of the forelegs of the animal that had been broken by the shot, but the wound, although greatly disabling it, did not hinder it from making a protracted and desperate defense. The spurs of the cotton tree rising on each side proved its best protectors, hindering its assailant from turning its flanks and piercing it in the side. The combat, therefore, was face to face, and the blade of the hunter, repeatedly thrust forward, as often glanced harmlessly from the hard skull, glinted with a metallic ring against the tusks of the boar. For several minutes did this singular contest continue, the young Englishman all the while watching it with lively interest, but without giving the slightest signs of his being a spectator. Indeed, the scene was so exciting, and had come under his eyes so unexpectedly, that he was for a time held speechless by sheer surprise. After a while the struggle between biped and quadruped was brought to a termination. The former, who appeared to possess all the craft of his calling, put in practice a ruse that enabled him to give his antagonist the coup de grace. It was a feat, however, accompanied by no slight danger, and so adroitly did the hunter perform it as to create within the mind of his spectator, himself a sportsman, both surprise and admiration. Thus was the feat accomplished. In charging forward upon his human adversary, the boar had incautiously ventured beyond the flanking buttresses of the tree. In fact, the hunter had enticed the animal outward by making a feint of retreating from the contest. Just then, and before the brute could divine his intention, the hunter rushed forward, and throwing all his strength into the effort, sprang high into the air. Quite clearing the quadruped, he alighted in the angle formed by the converging spurs of the tree. The boar had now lost his position of defense, though that of the hunter for the moment appeared desperate. He had calculated his chances, however, for before the enraged animal, hindered by its hanging limb, could face round to assail him, he had lunged out with his long blade and buried it up to the hilt between the creature's ribs. With a shrill scream the boar fell prostrate to the earth, the red stream from his side spurting over and spoiling the improvised mattress of cotton tree flock upon which the young Englishman had passed the night. Up to this moment the latter had done nothing, either by word or gesture, to make known his presence. He was about to descend and congratulate the hunter for the performance of a feat that had filled him with admiration. A fancy passing through his mind at the moment determined him to remain where he was a little longer, and in obedience to this fancy he sat gazing down upon the successful sportsman at the bottom of the tree. To say the least, the appearance presented by this individual was singular, especially so in the eyes of an Englishman unacquainted with West Indian characters and costumes. But in addition to picturesqueness of attire, there was something in the carriage and features of the man that could not fail to make a remarkable impression upon the beholder. This impression was decidedly pleasing, though the face that produced it was not that of a white man, neither was it the face of a black man, nor yet the yellow countenance of the mulatto. It was a shade lighter than the last, with a dash of crimson in the cheeks, It was this coloring of the cheeks, perhaps, combined with a well-rounded, sparkling iris, that imparted the agreeable expression. The man was young. Herbert Vaughan might have guessed him about his own age, without being many months astray. And in point of size and shape, there was no great dissimilitude between them. In the color of their hair, complexion, and features, there was no resemblance whatever. While the face of the young Englishman was of the oval type, that of the West Indian hunter was rotund. A prominent, well-cut chin, however, hindered it from degenerating into any expression of feebleness. On the contrary, firmness was the prevailing cast of the features, and the hold, swelling throat, was a true physical index of daring. The complexion of the hunter betokened a sang mêlée between African and Caucasian, which was further confirmed by the slight crisping that appeared among the jet-black curls of hair thickly covering his head. The luxuriance of these curls was partly kept in check by a headdress that Herbert Vaughan would have been less surprised to see in some country of the East, for at the first glance he had mistaken it for a turban. On closer examination, however, it proved to be a brilliant kerchief, the Madras check, ingeniously folded around the forehead so as to sit coquettishly over the crown, with the knot a little to one side. It was a toque, not a turban. The other articles of dress worn by the young hunter were an outer coat or shirt of sky-blue cottonade, cut somewhat blouse fashion, an undershirt of fine white linen, ruffled and open at the breast, trousers of the same material as the coat, and buff-colored boots of roughly clean cowskin. There were straps and strings over both shoulders, all crossing each other on the breast. From the two that hung to the right side were suspended a powder horn and skin shot pouch. On the same side hung a large calabash canteen, covered with a strong network of some forest withe to protect it from injury. Under the left arm was a carved and curving cow's horn, evidently not for holding powder, since it was open at both ends. Below this, against his hip, rested a black leathern sheath, the receptacle of that long blade still reeking with the blood of the boar. This weapon was the machete, half sword, half hunting knife, which, with its straight, short blade and half-like hilt of grayish horn, is to be found in every cottage of Spanish America, from California to the land of Ire, even where the Spaniards have been, but are no longer, as in Jamaica. The universal machete may be seen in the hands of hunter and peasant, a relic of the conqueror colonists. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 25. The Runaway. Up to the moment that the boar was laid prostrate upon the ground, he in the toque had been kept too well employed with his fierce game to find time for looking at anything else. It was only after dealing the death blow to his adversary that he was able to stand erect and take a survey around him. In an instant his eye fell upon the gun of the young Englishman, and then the white pieces of palm cabbage upon which the boar had been browsing. "Ho!" exclaimed he, still gasping for breath, but with a look that betrayed surprise. "A gun? Whose? Some runaway slave who has stolen his master's fowling piece? Nothing more likely. But why has he left the piece behind him? And what has started him away from here? Surely not the boar. He must have been gone before the animal got up. Crambo! A richer prize than the porker. If I could only have set eyes on him. I wonder in which direction he has tracked it. Hish! What do I see? The Runaway! Yes, yes, it is he, coming back for his gun. Crambo! This is unexpected luck. So early in the morning, a slave capture, a bounty. As the hunter hurriedly muttered these concluding phrases, he glided with stealthily tread between the two buttresses, and, having placed himself in the extreme angle of their convergence, remained perfectly still, as if to await the approach of someone who was advancing towards the tree. Herbert, from his perch, had a full view of the newcomer thus announced. A young man of a copper-red color, with straight black hair, shaggily tossed and pulled over his forehead, as if someone had been tearing it from his head. His face, too, a fine one, notwithstanding its mahogany color, appeared freshly lacerated, and his whole body bore the marks of inhuman abuse. The coarse and long crimson-colored stripes running across his back looked like the imprints of an ensanguined lash. The attitude in which he was advancing was as peculiar as his costume. When Herbert first set eyes on him, he was crawling upon his hands and knees, yet going with considerable speed. This led to the belief that his bent position was assumed rather with a view towards concealment than from the inability to walk erect. This belief was soon after confirmed, for on entering the glade the young man rose to his feet and trotted on, but still with body bent, toward the ceiba. What could he want there? Was he making for the huge tree as a haven of safety from some deadly pursuers? Herbert fancied so. The hunter believed he was coming back for his gun, having no suspicion that the real owner of the piece was just over his head. Both remained silent, though from motives having no similitude to each other. In a few seconds' time the fugitive, for his actions proved him one, had reached the bottom of the tree. "Halt!" cried the hunter, showing himself round the buttress and stepping in front of the newcomer. "You are a runaway, my prisoner." The fugitive dropped upon his knees, crossed his arms over his breast, and uttered some phrases in an unknown tongue, amongst which Herbert could distinguish the word Allah. His captor appeared equally at fault about the meaning of the words, but neither the attitude of the speaker nor the expression upon his countenance could be mistaken. It was an appeal for mercy. "Crambo!" exclaimed the hunter, bending forward and gazing for a moment at the breast of the runaway, on which the letters J.J. were conspicuously branded. "With that tattoo on your skin, I don't wonder you've given leg bail to your master. Poor devil, they've tattooed you still more brutally upon the back." As he said this, speaking rather to himself than to the wretched creature that knelt before him, the hunter stretched forth his hand, raised the shirt from the shoulders of the runaway, and gazed for a while upon his naked back. The skin was covered with purple wales, crossing each other like the arteries in an anatomic plate. "God of the Christian!" exclaimed the yellow hunter, with evident indignation at the sight. "If this be your decree, then give me the fetish of my African ancestors. But no," added he after a pause, "J.J. is not a Christian. He cares for no God." The soliloquy of the hunter was here interrupted by a second speech from the supplicant, spoken in the same unknown tongue. This time the gesture signified that it was an appeal for protection against some enemy in the rear, for the sympathetic looks of his captor had evidently won the confidence of the fugitive. "They are after you, no doubt of it," said the hunter. "Well, let them come. Whoever are your pursuers, this time they have lost their chance, and the bounty is mine, not theirs." "Poor devil!" It goes against my grain to deliver you up, and were it not for the law that binds me, I should scorn their paltry reward. Hark! Yonder they come. Dogs, as I'm a man. Yes, it's the bay of a bloodhound, those villainous manhunters of Batabano. I knew old Jessuron had them in his pay. Here, my poor fellow, in here. And the hunter half led, half dragged the fugitive over the carcass of the wild boar, placing him between the buttresses of the Seah. Stand close in to the angle, he continued. Leave me to guard the front. Here's your gun. I see it's loaded. I hope you know how to use it. Don't fire till you're sure of hitting. We'll need both blade and shot to save ourselves from these Spanish dogs. That will make no distinction between you and me. Not they. Crambo! There they come. The words had scarce issued from the speaker's lips when two large dogs broke, with a swishing noise, out of the bushes on the opposite side of the glade, evidently running on the trail of the fugitive. The crimson color of their muzzles showed that they had been baited with blood, which, darkening as it dried, rendered more conspicuous the white fang-like teeth within their jaws. They were half hound, half mastiff, but ran as true-bred hounds on a fresh trail. No trail could have been fresher than that of the flogged fugitive, and in a few seconds after entering the glade, the hounds had got up to the Seah, in front of the triangular chamber in which stood the runaway and his protector. These dogs have no instinct of self-preservation, only an instinct to discover and destroy. Without stopping to bark or bay, without even slackening their pace, both dashed onward, bounding into the air as they launched themselves upon the supposed objects of their pursuit. The first only impaled himself on the outstretched machete of the yellow hunter, and as the animal came down to the earth, it was to utter the last howl of its existence. The other, springing towards the naked fugitive, received the contents of the fowling piece, and, like the first, rolled lifeless upon the earth. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 26. A Combat Declined. The spectator in the tree began to fancy that he was dreaming. Within the short space of 20 minutes he had been the witness of a greater number of exciting events than he might have seen in his own land during the same number of years. And yet he had not witnessed the finale of the drama. The gestures of the runaway and the speeches of his captor had already warned him that there was another act to come, and from the attitudes of both, it was evident that this act would be performed on the same stage, without any change of scene. As yet the young Englishman saw no particular reason why he should cease to be a spectator and become an actor in this West Indian drama. That the yellow hunter should kill a wild boar, capture a runaway slave, and afterwards shield both his captive and himself from a brace of bloodhounds by killing the fierce brutes, was no affair of his. The only line that concerned him was the unceremonious use that had been made of his fowling piece, but it is scarce necessary to say that Herbert Vaughan, had he been asked, would have freely lent the piece for such a purpose. Nothing, however, had yet transpired to tempt him from a strict neutrality, and, until something should, he determined to preserve the passive attitude he had hitherto held. Scarce had he come to this determination when 3 new actors appeared on the scene. One, the foremost, and apparently the leader, was a tall, black-bearded man in a red plush waistcoat and high-topped horse-skin boots. The other two were lean, lithe-looking fellows in striped shirt and trousers, each wearing broad-brimmed palm-leaf hats that shadowed their sharp Spanish physiognomies. The bearded man was armed with gun and pistols. The others appeared to be without firearms of any kind, but each carried in his hand a long rapier-like blade, the sheath of which hung dangling from his hip. It was the machete, the same kind of weapon as that which the yellow hunter had but the moment before so skillfully wielded. On perceiving the tableau under the tree, the three newcomers halted, and with no slight surprise depicted in their looks, the men of Spanish face appeared more especially astonished, indignation mingling with their surprise, when they beheld in that grouping of figures the bodies of their own bloodhounds stretched dead upon the sward. The bearded man, who, as we have said, appeared to be the leader, was the first to give speech to the sentiment that animated all three. "What game's this?" he cried, his face turning purple with rage. "Who are you that has dared to interfere with our pursuit? Carajo! He's killed our dogs," vociferated one of the Spaniards. "Demonios! You'll pay for this with your lives," added the other, raising his machete in menace. "And what if I have killed your dogs?" rejoined the yellow hunter, with an air of sang-froid, which won the silent applause of the spectator. "What if I have? If I had not killed them, they would have killed me." "No," said one of the Spaniards, "they would not have touched you. Carambo! They were too well trained for that. They were after him. Why did you put yourself in the way to protect him? It's no business of yours." "There, my worthy friend, you are mistaken," replied he, in the toque, with a significant sneer. "It is my business to protect him, my interest, too, since he is my captive." "Your captive!" exclaimed one of the men with a glance of concern. "Certainly he is my captive, and it was my interest not to let the dogs destroy him. Dead, I should only have got 2 pounds currency for his head. Living, he is worth twice that, and mileage money to boot, though I'm sorry to see by the JJ on his breast that the mileage money won't amount to much. Now, what more have you to say, my worthy gentleman?" "Only this," cried the man with the black beard, "that we listen to no such nonsense as that there. Whoever you may be, I don't care. I suspect who you are. But that don't hinder me from telling you. You've no business to meddle in this affair. This runaway slave belongs to Jacob Jessuron. I'm his overseer. He's been taken on Jessuron's own ground. Therefore you can't claim the captive, nor yet the bounty. So you'll have to give him up to us." "Carambo, si!" vociferated both the Spaniards in a breath, at the same time that the three advanced towards the runway, the bearded overseer pistol in hand, and his 2 comrades with their machetes drawn, and ready to be used. "Come on, then," cried the hunter in a taunting tone, as he spoke, making signs to the runaway to stand to his defense. "Come on, but remember, the first that lays hand upon him is a dead man. There are 3 of you, and we are but 2. 1 already half dead with your inhuman cruelty." "3 against 2? That's not a fair fight," cried the young Englishman, dropping down from the tree and ranging himself on the weaker side. "Perhaps it'll be a better match now," added he, taking a pistol from under the breast of his coat and cocking it as he did so, evidently with the intention of using it, should the affair be carried further. "And who are you, sir?" demanded the overseer, with as much arrogance as he could throw into his manner. "Who, sir, may I inquire? is the white man who thus places himself in opposition to the laws of the island. You know the penalty, sir, and by my word you shall pay it." "If I have committed a breach of the laws," replied Herbert, "I presume I shall have to answer for it. But I have yet to learn what law I have broken, and I don't choose that you shall be my judge." "You are aiding the escape of a slave." "That's not true," interrupted the yellow hunter. "The slave is already captured. He could not have escaped. And this young gentleman, who is as much a stranger to me as to you, I am sure, had no intention of assisting him to escape." "Bah!" exclaimed the overseer. "We care not for your talk. We deny your right to capture him, and you had no business to interfere. We had already tracked him down with the dogs, and should have had him without any help from you. He is our prize. Therefore, and I again demand of you to give him up." "Indeed," sneeringly responded the yellow hunter. "I make the demand," continued the other, without noticing the sneer, "in the name of Jacob Jessuron, whose overseer I've told you I am. Perhaps, were you Jacob Jessuron himself, I might resist your demand," rejoined the hunter coolly, and without any appearance of braggadocio. "You refuse to surrender him, then?" said the overseer, as if making his final overture. "I do," was the firm reply. "Enough! You shall repent this, and you, sir," continued the deputy of Jessuron, turning a fierce look upon Herbert, "you shall answer before a magistrate for the part it has pleased you to play in this transaction. A pretty white man you for the island of Jamaica. A few more of your sort, and we'll have a nice time with our niggers. Don't fear, mister, you'll see me again." "I have no particular desire," rejoined Herbert, "for certainly," continued he with provoking jocularity, "an uglier-looking face than yours I have never set eyes upon, and it could be no pleasure to me to look upon it again." "Confusion!" cried the overseer. "You'll repent that insult before you're a month older. Curse me if you don't." And with this characteristic menace, the ruffian turned and walked sullenly away. "Caspita!" cried one of the Spaniards as the two hastened to follow their leader. "My brave dogs! Ah, demonio! You shall pay dearly for them. 200 pesos each, not a cuartito less." "Not a cuartito for either," responded the yellow hunter, with a mocking laugh. "Haven't I proved that they are not worth it? With all your boasting of what your bloodhounds could do, look at them now. Vaya, my fine fellows, go back to your own country and hunt runaway Negroes there. Here you must leave that game to those who know how to manage it, the Maroons." Herbert observed that the hunter, on pronouncing these last words, drew himself up with an air of majestic pride, as he did so, glancing scornfully towards the crestfallen cacadores. An angry "Caray!" simultaneously hissed from the lips of both, was the only reply made by the two Spaniards, who, at the same instant, turned their backs upon the Seah and followed their leader across the glade. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 27. The Maroons. As soon as they were gone out of sight, the hunter turned towards Herbert, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Master," said he, making a low obeisance as he spoke. After that, words are but a poor way of offering thanks. If the brave white gentleman who has risked his life for a colored outcast will let me know his name, it will not be forgotten by Kubina, the Maroon. Kubina, the Maroon, struck by the oddness of the name and title, as he had already been by the appearance and behavior of him who bore them, Herbert repeated the phrase mechanically, rather than otherwise. "Yes, that is my name, master." The young Englishman, though not yet enlightened as to the odd appellation, was too well bred to press for an explanation. "Pardon me," said he, "for not directly replying to your request. I am an Englishman. My name, Vaughan, Herbert Vaughan." "By that name, master, I take you have relatives in the island. The owner of Mount Welcome estate is my uncle." "Ah, then, sir, anything a poor Maroon hunter could do for you would not be much. All the same, you have my thanks, and if—" "But, master," continued the speaker, suddenly changing his tone, as if in obedience to some instinct of curiosity, "may I make bold to ask why you are afoot so early? The sun is not yet 10 minutes above the trees, and Mount Welcome is 3 miles distant. You must have tracked it here in the dark. No easy matter, through these tangled woods." "I passed the night here," replied the Englishman, smiling. "That was my bed, where the boar is now sleeping." "Then the gun is yours, not his?" The hunter nodded interrogatively toward the runaway, who, standing some paces off, was regarding both the speakers with glances of gratitude, not, however, unmingled with some signs of uneasiness. "Yes, it is my gun. I am very glad the piece was not empty, since it enabled him to destroy the fierce brute that would otherwise have had him by the throat. Wretched as the poor fellow appears, he handled his weapon well. What is he, and what have they been doing to him?" "Ah, Master Vaughan, by those 2 questions it is easy to tell you are a stranger to the island. I think I can answer both, though I never saw the young man before. Poor wretch! The answers are written out upon his skin, in letters that don't require much scholarship to read. Those upon his breast tell that he's a slave, the slave of J.J., Jacob Jessuron. You'll excuse me from giving my opinion of him." "What have they done to you, my poor fellow?" asked Herbert of the runaway, his compassion hindering him from waiting for the more roundabout explanation of the Maroon. The blood-bedaubed creature, perceiving that the speech was addressed to him, made a long rejoinder, but in a tongue unknown both to the hunter and Herbert. The latter could distinguish 2 words that he heard before, Foolah and Allah, both of which occurred repeatedly in the speech. "It's no use asking him, Master Vaughan. Like yourself, he's a stranger to the island, though, as you see, they've already initiated him into some of its ways. Those brands upon his breast are nearly fresh, as you may tell by the red skin around the letters. He's just been landed from Africa, it appears. As for the marks upon his back, those have been made by a plaything. The white planters and their overseers in these parts are rather too fond of using the cart-whip. They've been flogging the poor devil, and crumbo, they've given it to him thick and sharp." As the Maroon made this remark, he raised the blood-stained shirt, exposing to view that back so terribly reticulated. The sight was sickening. Herbert could not bear to gaze upon it, but averted his eyes on the instant. "From Africa, you say? He has not got Negro features. As to his features, that don't signify. There are many African tribes who are not Negro-featured. I can tell from his that he is a Foolah. I hear him use the word as he talks." "Yoi, Foolah, Foolah!" cried the runaway upon hearing pronounced the name of his people, and then he continued in a strain of the same language, accompanied by much gesticulation. "I wish I knew his lingo," said the hunter. "I know he's a Foolah. It is some reason why I should take an interest in him, and maybe, if only for that, I might—" The speaker paused as if he had been talking to himself, and then continued the soliloquy only in thought. After a pause he resumed speech. "Crambo, very little would tempt me not to restore him to his master." "And must you?" "I must. We Maroons are bound by a treaty to deliver up all runaways we may take, and if we fail to do so, that is, when it is known, but these villains of old Jessuron know I have him." "You will receive a bounty, you say?" "Yes. They will try to deprive me of that, but it isn't the bounty would tempt me in this case. There is something about this young fellow. My word, he is like her. Aye, as if he were her brother." This last speech was delivered in soliloquy. "Like her? Like whom?" demanded Herbert with a puzzled look. "Your pardon," replied the hunter. "I was struck with a resemblance between this poor fellow and one whom I know. But, Master Vaughan," he continued, as if wishing to change the subject, "you have not said how you came to be all night in the woods. You were hunting yesterday and lost your way?" "True, I lost my way, but not exactly while hunting. Perhaps that is all the sort of breakfast you have had?" And the Maroon pointed to some pieces of the palm cabbage that still lay on the turf. "I have supped and breakfasted upon it," replied Herbert. "I had climbed the tree for water, when the boar came up to break his fast upon what remained of it." The Maroon smiled at this explanation of some circumstances by which even he had been mystified. "Well," said he, "if you were not anxious to return at once to Mount Welcome, and will give me 5 minutes' time, I think I can provide you something better than raw cabbage. I am not particularly in a hurry about getting back to Mount Welcome. Perhaps I may never go back." These words, combined with the air of the young Englishman as he uttered them, did not escape the notice of the intelligent Maroon. "Something strange in this young man's history," said he to himself, though he had the delicacy not to demand an explanation of the ambiguous speech just made. "Well, it's not my affair, I suppose." Then, addressing himself to Herbert, he said aloud, "Do you agree, Master Vaughan, to eat a forest breakfast of my providing?" "Indeed, with pleasure," answered Herbert. "Then I must ring for my servants." As he said this, the hunter raised his curved horn to his lips and blew a long, tremulous blast. "That should procure us company and something to eat, master," said he, allowing the horn to drop back to its place. "Hark!" he continued, the instant after. "There are some of my fellows. I thought they could not be far off." As he spoke, the sound of a horn was heard reverberating through the woods, and then another and another, until nearly a dozen could be distinguished, yet all in different directions. They were evidently answers to the signal he had sounded. "So, Master Vaughan," he resumed, with an air expressive of triumph, though in a restrained and modest way, "you see these vultures would not have had it all their own way. My hawks were too near for that. Not the less am I beholden to you, Master Vaughan. I did not think it worth while to call my people. I knew the poltroons would not venture beyond a little swaggering talk. See, they come." "Who?" "The Maroons." Herbert heard a rustling among the bushes on the opposite side of the glade, and at the same time about a dozen armed men emerged from the underwood and advanced rapidly towards the Seah. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 28. A Forest Breakfast. The young Englishman gazed upon the advancing troop with keen curiosity. There were about a dozen of them, all black men, or nearly all, only one or two of them showing any admixture of color. There was not a dwarfish or deformed figure in the party. On the contrary, every man of them possessed a tall, stalwart form, strong, muscular limbs, a skin shining with health, and eyes sparkling with a vigorous brilliance that betokened an innate sense of freedom and independence. Their erect, upright carriage and free forward step confirmed the belief, which Herbert had already formed, that these black men were not bondsmen. There was nothing of the slave either in their looks or gestures. But for the color of their skins, he would never have thought of associating such men with the idea of slavery. Armed as they were with long knives and guns, some of them with stout spears, they could not be slaves. Besides, their equipments told that they were hunters and warriors if need be. All of them had horns with pouches suspended over their shoulders, and each was provided with a netted calabash for water, like that of the yellow hunter already described. A few carried an equipment altogether different, consisting of a small pannier of withe work, or palm fiber neatly woven. It rested upon the back, where it was held in place by a band of palm sinnet, crossing the breast, and another brought over the forehead, which thus sustained a portion of the weight. This pannier was the Quaco, the depository of their provisions, and of such articles as were required in their wild forest rambles. With regard to their costume, that was bizarre, though not unpicturesque. No two were dressed alike, though there was a certain idiosyncrasy in their attire, which proclaimed them all of one following. The toqued bandana was the most common headdress, a few having palm-leaf hats. Only some of them had a shirt with sleeves, others wanted a complete pair of trousers, and one or two were naked from the waist upward, and from the thighs downward, the white cotton loincloth being the unique and only garment. All of them had their feet and ankles covered, as the stony and thorny paths they were accustomed to tread rendered necessary. The chaussure was the same with all, and appeared to be a tight-fitting jack-boot of some species of raw hide, without seam or stitching of any kind. The reddish bristles standing thinly over its surface proclaimed the character of the material. It was the skin of the wild hog, the hind leg of a boar, drawn upon the foot while fresh and warm, as it dries, tightening over the instep and ankle like an elastic stocking. A little trimming with the knife is all that is necessary for this ready-made moccasin, and once on, it is never taken off till the wearing of the sole renders necessary a refit. Drawing on his boots, therefore, is no part of the diurnal duties of a Jamaica hog-hunter. I have said that Herbert Vaughan regarded the newcomers with a feeling of curiosity as well as surprise. It was no wonder he did so. The mode in which they had been summoned into his presence, their echo-like answers to the horn signal, and their prompt, almost instantaneous appearance, formed a series of incidents that more resembled what might have been witnessed upon the stage of a theater than in real life. And had the yellow hunter been a white man, and he and his followers clad in Lincoln green, the young Englishman might have fancied himself in Sherwood Forest, with bold Robin redivivus, and his merry men mustering around him. "This white gentleman has not eaten breakfast," said Kubina to his followers as they came up. "Well, Quaco, what have you got in your catacoos?" The individual thus appealed to was a jet-black Negro of large dimensions, with a grave yet quizzical cast of countenance. He appeared to be a sort of lieutenant, perhaps the little John of the party. "Well, worthy captain," answered he, saluting the yellow hunter with a somewhat awkward grace, "I believe there's enough. One thing with another, that be, if the gentleman has got a good appetite, and's not too nice about what he eats." "What is there? Let me see," interrupted Kubina, as he proceeded to inspect the panniers. "A ham of wild hog barbecued," continued he, turning out the contents of the Quaco. "Well, that to begin with. The white gentry are rather partial to our barbecued hog. What else? A brace of soldier crabs. So far, good. Ah, better still, a pair of Ramire pigeons, and a wild guinea fowl. Who carries the coffee and sugar?" "Here, captain," cried another of the Quaco men, throwing his pannier to the ground and drawing out several bags which contained the necessary materials for coffee making. "A fire, and be quick," commanded Kubina. At the word given, a tinder was struck, dry leaves and branches quickly collected, and a sparkling, crackling fire soon blazed upon the ground. Over this was erected a crane, resting horizontally on 2 forked sticks, which soon carried a brace of iron pots suspended in the blaze. With so many cooks, the process of preparing the meat for the pots was very short and quick. The pigeons and guinea fowl were singed as fast as feathers would burn, and then, being drawn and quartered, were flung in torn fragments into the largest of the pots. The soldier crabs shared the same fate, and some pieces of the wild hog ham. A handful of salt was added, water, a few slices of plantain, edos, kalalu, and red capsicum, all of which ingredients were supplied from the Quacos. A strong fire of dried faggots soon brought the pot to a furious boil, and the Lieutenant Quaco, who appeared also to act as chef de cuisine, after repeatedly testing the contents, at length declared that the pepper pot was ready for serving up. Dishes, bowls, cups, and platters made their appearance, all being shells of the calabash, of different shapes. As soon as Herbert and the captain were helped to the choicest portions of the savory stew, the remainder was distributed among the men, who, seating themselves in groups over the ground, proceeded to discuss the well-known viand with an avidity that showed it was also their breakfast. The pepper pot was not the sole dish of the Dejeuner. Pork steaks cut from the carcass of the freshly slain boar were added, while plantains and cocoa fingers, roasted in the ashes, contributed a substitute for bread not to be despisingly spoken of. The second pot boiling over the fire contained the coffee, which, quaffed from the calabashes, tasted as fine as if sipped out of cups of the purest Sèvres porcelain. In this al fresco feast the poor captive was not forgotten, but was supplied among the rest, the colossal Quaco administering to his wants with an air of quizzical compassion. The young Englishman desired enlightenment about the character of his hosts, but delicacy forbade any direct inquiries. Could they be robbers, brigands with black skins? Their arms and accoutrements gave color to the supposition. Maroons, they called themselves, but the name was new, and helped not Herbert in his perplexity. If robbers, thought he, they are the gentlest of their calling. Breakfast over, the Maroons gathered up their traps and prepared to depart from the spot. Already the wild boar had been butchered, cut up into portable flitches, and packed away in the Quacos. The whales upon the back of the Runaway had been anointed by the hand of Quaco with some balsamic cerate, and by gestures the unfortunate youth was made to understand that he was to accompany the party. Instead of objecting to this, his eyes sparkled with a vivid joy. From the courtesy he had already received at their hands, he could not augur evil. The Maroons, out of respect to their chief, whom they appeared to treat with submissive deference, had moved some distance away, leaving Captain Kubina alone with his English guest. The latter, with his gun shouldered, stood ready to depart. "You are a stranger in the island?" asked the Maroon half interrogatively. "I fancy you have not been living long with your uncle." "No," answered Herbert. "I never saw my uncle before yesterday afternoon." "Crambo!" exclaimed the hunter captain in some surprise. "You have just arrived, then? In that case, Master Vaughan, and that is why I have made bold to ask you, you will scarce be able to find your way back to Mount Welcome. One of my people will go with you." "No, thank you. I think I can manage it alone." Herbert hesitated to say that he was not going to Mount Welcome. "It is a crooked path," urged the Maroon, "though straight enough to one who knows it. You need not take the guide so far as the great house, though Mr. Vaughan, I believe, does not object to our people going on his grounds, as some other planters do. You can leave the man when you get within sight of the place. Without a guide, I fear you will not be able to find the path." "In truth, Captain Kubina," said Herbert, no longer caring what idea his words might communicate to his Maroon acquaintance, "I don't wish to find the path you speak of. I'm not going that way." "Not to Mount Welcome?" "No." The Maroon remained for a moment silent, while a puzzled expression played over his features. "Only arrived yesterday, out all night in the woods. Not going back. Something strange in all this." Such were the quick reflections that passed through his mind. He had already noticed an air of distraction, of dejection, too, in the countenance of the stranger. What could it mean? The gay ribbon knotted in the buttonhole of his coat, what could that mean? Captain Kubina was of the age, and perhaps just then in the very temper, to observe all matters that appeared indications of a certain soft sentiment, and both the blue ribbon and the thoughtful attitude were of that signification. He knew something of the white denizens of Mount Welcome, more perhaps of those with a colored skin. Could the odd behavior of the young Englishman be attributed to some family difficulty that might have arisen there? The Maroon mentally answered this interrogatory for himself, with the reflection that something of the kind had occurred. Perhaps Captain Kubina was not merely guessing. Perhaps he had already listened to some whisper of plantation gossip, for electricity itself can scarce travel faster than news in the Negro quarter. If the hunter captain had any suspicions as to the real position of his woodland guest, he was polite enough not to express them. On the contrary, he waived the opportunity given him by Herbert's ambiguous rejoinder, and simply said, "If you are going elsewhere, you will need a guide all the same. This glade is surrounded by a wide stretch of tangled woods. There is no good path leading anywhere." "You are very kind," answered Herbert, touched by the delicate solicitude of this man with the colored skin. "I wish to reach Montego Bay, and if one of your men would set me on the main road, I should certainly feel under great obligations. As to rewarding him for his trouble, beyond thanking him, I am sorry to say that circumstances just now have placed it out of my power." "Master Vaughan," said the Maroon, smiling courteously as he spoke, "were you not a stranger to us and our customs, I should feel offended. You speak as if you expected me to present you with a bill for your breakfast. You seem to forget that, scarce an hour ago, you threw yourself before the muzzle of a pistol to protect the life of a Maroon, a poor outcast mulatto of the mountains. And now, but I forgive you. You know me not." "Pardon me, Captain Kubina, I assure you." "Say no more. I know your English heart. Master, still uncorrupted by vile prejudices of caste and color. Long may it remain so. And whether Captain Kubina may ever see you again, remember that up yonder in the Blue Mountain," the Maroon pointed as he spoke to the purple outline of a mountain ridge, just visible over the tops of the trees, Up yonder dwells a man, a colored man, it is true, but one whose heart beats with gratitude perhaps as truly as that of the whitest. And should you ever feel the fancy to honor that man with a visit, under his humble roof you will find both a friend and a welcome." "Thanks," cried the young Englishman, stirred to enthusiasm by the free friendship of the yellow hunter. "I may some day avail myself of your hospitable offer. Farewell." "Farewell," responded the Maroon, eagerly grasping the hand which Herbert had held out to him. "Quaco," he cried, calling to his lieutenant, "conduct this man to the main road that leads to the bay. Farewell, Master Vaughan, and may fortune favor you." End of section 28. Section 29 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 29. Quaco. It was not without regret that Herbert parted with this new friend, and a long time was he following upon the heels of Quaco, before he ceased to reflect on the circumstances that had led to his making so singular an acquaintance. Quaco, being one of the taciturn sort, made no attempt to interrupt Herbert's meditations until the two had walked together for more than a mile. Then, however, some matter upon his mind brought the guide to a halt, and the commencement of a conversation. "Two tracks from here, Buckra. We can follow either, but this to the right am the shortest, the best road, too." "Why not take it, then?" "Oh, master, there may be reasons." "What, for avoiding it?" "Yah," replied Quaco in a thoughtful, drawling tone. "What reasons, friend? Don't you see the roof of a house just over the tops of them pawpaws?" "Yes, what of that?" "That's the barracoon." "The barracoon?" "Yah, the pen of the Jew Jessuron." "And what if it be?" "Ah, Bakra, what if it be? If we take the path to the right, we must pass the Jew's house, and some of his people are sure to see us. That John Crow's a justice of the peace, and we may get into trouble." "Oh, about the fare of the Runaway, you mean? Your captain said he belonged to Mr. Jessuron." "As much 'bout the dogs as the man. Captain had a right to claim the Runaway as his catch, but these Spanish cusses'll make a muss 'bout thar dogs. They say our captain killed them out of spite, that they'll swar to, since it's well known we mountainy men don't like such interlopers here meddling with our business. But neither you nor I killed the dogs. All Bakra, all the same. You helped. Your gun helped kill them. Besides, you hindered the John Crows from pecking the hawk. For what I have done, I am not afraid to answer before a justice, be it this Mr. Jessuron or any other," said the young Englishman, conscious of having acted rightly in the part he had taken in the quarrel. "Not much justice to be expected from Justice Jessuron, master. My advice be to keep out of the hands of justice as long as we can, and that we can only do by taking the road to the left." "Will it be much out of our way?" asked Herbert, not caring to greatly inconvenience himself for the reasons set forth by his sable guide. "Nothing to signify," answered Quaco, though not speaking very truthfully, for the path he intended to take was really much longer than the one leading to Jessuron's house. "In that case," assented Herbert, "take which way you please." Without further parley, Quaco strode forward on the path branching to the left, as before, silently followed by him who he was guiding. The track they had taken ran entirely through the woods, in some places very difficult to traverse on account of the thorny thickets as well as the unevenness of the ground, which caused the path to be constantly ascending or trending rapidly downward. At length, however, they arrived at the summit of a high ridge, and were moving onwards amidst groves of pimento, more open than the forest from which they had emerged. From the top of the ridge Herbert saw a large house shining against the verdant background of the landscape, which he had once recognized as the mansion of Mount Welcome. They were not going towards the house, but in a diagonal direction, which would bring them out on the avenue near the entrance gate. Herbert called out to his guide to make halt. The young man did not like the idea of entering upon the avenue, lest he might encounter some of his uncle's people, a circumstance which he should not wish to have reported at the great house. He therefore requested Quaco to conduct him by some way lying more to the right, so that he might reach the main road without being seen from Mount Welcome. The guide yielded compliance, though not without a little grumbling reluctance, as he turned off, muttering some words about giving as wide a berth as possible to the old Jew pen. He obliqued, however, into a new direction, and after another traverse through the woods, Herbert had the satisfaction of finding himself on the main road leading to Montego Bay. The young Englishman had no farther need of a guide, and Quaco was just on the point of taking leave of him, when at that moment a party of horsemen suddenly made appearance round a bend in the road. There were 6 or 7 in all, and they were riding forward at a rapid pace, as if bent upon some serious business. At the first sight of these strangers, Quaco shot like an arrow into the underwood, calling upon the Bukra to follow his example. Herbert, however, disdaining to hide himself, remained standing in the middle of the road. Seeing his determination, Quaco returned to his side, as he did so, clamorously protesting against the imprudence of his protégé. "Don't like their looks," muttered the Maroon, as he glanced apprehensively toward the horsemen. "It might be by the great Accompong it is. That harpy Ravener, the overseer of Jessuron. Golly Bukra, we's in for it. No use tryin' to 'scape 'em now." As Quaco finished speaking, the horsemen rode forward on the ground, one and all halting as they came to the spot where the pedestrians were standing. "Here's our fellow," cried the bearded man at their head, whom Herbert easily identified. "Just dropped upon him, like a duck upon a June bug. Now, Mr. Tharpy, do your duty. We'll hear what this young gentleman's got to say before the justice." "I arrest you, sir," said the person appealed to as Mr. Tharpy. "I am head constable of the parish. I arrest you in the name of the law." "On what charge?" demanded Herbert indignantly. "Mr. Ravener here will bring the charge. I've got nothing to do with that part of it. You must come before the nearest justice. I reckon the highest justice from here is the Custos Vaughan." This half-interrogatory of the constable was addressed not to Herbert, but to his own followers. Though it was spoken rather in an undertone, the young man heard it with sufficient distinctness, and with very little complacency. To be carried back into the presence of his uncle, whom he had so lately defied, and in the character of a felon, to be brought under such humiliating circumstances before the eyes of his fair cousin, before the eye-glass of his late fellow-passenger, was a prospect that could not fail to be unpleasant. It was a sort of relief, therefore, when Ravener, who appeared to use some guiding influence over the constable and his posse comitatus, overruled the suggestion that Mr. Vaughan was the nearest magistrate and claimed that honor for Jacob Jessuron, Esquire of the Happy Valley. After some discussion between the parties upon this moot legal point, the overseer's opinion was adopted, and it was determined that the case should be carried before Justice Jessuron. Both Herbert and his guide were then formally arrested in the name of the king and marched off in custody, not without some very vociferous protestations on the part of Quaco, with a long string of threats that he would some day make both constable and overseer pay for this outrage upon the person of a free Maroon. End of Section 29. Section 30 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 30. A Jamaica Justice. Jessuron Esquire held court in the veranda of his dingy dwelling house, where we have already seen him assisting at a different spectacle. He was now seated, with a small table before him, covered with a piece of green baize, and carrying a gold snuff-box, an inkstand, pens, and some sheets of paper. A book or two lay upon the table, one of which, by the lettering upon its cover, proclaimed its title and character, The Jamaica Justice. It was bound in black leather, a color sufficiently emblematic of the chief subject on which it treated. For more than 4/5 of the laws and regulations it contained related to creatures with black skins. The justice was in full costume, as the occasion required. That is, he wore his best blue body-coat with gilt buttons, his drab small clothes and top boots. The brownish beaver had been laid aside, as the sanctity of justice requires even the judge's head to be uncovered, but the white cotton skull cap still remained upon his cranium, justice in Jamaica not being so rigorous as to exact its removal. With the spectacles well set upon his nose, and his thin face screwed into an expression of pompous importance, Squire Jessuron sate behind his bench, waiting till the parties to the suit should get well into their places. He was sole justice present, but of course it was merely a preliminary inquiry before a magistrate. To have tried a white criminal on the serious charge brought against Herbert Vaughan would have required a fuller bench, at least 3 magistrates, and one of them a custos. Jessuron's power could go no farther than to commit the presumed criminal to prison, until a more formal process should be organized against him. Herbert had been brought up in front of the table, his captor the constable, and 1 or 2 of the posse standing behind him. On the right side appeared Ravener, backed by the 2 Spanish cacadores, the last mentioned worthies no longer, as had formerly been their constant custom, attended by their canine companions. Quaco had been left in the yard below, unguarded, since there was, in reality, no charge against him. There was one other witness to this magisterial trial, the daughter of the justice himself. Yes, the fair Judith was present, as on all important occasions, but this time not conspicuously so. On the contrary, she was seated in a window that opened on the veranda, her beautiful face half concealed behind the netted fringe-work of the curtains. The position enabled her to observe what was passing, without formally exposing her own person to view. Her face was not altogether hidden, and her white shining forehead and dark lustrous eyes, gleaming through the gauzy muslin that veiled them, only appeared more piquantly attractive. It was evident from her actions that the gentle Judith had no intention of remaining unseen. There were several rather good-looking men in the party that accompanied the constable, young planners he had picked up by the way, and who desired nothing better than a lark of this kind. From the moment that these had entered the courtyard, the fair mistress of the mansion had remained almost constantly by the window. It was only, however, after the people had got grouped in the gallery, that she took her seat behind the curtain, and entered upon a more minute inspection of their faces and persons. She was not long engaged in this game, when a change might have been observed passing over her countenance. At first her eyes had wandered from face to face, with rather a sneering, cynical expression, such as the Jewess well knew how to put on. All at once, however, her gaze became fixed, and the contemptuous smile gradually gave place to a look of more serious regard. By following the direction of her eyes, the object of this regard could easily be discovered. It was the prisoner at the bar. What was the meaning of that gaze? Sympathy for the accused? She knew why the young man was there. Ravener had already informed her father of all that had transpired, and the daughter had heard the tale. Was it a generous pity for the position in which this unknown youth was placed, that was now stirring within the breast of the fair Judith, and had produced that sudden change in the expression of her countenance? Hers was hardly the soul for such a sentiment. Certainly, however, she was actuated by some motive different from the common, for as the trial progressed, she no longer looked stealthily from behind the curtain, but having drawn it to one side, she directed her full glance on the stranger, and kept her eyes fixed upon him, apparently regardless of any observation which her conduct might call forth. Her father, whose back was towards her, saw nothing of this, though it was not unnoticed by the others. The young Englishman, though little disposed at that moment to the contemplation of aught beyond his own unpleasant position, could not help observing the beautiful face directly opposite to where he stood, nor did he fail to notice the peculiar glances with which he was being regarded. Was the old man before whom he stood on trial the father of that fair creature at the window? Such was his interrogative reflection, as he glanced inquiringly from one to the other. Some time had been occupied by the overseer in telling his story, to substantiate the charge he had made. That done, the prisoner was put upon his defense. "Young man," said the justice, "you have heard what this witness alleges against you. What hast you to say in your defense? And first tell us, what's your name?" "Herbert Vaughan." Jessuron readjusted his spectacles and looked at the prisoner with some show of surprise. The bystanders, stolid constable and all, seemed a little startled. Quaco, whose colossal form rose above the railings in the background, uttered a grunt of satisfaction on hearing the young man's name, which he had not known before, a name all-powerful in the district, being that of the mighty Custos himself. There was one upon whom the words appeared to produce an impression different from that of mere surprise. A glance of anger shot from the dark eyes of the Jewess as she heard it pronounced, and the look of sympathy for the moment disappeared. Evidently, to her, the name was distasteful. "Herbert Vaughan?" repeated the justice. Might you be any kinsman of Mr. Vaughan of Mount Welcome? His nephew, was the laconic reply. Ah, his nephew! Bless me, is that true? This announcement, as testified by his speech, produced a sudden commotion in the mind of the Jew justice. From some little that was known of his secret hostility towards his neighbor of Mount Welcome, Ravener knew more than a little. It might have been expected that the discovery of the relationship of the prisoner would have put him in high glee. To be sitting in judgment upon the near kinsman of the Custos, accused of a serious crime, too, was a proud position for Jacob Jessuron, who could remember many a slight he had received from the haughty lord of Mount Welcome. What a splendid revanche! Certainly the manner of the justice on learning who was before him seemed to indicate that such were his reflections. He rubbed his skinny hands together, helped himself from his gold snuff-box, gleefully smiled from behind his glasses, which were once more shifted upon the sharp ridge of his nose, and then, bending his face forward over the table, he remained for some moments smiling, but silent and thoughtful, as if considering how he should proceed. After a time he raised his eyes and freshly scrutinized the prisoner, who had already returned an affirmative answer to his last query. Bless my soul! I never knew that Mr. Vaughan had a nephew. You are from England, young man? Has your uncle any more English nephews? Not that I'm aware of, replied Herbert frankly. I believe I am his only relative of that kind, in England, at least. The proviso in this reply betrayed a significant fact, that the young man was not very well acquainted with the family affairs of his colonial kinsman. The astute justice did not fail to notice this deficiency in his nephew's knowledge. How long has you been in Jamaica? Asked he, as if endeavoring to arrive at an explanation of some point that was puzzling him. At night, and part of 2 days, in all about 24 hours, replied Herbert with scrupulous exactness. Bless my soul! Again exclaimed the justice. Only 24 hours! It is a wonder you're not at your uncle's house. You hash been there? Oh, yes, answered Herbert carelessly. You come to stay at Mount Welcome, I suppose? Herbert made no reply to this interrogatory. You sleep there last night? Excuse me, young man, for asking the question, but as a magistrate— You are perfectly welcome to the answer, your worship, said Herbert, laying a satirical emphasis on the titular phrase. I did not sleep there last night. Where did you sleep, then? In the woods, answered Herbert. Mashesh! Exclaimed the Jew justice, raising his spectacles in surprise. In the woods, you say? In the woods, reaffirmed the young man. Under a tree, and a very good bed I found it. He added jocosely. And did your uncle know of this? I suppose my uncle knew nothing about it, and as little did he care, replied Herbert, with a reckless indifference as to what answer he gave. The bitter emphasis on the last words, with the tone in which they were delivered, did not escape the observation of Jessuron. A suspicion had arisen in his mind that there was something amiss in the relationship between the young man and his uncle, to the comprehension of which the answer of the former, aided by a knowledge of the character and affairs of the latter, was gradually giving him a clue. A secret joy sparkled in his sunken eyes as he listened to that last answer given. All at once he discontinued the direct examination of the prisoner, and signing to Ravener and the constable to come near, he became engaged with these two worthies in a whispering conversation. What passed between the trio the young Englishman could not tell, nor indeed anyone else who chanced to be present. The result, however, was to Herbert as pleasant as unexpected. When Jessuron again returned to address him, a complete change appeared to have taken place in his manner, and instead of the frowning justice, Herbert now saw before him a man who appeared more in the character of a friendly protector, bland, smiling, almost obsequious. "Master Vaughan," said he, rising from his magisterial seat, and extending his hand to the prisoner, "you will excuse the rough treatment you hash from these people. It is a great crime in this country, helping a runaway slave to escape, but as you hash just landed, and cannot be expected to know our statutes, the law deals mercifully with a first offense. Besides, in this instance, the runaway, who is one of my own slaves, did not escape. He is in the hands of the Maroons, and will soon be brought in. The punishment I inflict upon you, and I shall insist upon it being carried out, is that you eats your dinner with me, and I think that is punishment enough. Mr. Ravener," added he, calling to his overseer, and at the same time pointing to Quaco, "take that good fellow and see that he is cared for. Now, Master Vaughan, please to step inside, and allow me to introduce you to my daughter, Judith." It would have been contrary to all human nature had Herbert Vaughan not felt gratified at the pleasant turn which this disagreeable affair had taken, and perhaps this gratification was enhanced at the prospect of the proposed introduction. Indeed, no man, however cold his nature, could have looked upon those lovely eyes, so long wistfully watching him from the window, without wishing a nearer acquaintance with their owner. The angry glance had been evanescent. It was gone long before the conclusion of the trial scene, and as the young Englishman, in obedience to the invitation of his ci-devant judge, stepped across the veranda, the fair face, retreating from the window, was suffused with the sweetest and most sympathetic of smiles. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 31. An Unexpected Patron. Thus had the chapter of accidents that conducted Herbert Vaughan to the pen of Jacob Jessuron been brought to a very unexpected termination. But the end was not yet. There was more to come, much more. Herbert was surprised at the turn things had taken. The only explanation he could think of was that it was to his uncle's name he was indebted for the honors that were being done to him, a mere neighborly feeling of the pen-keeper for the great sugar planter. "They are friends," thought Herbert, "and this kindness to me is the offspring of that friendship." The reflection did not give him pleasure, but the contrary. He felt himself in an awkward position, the recipient of a hospitality not meant for himself, but rather for one who had injured him, and who, although his own relative, he now regarded as his enemy. His uncle would hear of it, no doubt, soon, and would be able to accuse him of taking advantage of his name. The thought caused Herbert a feeling of uneasiness. Perhaps he would have cared less had there been no one but his uncle to be cognizant of the false position. But there was, His short and troubled visit to Mount Welcome had made Herbert Vaughan acquainted with one whose remembrance was likely for a long time to exert an influence over his thoughts, even though lips as red and eyes, perhaps, as brilliant as hers, were now smiling courteously upon him. The memory of his cousin Kate was still mellow. He could fancy her soft, sweet voice yet ringing in his ears. The warm glow of her virgin presence seemed hanging like a halo around him, all urging him to preserve the heroism of his character, if only for the sake of standing well in her estimation. Influenced by these considerations, he resolved to throw off the mask with which circumstances had momentarily invested him, and declare the true position in which he stood to his haughty relative. It was not until the conclusion of the dinner, after the daughter of his host had retired smilingly from the table, that the young Englishman unburdened himself. Then, perhaps a little prompted by the wine, he made a full confession of the disagreeable circumstances existing between himself and the master of Mount Welcome. Was it the wine, somewhat freely pressed upon him, that hindered him from perceiving the displeasure which his communication had produced upon his hearer? Was there any show of displeasure? If there was, Herbert did not perceive it. On the contrary, had the young man been closely observant, he might have noticed an effect of altogether an opposite character. He might have seen those deep, dark, Israelish eyes sparkling with joy at the revelation he had made. "I am exceedingly sorry, young Master Vaughan," said the Jew after his surprise at Herbert's revelations had apparently subsided. "Exceedingly sorry, I ish, to hear that you and your uncle are not on good terms. Ah, well, we must hope for the best, and as I am one of Mr. Vaughan's humble friends, possibly I might do something to reconcile your little quarrel. Do you not intend going back to Mount Welcome?" "Never. After what has passed, never." "Ah, you must not be too revengeful. Mr. Vaughan is a proud man. I must say he has behaved badly, very badly, but still, he is your uncle." "He has not acted as such." "That is true, very true. This fine gentleman you speak of. Still, that is no reason why Mr. Vaughan should treat his own nephew so shabby. Well, I am sorry, exceedingly sorry, but Master Herbert," continued the pen-keeper, interrogating his guest with evident interest, "what does you intend to do? I suppose you have moneys of your own?" "I am sorry to say, Mr. Jessuron, I have not." "No moneys at all?" "Not a shilling," affirmed Herbert with a careless laugh. "That is bad. Where does you think of going, since you say you will not return to Mount Welcome?" "Well," said Herbert, still preserving his air of jocularity, "I was making for the port again, when your worthy overseer and his friends intercepted me. Luckily, I may say, since, but for their intervention, I should in all likelihood have gone without dinner today. At all events, I should not have dined so sumptuously." "A wretched dinner, Master Vaughan. A miserable dinner to what your uncle could have given you. I'm but a poor humble man compared with the custos. But what I hash is at your service any time." "Thanks," said Herbert. "I know not, Mr. Jessuron, how I shall ever repay you for your hospitality. I must not tax it any longer, however. I see by the sun it is time I should be making for the bay." As Herbert spoke, he was rising to take his departure. "Stop, stop!" cried his host, pushing him back into his chair. "Not tonight, Master Vaughan, not this night. I can't promise you as fine a bed as you's might get at Mount Welcome, but I think I can give you a better ash you sleep in last night. Ha! You must stay with us this night, and Judith will make you some music. Don't say a word. I takest no refusal." The offer was a tempting one, and after some further pressure, Herbert acquiesced in it. He was partly influenced to stay where he was by the poor prospect of a lodging which the bay afforded him, and, perhaps, a little from a desire to hear the promised music. The conversation was continued, by his host putting some further interrogatories. How did Herbert intend to employ himself in the bay? What prospect had he of employment, and in what line? "I fear not much in any line," replied the young man, answering both questions in one, and in a tone of sarcastic despondence. "Has you no profession?" "Alas, no," replied Herbert. "It was intended by my father I should have one, but he died before my education was completed, and my college, as is too often the case, has taught me little more than a knowledge of dead languages." "No use whatever," rejoined the intelligent Israelite. "I can draw a landscape," pursued the young man modestly, "or paint a portrait tolerably well, I believe. My father himself taught me these accomplishments." "Ah, Master Vaughan, neither is of the slightest use here in Jamaica." "If you could paint a house, or a wagon, or a shopkeeper's sign, it would bring you more moneys than to make the likenesses of every face in the island. What sayest you to the situation of bookkeeper?" "Unfortunately, I know nothing of accounts. The very useful science of bookkeeping I have not been taught." "Ha, ha!" replied Jessuron, with an encouraging chuckle. "You ish what we in Jamaica call green, Master Vaughan. You mustn't know that a bookkeeper here has no books to keep. He does not even put a pen to paper." "How is that, Mr. Jessuron? I have heard the statement before, though I did not comprehend what was meant by it." "Then I must explain, Master Vaughan. There is a law here which makes all proprietors of slaves keep a white man on his estate for every 50 blacks. A very silly law it is, but it is a law. These white supernumeraries are called bookkeepers, though, as I've told you, they keeps no books. Now you understand what it means." "Then what duties do they perform?" "Oh, that depends on circumstances. Some look after the slaves, and some do this, and some that. But, egad, now I think of it, Master Vaughan, I am myself in need of a bookkeeper. I have just bought a new lot of blacks, and I must not break the law. I am used to give my bookkeepers £50 a year, currency, but if you would be content to accept such a berth, I would make the salary, on account of your uncle, £100 a year. You would also be found in everything else." "What does you say, Master Vaughan?" This unexpected proposal on the part of the pen keeper caused his guest to hesitate and reflect. Not long, however. His forlorn, homeless situation presented itself too forcibly to his mind to keep him long in doubt as to what answer he should make. Suffice it to say that the offer, which to the young Englishman appeared only too generous, was accepted, and from that hour the Happy Valley became his home. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Chapter 32. The Plotting Parent. Jacob Jessuron was never known to be generous without expecting some reward. Never did he fling out a sprat without the expectation of catching a salmon. What object had he in view in thus becoming the patron and protector of the young Englishman, an outcast adventurer, apparently incapable of making him any return? Why such liberal conditions unasked, and to all appearance unmerited? For, to say the truth, Herbert Vaughan was not the stuff for a slave driver, a term almost synonymous with that of bookkeeper. No doubt the Jew had some deep scheme, but in this, as in most other matters, he kept his counsel to himself. Even his precious Judith was but half initiated into his designs upon this special subject, though a conversation which occurred between father and daughter had placed before the latter some data calculated to assist her in guessing at them. The date of this dialogue was upon the morning after Herbert's arrival at the Penn. "Show the young man every kindness, Judith, dear. Don't spare pains to please him." "Why particularly him, my worthy parent?" "Hush, mine Judith, speak low, for the love of God. Don't let him hear you talk in that style. These young Englishmen are not used to our ways. I hash a reason for being friendly to him." "What, because he is the nephew of Vanity Vaughan? Is that your reason, Rabbi?" "I say, speak low. He's in his sleeping room and may hear you. A single word like that you say might spoil all my plans." "Well, father, I'll talk in whispers if you like. But what are your plans? You'll let me know them, I suppose." "I will, Judith, but not just now. I hash an idea, mine daughter. A grand idea it is. And if all goes right, you, Judith, will be the richest woman in Jamaica." "Oh, I have no objection to that, to be the richest woman in Jamaica with a prince for my footman. Who won't envy Judith Jessuron, the daughter of the slave merchant?" "Stay, a word about that, Judith dear. In his presence we must say as little as possible upon the subject of slaves. He mustn't see no slave whipping here, at least till he gets used to it. Ravener must be told to behave himself. I knows of more than one young Englishman who's left his place just for that very thing. He needn't go among the field hands at all. I'll take care of that. But, dearest Judith, everything depends on you, and I knowst you can, if you will." "Can what, worthy father?" "Make this young fellow satisfied to stay with us." The look which accompanied these words betokened some other meaning than what they might have literally conveyed. "Well," replied Judith, affecting to understand them literally, "I fancy there will not be much difficulty about that. If he's as poor as you say, he'll only be too well pleased to get a good situation and keep it too, I should think." "I's not so sure about that. He's a young man of a proud spirit. That is proved by his leaving his uncle as he has done, without a shilling in his pocket, and then to defy the custos face to face. Bless my soul, what a foolish young fellow he is. He must be managed, Judith, dear. He must be managed, and you're shust the one to do it." Why, father, to hear you talk, one would think that this poor young Englishman was of rich sugar estate, to be managed for some grand profit." "Aha!" exclaimed the other, interrupting her. Maybe ish a rich sugar estate. We she. Now, had it been the grand quest of Mount Welcome," continued Judith, without heeding the interruption, "had it been this lord of Montague Castle that you wished me to manage," at the word the Jewess smiled significantly, "I might have come nearer comprehending you." "Ah, there is no chance there. No chance whatever, Judith." "No chance of what?" abruptly inquired the Jewess. "Why, no chance of, that is—" "Come, worthy rabbi, speak out. You needn't be afraid to tell me of what you're thinking. I know it already." "Of what was I thinking, Judith?" The father put this question rather with a view to escape from an explanation. The daughter instantaneously answered, "You were thinking, and I suppose still are, that I, your daughter, the child of an old nigger dealer as you are, would have no chance with this aristocratic stranger who has arrived, this Mr. Montague Smythe. That's your thought, Jacob Jessuron. Well, Judith dear, you know he is to be the guest of the Custos, and the Custos, as I hash reason to know, hash an eye on him for his own daughter. Miss Vaughan is thought a great belle, and it would be no use for us to aspire." "She is a belle," exclaimed the Jewess, with a proud toss of her head, and a slight upturning of her beautiful spiral nostril. "She was not the belle of the last ball at the Bay. Not she, indeed. And as for aspiring, the daughter of a slave dealer is at least equal to the daughter of a slave, maybe a slave herself." "Hush, Judith. Not a word about that, not a whisper in the hearing of this young man. You know he is her cousin. Hush! I don't care if he was her brother," rejoined the Jewess, still speaking in a tone of spiteful indignation. For Kate Vaughan's beauty was Judith Jessuron's especial fiend. "And if he were her brother," continued she, "I'd treat him worse than I intend to do. Fortunately for him, he's only her cousin, and as he has quarreled with them all, I suppose, has he said anything of her?" The interrogatory was put as if suggested by some sudden thought, and the questioner seemed to wait with considerable anxiety for the answer. "Of his cousin Kate, you mean?" "Why, who should I mean?" demanded Judith bluntly. "There is no other she in Mount Welcome the young fellow is likely to be talking about. Nor you either, unless, indeed, you've still got that copper-colored wench in your head. Of course it's Kate Vaughan, I mean. What says he of her? He must have seen her, short as his visit seems to have been, and if so, you must have talked about her last night, since you sat late enough to have discussed the whole scandal of the island." With all this freedom of verbiage, the Jewess seemed not to lose sight of the original interrogatory, and her frequent repetition of it was rather intended to conceal the interest with which she looked for an answer. If her words did not betray that interest, her looks certainly did, for as she bent forward to listen, a skilled observer might have detected in her eyes that sort of solitude which springs from a heart where the love-passion is just beginning to develop itself, budding but not yet blooming. "True, Judith, true," admitted the slave merchant, thus bantered by his own bold offspring. "The young man did speak of his cousin, for I hash a wish to know what was his opinion of her, and asked him. I was in hopes he had quarrelled with her too, but no, he hasn't. He hasn't." "What might that signify to you?" "Daughter Judith, a great deal. You're a mysterious old man, Father Jacob, and though I've been studying you for nearly a score of years, I don't half understand you yet. But what did he say of Kate Vaughan? He saw her, I suppose. Yes, he had an interview with her. He says she behaved very kind to him. He's not angry with her. So help me, no. This information appeared to produce no very pleasant impression upon the Jewess, who, with her eyes downcast upon the floor, remained for some moments in a thoughtful attitude. "Father," she said, in a tone half serious, half in simplicity, "the young fellow has got a bit of blue ribbon in his buttonhole. You have noticed it, I suppose. I am curious to know what he means by wearing that. Is it an order, or what? Did he tell you?" "No, I noticed it, but as he said nothings about it, I did not ask him. It is no order, nothing of the kind. His father was only a poor artist." "I wonder where he procured that piece of ribbon," said Judith, speaking in a low tone, and half in soliloquy. "You can ask him for yourself, Judith. There is no harm in that." "No, not I," answered Judith, suddenly changing countenance, as if ashamed of having shown the weakness of curiosity. "What care I for him, or his ribbon?" "No matter for that, Judith dear, no matter for that, if you can make him care for you." "Care for me? What, father? Do you want him to fall in love with me?" "Just that, just so." "For what reason, pray?" "Don't ask, no. I hash a purpose. You shall know it in good time, Judith. You make him in love with you, over head and ears, if you like." The counsel did not appear averse to her who received it. Anything but displeasure was in her looks as she listened to it. "But what?" asked she, after a reflective pause, and laughing as she spake. "What if, in luring him, I should myself fall into the lure? They say that the tarantula is sometimes taken in its own trap. If you succeed in catching your fly, mine good spider Judith, that won't signify. So much the better is that. But first catch your fly. Don't let go the strings of your heart till you hash secured his, and then you may do as you please about falling in love with him. Hush, I hear him coming from his chamber. Now, Judith dear, show him every respect. Shower on him your sweetest of smiles." And terminating the dialogue with this parental injunction, Jacob Jessuron walked off to conduct his guest into the great hall. "Ah, worthy father," said Judith, looking after him with a singular expression upon her countenance. "For once you may find me a dutiful daughter, though not for you or your purpose, whatever that may be. I have my suspicion of what it is. No, not for that either. Grand destiny as it might be deemed, there is something grander still, a passion perilous to play with, and just for that peril shall I play with it. Ha! He comes. How proud his step! He looks the master, and yon old Israelite his overseer, his bookkeeper. Ha ha! Ah!" she exclaimed, suddenly checking her laughter, and changing her smile to a frown. "The ribbon! He wears it still. What can it mean? No matter now. Ere long I shall unravel the skein of its silken mystery, even if this heart should be torn in the attempt." End of section 32. Section 33 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 33. Another of the Same. "You have sent for me, Papa?" said Kate, entering the great hall in obedience to a summons from her father. "Yes, Catherine," replied Mr. Vaughan in a tone of unwonted gravity. The grave tone was not needed. The Catherine was enough to tell Kate that her father was in one of his serious moods, for it was only when in this vein that he ever pronounced her baptismal name in full. "Sit down here," he proceeded, pointing to a fauteuil in front of where he was himself seated. "Sit down, my daughter, and listen. I have something of importance to say to you." The young lady obeyed in silence, and not without a little of that reluctant gaucherie which patients display when seating themselves in front of a physician, or a naughty child composing itself to listen to the parental lecture. The natural gaiety of Lily Quashie was not easily restrained, and though the unusual gravity depicted in her father's face might have checked it, the formality with which he was initiating the interview had an opposite effect. At the corners of her pretty little mouth might have been observed something that resembled a smile. Her father did observe something that resembled it. "Come, Catherine," said he, reprovingly. "I have called you out to talk over a serious matter. I expect you to listen seriously, as becomes the subject." "Oh, Papa, how can I be serious till I know the subject? You are not ill, I hope?" "Tut, no. It has nothing to do with my health, which, thank Providence, is good enough, nor yours neither. It is our wealth, not our health, that is concerned. Our wealth, Catherine." The last phrase was uttered with emphasis, and in a confidential way, as if to enlist his daughter's sympathies upon the subject. "Our wealth, Papa? I hope nothing has happened. You have had no losses." "No, child," replied Mr. Vaughan, now speaking in a fond parental tone. "Nothing of the sort, thanks to fortune, and perhaps a little to my own prudence. It is not losses I am thinking about, but gains." "Gains? Aye, gains, Catherine, which you can assist me in obtaining." "I, Papa? How could I assist you? I know nothing of business. I am sure I know nothing." "Business? Ha! It's not business, Kate. The part which you will have to play will be one of pleasure. I hope so, at least." "Pray tell me what it is, Papa. I am sure I'm fond of pleasure at all times. Everybody knows that." "Catherine," said her father, once more adopting the grave tone, "do you know how old you are?" "Certainly, Papa. At least what I've been told. 18. Just past last birthday." "And do you know what young girls should, and generally do, think about when they come to be of that age?" Kate either affected or felt profound ignorance of the answer she was expected to make. "Come," said Mr. Vaughan banteringly, "you know what I mean, Catherine." "Indeed, Papa, I do not. You know I keep no secrets from you. You taught me not. If I had any, I would tell them to you." "I know you're a good girl, Kate. I know you would. But that is a sort of secret I should hardly expect you to declare, even to me, your father." "Pray, what is it, Papa?" "Why, at your age, Kate, most girls, and it is but right and natural they should, take to thinking about a young man." "Oh, that is what you mean. Then I can answer you, Papa, that I have taken to thinking about one." "Ha!" ejaculated Mr. Vaughan in a tone of pleased surprise. "You have you?" "Yes, indeed," answered Kate, with an air of the most innocent naivete. "I have been thinking of one, and so much that he is scarce ever out of my mind." "Ha!" said the custos, repeating his exclamation of surprise, and rather taken aback by the confession so unexpectedly candid. "Since how long has this been, my child?" "Since how long?" rejoined Kate musingly. "Yes, when did you first begin to think of this young man?" "Oh, the day before yesterday after dinner, ever since I first saw him, father." "At dinner you first saw him," said Mr. Vaughan, correcting his daughter. "But no matter for that," he continued, gleefully rubbing his hands together, and not noticing the puzzled expression upon Kate's countenance. "It might be that you did not think of him in the first moments of your introduction. It's not often people do. A little bashfulness has to be got over. And so then, Kate, you like him now? You think you like him now?" "Oh, father, you may be sure I do, better than anyone I ever saw, excepting yourself, dear papa." "Ah, my little chit, that's a different sort of liking, altogether different. The one's love, the other is but filial affection, each very well in its place. Now, as you're a good girl, Kate, I have a bit of pleasant news for you." "What is it, papa?" "I don't know whether I should tell you or not," said the custos, playfully patting his daughter upon the cheek. "At least not now, I think. It might make you too happy." "Oh, papa, I have told you what you wished me, and I see it has made you happy. Surely you will not conceal what you say will do the same for me?" "What is the news?" "Listen then, Kate." Mr. Vaughan, bending forward as if to make his communication more impressive, pronounced in a whisper, "He reciprocates your feeling. He likes you." "Father, I fear he does not," said the young Creole, with a serious air. "He does, I tell you so, girl. He's over head and ears in love with you. I know it. In fact, I saw it from the first minute. A blind man might have perceived it, but then a blind man can see better than a young lady that's in love. Ha, ha, ha!" Loftus Vaughan laughed long and loudly at the jest he had so unexpectedly perpetrated, for at that moment he was in the very mood for merriment. His dearest dream was about to be realized. Montague Smythe was in love with his daughter. That he knew before. Now his daughter had more than half admitted, in fact, quite confessed, that she liked Smythe. And what was liking but love? "Yes, Kate," said he as soon as his exultation had to some extent subsided. "You are blind, you little silly, else you might have seen it before. His behavior would show how much he cares for you." "Ah, father, I think that his behavior would rather show that he cares not for either of us. He is too proud to care for anyone." "What? Too proud? Nonsense! It's only his way. Surely he has not shown anything of that to you, Kate." "I cannot blame him," continued the young girl, still speaking in a serious tone. "The fault was not his. Your treatment of him, father. You must not be angry at me for telling you of it. Now that I know all, dear papa, was it not enough to make him act as he has done?" "My treatment of him?" cried the custos, with a self-justifying but puzzled look. "Why, child, you rave. I could not treat him better, if I was to try ever so. I have done everything to entertain him and make him feel at home here. As to what he has done, it's all nonsense about his pride. At least with us he has shown nothing of the kind. On the contrary, he is acting admirably throughout the whole matter. Certainly no man could behave with more politeness to you than Mr. Smythe is doing." "Mr. Smythe! The entrance of this gentleman at the moment prevented Mr. Vaughan from noticing the effect which the mention of his name had produced, an unexpected effect, as might have been seen by the expression which Kate's features had suddenly assumed. But for that interruption, hindering the éclaircissement, which no doubt his daughter would on the instant have made, Mr. Vaughan might have sat down to breakfast with his appetite considerably impaired. His guest, requiring all his attention, caused him to withdraw suddenly from the dialogue, and he appeared neither to have heard the exclamatory repetition of Smytheje's name, nor the words uttered by Kate in a lower tone as she turned towards the table. "I thought it was Herbert." End of section 33.